Intergovernmental Agency regular meeting.
I can't hear you, man.
May I have your attention, please? Maybe it's not on.
Give me your seat, Commissioner.
The lights.
You don't mind?
Thank you, everyone. Welcome to our first Blueprint Intergovernmental Agency meeting for 2024. As I've indicated in prior meetings, we expect all participants to conduct themselves in an orderly, professional manner, and we expect everyone to treat each other with respect. My duty as chair of this board meeting includes adhering to and enforcing the rules regarding debate and decorum during this meeting. So I expect us to be courteous, and I asked our speakers to come to the podium at the appropriate time, speak in the microphone, but please avoid personalizing debate or directing debate to any particular commissioner. Mr. White, are there any agenda modifications?
No, Madam Chair, we do not have any agenda modifications.
Thank you, Mr. White. Commissioners, I've received correspondence requesting that we move agenda item number 9 up for consideration, and I believe we have quite a few individuals here that are interested in agenda item number 9 and also plan to speak on that item. So I would like to entertain a motion to move agenda item from number 9 to number 1.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's moved by Commissioner O'Keefe and second by Commissioner Porter.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
for clarification, are you referring to being the first item on general business or item number 1 under consent?
Under general business.
Okay. Thanks for the clarification.
Okay, the first item under general business. Any discussion? Hearing none.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Another clarifying question. I know that staff was prepared to provide some presentations, and the agenda has been put together kind of to walk through those presentations that would then lead us logically into some of these. I'm okay with whatever is decided, but I want to make sure that staff has an opportunity to do what they need to do in the order prior to us looking at any of the additional items that are added there, because I think that it would provide context for what we would need to do in these other items, if I could ask that as consideration.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams-Cox. Mr. White?
Yes, Madam Chair. We did order the agenda in order to provide some context and clarification as kind of the items progress. But if it is the will of the IA board, we can certainly adjust and jump to that presentation and give it first.
Okay, did you have any recommendation then as far as moving item 9 to another portion of the agenda?
Madam Chair, if you were to move it, I would probably move it up to item number 7 instead of item number 1, so that there's conversation on some of the other items first. But that's purely the discretion of this board.
Okay, item 7, we will have gone through quite a bit of. Okay, quite a bit of the agenda. But you said that if we move it to number 1, move 9 up, then you all can be flexible as far as what comes next.
Oh, absolutely, Madam Chair. We'll do as directed by the IA board.
Thank you. Any discussion from the board? If we move it up after 7, I think that's almost half of the agenda, really, to be honest with you. It's only one more agenda item.
Yeah.
So no discussion? We've got the motion on the floor. All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you. Hearing none, we will move item number 9 up to the first item under general business. Okay. Mr. White, are there any speakers on non-agended items?
Yes. We did.
Yes, our first speaker is Apostle Willie Whiting Jr., followed by Bill Tucker, then Nate Davis.
Thank you.
3 minutes, name and address for the record, please.
Name is Apostle Willie Whiting Jr. I reside at 3112 Brook Ridge Drive, right here in Tallahassee, 32305. Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity. Blueprint, thank you for the opportunity. County too as well to stand before you today. Listen, the reason why I come is because we have a stormwater issue here in Tallahassee, and I wanted to come and just share that and bring that to your attention again that you already know about. Like for you, if there is a workshop that's being proposed, I think that we need to really consider the workshops that are needed so that the people in our community that live in the J. Gaither community attached to Silver Lake and Creek Road, we have a real issue there with lack of dredging, lack of raking in Silver Lake area, the stormwater. Also the girders that are coming around in the backside of the golf course, there are none. There are girders, though, on the north side of Bragg Drive, but not on the south side of Bragg Drive, coming completely around the backside of the golf course, leading to the bigger portion, if you will, of Silver Lake. And we want you to take a look at that as to clean that up, because right now it's mosquito infested, it's trash built up, it's dead wood, dead logs, and everything is there. So it's not flowing freely through because, of course, there are beavers are there, and we just needed to take a look at it. One thing that I didn't tell you, that I'm also the president of the J. Gaither Neighborhood Association. That's another reason why I stand before you, too, to let you know that we're really, really needing to take a look at it. We're not a dump yard down there in J. Gaither, but right now it's beginning to look like that on the Creek Road side of the Silver Lake. We'd really like to have you take a look at that. That's pretty much all that I need to say, but I want you to know that we support a workshop, supporting that you would, so that you can bring in the community and get other voices out. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. White.
Yes.
Next speaker is Bill Tucker, followed by Nate Davis, then Wyatt Hendricks. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Bill Tucker. I live at 2802 Primrose Lane. I'm here speaking as an individual, and I want to call for this city to consider adopting a resolution of a ceasefire in Gaza. 29,000 people have died, actually 30,000 in the bombing, and some 40-some cities have adopted ceasefire resolutions. I don't know if Tallahassee has done that. I don't think you have so far, have you? No. Okay, then. I would like to make that recommendation to this commission that Tallahassee be added to those cities asking for a ceasefire to the killing that is going on in Gaza. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker.
Next speaker is Nita Davis, followed by Wyatt Hendricks, then James and Kendra Light. Name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Nita Davis, and I live at 1111 East Paul Russell Road, 32301. I'm with Friends of Lake Munson, and I'm speaking, basically, I'm just here to say, because other people will follow me and get more into the weeds, but I'm here to say that we blatantly have a problem with environmental justice. We have done all the phases of Cascade Park, but 4. And you all know where 4 is, on the south side. And you took it from 400 acres, to what? How many acres? Can any of you tell me how many acres you shrunk it down to? Does anyone know? 4 acres? 10 acres? Substantially. You took it all the way down to basically, it's not going to do what it initially was supposed to do. So you overspent downtown on the first phases. Everyone got their photo ops. Everyone was all excited. But the thing is, you overspent. And you overspent without coming back to the table and voting on it. It was just done. It was a done deal. So now there's no money for the last phase. And the last phase is like Silver Lake. I mean, I will give that as an example. All the stormwater, that whole area is in phase 4. And you guys wrote it off. And I want to know, because you took a vote on doing it. So I want to know who's behind the curtain, who's making your decisions. Because evidently, it's not any of you. I'm really interested. I think you all of us, citizens that voted all y'all in, need an answer to that. Why you're not making the decisions, and why what you vote on doesn't happen, because obviously there's someone behind the curtain making the decisions over you. In environmental justice, y'all are always saying about, oh, look at the crime on the south side, or look at the crime here, or look at this, look at that. Well, you're culprit in this. You're all. Because you're not doing phase 4, and you know it. And we deserve an answer.
30 seconds left.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis.
Next speaker is Wyatt Hendricks, followed by James and Kendra Light, then Max Epstein. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Wyatt Hendricks. I'm at 1357 Tom Still Road in 32305. We had a recent public meeting at Crossway Baptist Church for Friends of Lake Munson. And I want to thank you, Commissioner Cummins, Christian, Jack, Bill. Who did I miss? I think that's it. But it was, you know, I think I know a lot about what's going on stormwater drainage. But honestly, at that meeting, I knew a lot more after the meeting than I did before. And, you know, democracy requires transparency and accountability in order to function. And so if you guys are thinking of remodeling or reorganizing Blueprint, I wish that you would keep those 2 words in mind. Everything that Nita just said, I agree with 100%. And so I think that what she was alluding to was the Wizard of Oz. And we just like to know who the wizard is. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, James and Kendra Light, followed by Max Epstein, then Julie Elias. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, Kendra Light at 1636 Woodgate Way, 32308.
James Light, 1636 Woodgate Way, 32308.
Good afternoon. We're here today to begin our application for non-compete funds. James and I founded our construction company, Precision Building and Renovating, in 2007. Since then, I have also worked in education, outreach, and development. Our experiences led us to research efficient ways of providing dignified housing for our community, and we established Gulf Coast Additive Manufacturing Design in 2021. Today, we are excited to share our vision to align workforce development with affordable housing by producing concrete products. We are part of a growing movement to rethink the construction industry, ushering in innovation and automation for greater sustainability, productivity, and diversity. Rising costs, labor shortages, and outdated standards compound complications in construction. The current situation requires an industry disruptor. In other words, we've got to save money while making construction safer and more exciting for our workforce. Innovation is the key. Additive manufacturing in construction, 3D printing or 3D CP, utilizes strength-tested materials extruded by robotic heads to construct buildings, infrastructure, outdoor elements, and more. Our mission is to support the application of additive manufacturing in construction and concrete products. We accomplish this with strategic goals in research, collaborative development, education, and production. The first 3D printed home in Florida was completed by our company in 2022 as certified affordable housing in the Griffin Heights community. It is a beautiful example of resilience meeting affordability for families in need. However, we must develop our material supply chain while training a skilled workforce to scale to more significant developments. We now have an incredible opportunity to partner with Tallahassee Community College, creating a training program while producing various concrete products for our region. We are asking for $315,000 to cover a portion of the renovation expenses at TCC's Richardson building for use as an additive manufacturing training and production facility, and to purchase a robotic arm printer, power distribution system, and 2 laptops with design software. This project creates over 50 jobs in various technical and trade categories, and over $3 million in revenue from the production of concrete products, the most prolific being over 10,000 oyster domes that will seed the region's oyster industry and reduce flooding and red tide along our shores. The global market for 3D CP was $169 million in 2022. A compound annual growth rate of 102% is expected from 2023 to 2030. Economic developers are working to establish anchors for these dollars to flow through our regions. Tallahassee is uniquely positioned with a respected industry member in residence working to provide a home for its global network to partner and grow. Illustrated here are some of our local and global industry colleagues. Thank you for your time and consideration of this innovative opportunity.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Max Epstein, followed by Julie Elias.
Madam
and
Chair.
Ken Webster.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
would it be appropriate to make a motion on that to ask staff, or are we in the wrong posture?
Not at this point, I don't think.
We have to wait till the end? Okay.
I think so. Am I correct? Thank you, Commissioner.
Hello, everyone. Max Epstein, 1001 San Luis Road. First of all, I'd like to thank all the commissioners, and we had Commissioner Matlow's aide was there also at the Lake Munson meeting. We had almost 75 people there who were concerned about it, and we are requesting the board's support here for Mr. Proctor's motion to schedule a workshop for Lake Munson, Capital Cascades project, and other stormwater issues like you heard from Jake Gaither. This should include a 20-minute presentation by the citizens and a way for us to actually interact with each other, to have a constructive dialogue. This request is not new. Let's go back to September 29th, 2022. Commissioner Proctor spoke about the lakes, Cascades Park, Coal Chute Pond, talked about what they do. And those who attended our meeting know the benefits that were promised to Jake Gaither and Bond and the nearby neighborhoods that are no longer getting them. Spoken with people in Bond who are trying to redevelop, and they can't because there is no stormwater capacity for them. This project was supposed to have it. So September 29th, 2022, Commissioner Proctor indicated he would support an expanded study, and Commissioner Williams-Cox suggested we have a joint meeting to take action before the December 2022 meeting. Let's go to the December 2022 meeting. Commissioner Maddox brought it back up again. Thank you. He said that we need to talk about this, and Director Pingree said that Segment 4 and the Munson item would come back by March. Segment 4 didn't come back until September, an entire year after the board made the request. Mr. Maddox said he would like to have this workshop before the March meeting. That's March 2023. And Commissioner O'Keefe wanted consultants who studied this project to be there. Did that happen in September? No. So every single blueprint project has a stormwater component. That's why we need it. One of the issues I showed to you was I sent you the Capitol Circle Southwest project is now dumping stormwater into Cascades Lake. It's a big issue. And I wanted to mention there are good things going on. The county, city, and Blueprint are partnering on a stormwater model for the eastern drainage ditch. That's great. And the county's also applying for funding
You
to
have 30
actually
seconds.
make Munson Slough more natural again, including wetlands and restoring things. Blueprint is proposing the opposite thing for Cascades 4. They want to turn a natural stream into a concrete ditch. The county is trying to fix things, and Blueprint upstream is making it worse. We have $20 million there. Instead of seeking $5 million from the state, we could be seeking 20 or 25. So please schedule that meeting. Support Mr. Proctor's request
Your time has
before the May
expired.
meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Julie Elias, followed by Ken Webster, then Erasmo. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Julia Elias. Address is 630 Capitol Circle Northeast, Suite 2, Tallahassee, Florida, 32301. Good afternoon. My name is Julie. So great to be here and to meet you guys. I am speaking on behalf of Tally Food Equipment, and we are here to speak for a nonprofit grant and to ask for your consideration. So we thank you again for allowing us to be here. It's a pretty big deal. I started this job about 4 months ago, so please be patient with me. Here at Tally Food, we started our business in 2018 with the hopes of serving our community, especially our underserved communities like Hispanics and our African American communities as well. We're at a point that we're at a crossroads and we need your help and support. In the industry of restaurant equipment, there's not much competition in Tallahassee, and most people go online for most of their things, and our goal is to keep our profits local here in Tallahassee. We see ourselves serving hospitals, schools, soup kitchens to provide them with all that they need at a fair, equitable price. And we are looking to expand our distribution area, provide jobs for those in the community. We also are the only food distribution company that does food trucks, and we equip the food truck and allow that person to make their dreams come true. So our initial plan is really to provide credits, especially for people who are first starting out in restaurants, because most don't have that. They don't have the money to do that, and they don't have the knowledge either. So our goal is to be that stop shop for them to come in and get all their questions answered, but really continue to provide for their families and their families and generations to come. And we also look to buy in bulk so that we can provide for better prices for those around us. We are asking for $500,000 to be able to make those things happen. And I do truly appreciate your time, and thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Ken Webster, followed by Erasmo Raz. Ken Webster. Our next speaker is Erasmo Raz. Name and address for the record, please.
It's Erasmo Bocanegra. Raz is a little easier, so thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm talking about the Stuckey program that's going through. When we, I know it's not on the agenda, but when we came into Tallahassee for business opportunities, we saw a lack of affordable housing. So we bought some properties on Stuckey Road. We came in, they were pretty well abandoned, and we fixed them all up, put new cabinets, flooring, and fixed them up. Coming from humble beginnings, that's what we decided to work on. We were really high hopes when this blueprint came through that they were going to widen Stuckey up and clean it up a little bit. We just invested another $200 or $200,000 in repairs and driveways and stuff to clean it up. I know it's been talk about that they may not finish that project, but we're anticipating that it would, and we think that it should clean that up. We're doing everything we can, but we'd like to be able to find more about it and who's going to talk about it and who do we speak to about that.
Yes, sir. This is your time to speak to us. We, procedurally, we don't respond. If you have something written up, you can give it to us and we can discuss it during director's time.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for the time.
Okay, thank you. If you have something, a proposal, if you want to leave it. Okay.
That was our final speaker for unagendaed items.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. White, do you have any presentation on informational items?
Yes, Madam Chair. We have a very brief presentation. Autumn Calder will give that presentation now.
Right. Excellent. So this is our first meeting of 2024. We wanted to give an update on all the work that's underway. This board has funded and accelerated, and we're in the process of implementing. That is our job, to implement the projects that you identify for us to do. And we have a whole team of people that are here today supporting Blueprint and these projects, and a lot of work is underway. There's been a lot of planning and design, and at this point, we're finally starting to see stuff come out of the ground, and I wanted to go through some of those highlights today. Overall, from 2000 to 2040, there are 44 Blueprint projects. As you can see, they are scattered across the county, so geographically diverse, but they're diverse in type as well. We've got greenways, roadways, multimodal improvements, water quality, flooding improvements as well. Over the next 5 years, we have over $750,000 worth of project improvements coming across the community, with more than half of that on projects that are on our south side. That's 26 miles of roadway improvements, but 121 miles of bicycle and pedestrian facilities, 7 new parks, and lots of new parks, open spaces, and greenway projects. So just looking at last year, we're already starting to see some successes. Construction projects have already had ribbon cuttings. We had 7 projects and major project components complete last year, and I know many of you were there to celebrate those grand openings. But looking forward, we have 20 projects. They're either in construction or will be in construction within the next 2 years. So I'm going to walk through those projects. The one that's the closest to completion is the Capitol Cascades Trail Segment 3. This epic project has so many community amenities that are along it. You were there for the ribbon cutting of the skatable art park, but it also includes our green roof restroom, our hammock garden, and of course the enclosure of that ditch that was a divide between the north and south side of our community. And now we're starting to see this great weaving of the different areas in Tallahassee. And the last piece of this project is the History and Culture Trail. And we've already seen a lot of those art installations along the trail over the last year, but this spring we're going to finally see the historical interpretations coming to life. Tatiana Dagliard is our project manager sitting over there. You'll hear from her later today on the Fairgrounds project, but she and her team have done an amazing job implementing this project and working with the community to make sure those stories are told. Capitol Circle Southwest, this was identified as the #1 priority project for Blueprint 2020. It was a holdover from Blueprint 2000. DOT has taken this project on. The IA board approved the planning study back in 2012, and DOT took the reins, did the design, and now they have the first phase under construction from Orange Avenue to Spring Hill. And then lucky us, we were identified $90 million from the governor's Moving Florida Forward initiative in order to implement that last leg from Spring Hill to Crawfordville. And that'll break ground in 2026. Mark, can you hit? Okay, thanks. North Monroe Gateway, under construction today. Amazing impact that a couple of trees can make. Doing some great landscape improvements in the median along North Monroe. More to come over the year. Lake Jackson Greenway, this project is already underway as well. We recently did the Pinewood Drive sidewalk, and now we're working on the Lake Ella connector. Lake Lafayette and St. Mark's Linear Trail. This project is opening up access that's never had before on the upper side of Upper Lake Lafayette. This project is under construction today and will be open to the public later this year. Northeast Gateway, Wilani Boulevard, we celebrated last December the groundbreaking. And of course, this is one of our big signature projects for Blueprint 2020, opening up access for new development, potentially a new interchange at I-10, and of course, relieving that pressure on our canopy roads in Miccosukee and Centerville and creating a 17-mile loop for the Greenway. Magnolia Drive Trail, the second phase, will go into construction this just starting in this spring. That'll be from Pontiac to Diamond. Blueprint has been funding that trail, and the county will be implementing it. The Downtown University Protected Bike Lane project will be under construction in '25. Bannerman Road, we recently completed the Bull Headley sidewalk connection. That project is in the design. It's about to begin right-of-way. We anticipate actually beginning some of the roadway improvements later this year. Northeast Park, 50 acres of new active and passive recreation opportunities. Exciting to be in this project right now, moving past the concept phase last year. Heavy in the design and permitting right now with anticipated groundbreaking later this year. Orange Meridian Placemaking, new park. Excellent improvement to this part of our community, and when it's paired with the city's Southside Transit Center and the blueprint improvements and the stormwater enhancements in that area, this whole is going to be a new face with reinvestment and redevelopment opportunities abound. Monroe Adams Corridor Placemaking just up the street, a little closer to downtown. We've got streetscaping, opening up access to businesses, providing parking, and just making it a more enjoyable place to walk around. The Tram Greenway, this is a project that we've been working on with the City of Tallahassee. This is a really important little multi-use trail gap. We've had some fatalities in this area on a bicycle, from a bicycle perspective. So just providing this little trail on Tram Road is going to really help with our bicycle safety. Capitol Cascades Trail Segment 4, IA board approval of the concept last year. In the design now, anticipate breaking ground on this early 2025. Had an amazing public meeting about a year ago. Over 250 people participated with resounding support for this project. Excited to be able to bring this to reality. Airport Gateway Project, one of our gateway projects for Blueprint 2020, creating two routes to and from downtown to our airport, opening up access to Innovation Park and supporting those economic development initiatives that are happening around that area, but most importantly, just providing that beautiful gateway into Tallahassee. Animal Services Center, we're beginning the renovations of that soon. In fact, we actually just bid the project. I'm excited to be able to bring some improvements for our veterinarian services, but also for the residents, the animals that live there. Market District Placemaking. This is a great placemaking project in our community. You already have a lot of successful retail, restaurant, and office spaces in that area. It'll now be complemented with a new park that'll begin construction this year, just bringing more vitality up into the district. Midtown Placemaking, we're going to be starting the construction on that project next year. The first phase will be to consolidate the electric utility, and then the next phase, we're going to go in and add those streetscaping improvements. All these projects together, they really improve the quality of life for the people that live in Tallahassee. They make it a more attractive place for people to live here and invest in. We have expanded parks and open spaces, reduced traffic congestion, which gives us more time to spend time with our families and our friends. More time at work, perhaps. Reduced traffic congestion, new multimodal infrastructure, giving you that choice. Do you want to take a car, or can you possibly ride on your bike? This infrastructure will give you that choice. Improve water quality, reduce flooding, and of course, outside funding to leverage our sales tax revenues. We certainly have the mantra at Blueprint. Look under every stone, try to find that money. We have a successful record of bringing over $400 million into the Blueprint program, and we continue to look for new opportunities every day and are rewarded. So, thank you for the time. I appreciate it. We're excited to implement this program of work for you, and we love our jobs. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Autumn, for that summary. I think we certainly see where our Blueprint funds are going, and it's certainly enhancing our city and our county. Commissioners, anybody have a comment? If not, we will move on. Mr. White, we're now on our general business. Well, no, we're on consent agenda. I
Yes, ma'am.
apologize.
Move consent, Madam Chair.
Second.
Madam Chair, I believe we do have a speaker on consent.
Oh, do we have a
Oh,
speaker?
I thought we had a WebEx speaker.
No speakers?
My apologies.
Okay, so it's been moved by Commissioner on consent. If you'll come forward and give your name and address for the record.
Nita M. Davis, and I live at 1111 East Paul Russell Road, which is right up from the Fairgrounds, actually. They're my neighbors. But this isn't why I'm speaking about the Fairgrounds. I'm speaking about the Fairgrounds because I really suggest all of you that are working on this and are going to be voting on it and on the final plans, that you go down there, I beseech you, go down there and walk the property. Go down there and get a vision of what you're looking at and what you're voting on. Because I looked at all the plans submitted by the person that you hired out, and I didn't quite get why they submitted something from San Jose, California, just to name one. And we're not San Jose, we're not any other city, we're Tallahassee. And if you go down there and walk the property, you'll see, and this can be done organically, without doing what you're letting be done now, which is clear-cut, hard, 200-year-old oak trees, some of them 300 years old. And the developers are burning them so you don't see them. I've gone out and taken pictures. They, stack the pine for the mills, but all the hardwood is going into these enormous fires, and no one's on watch. And we have a policy now in this city that you can clear-cut. Clear-cut. When did this happen? You were all on watch when it happened. Change the topography, flatten it out, clear-cut. That's the way to go. So I have been talking to quite a few members in the community, and it's time to submit the proposal to the people that nominated us, the Tree City, to renege on that, because we are no longer the Tree City. We no longer protect our trees. And if this Fairgrounds goes the way that everything else has been going, we're going to be losing these magnificent oak trees, which actually could be worked into a plan. But all the plans that I've been seeing coming forward is destroying the forest and destroying our canopy. So I am serious, absolutely serious, and taking names of submitting that we are no longer, deserve to be the Tree City. Because if you just see the loss of our canopy in the last even 5 years, and then go back 10 years, and you see how a lot of that could be, it didn't have to happen that way. There were ways around it. There are trees in here in this city that there's an oak tree in the middle or a hardwood tree in the middle, and you go around it on both sides. What happened to that? What happened to that, Tallahassee? So yes, that this will be submitted, and we do not deserve the Tree City anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Commissioners, we have a motion by Commissioner Richardson, a second by Commissioner Williams-Cox to accept the consent agenda. Is there any discussion, commissioners? Hearing none, all those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? I believe it's unanimous, Madam Chair. We're now on our general business, and we have moved to accelerate item number 9 to number 1. Mr. White, do we have any presentations from
Yes, ma'am.
staff on item number 9?
Yes, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, members of the IA Board. At the last meeting, you directed staff to bring back an item to initiate the substantial amendment process to add land acquisition for affordable housing as a project to the interlocal agreement. At that meeting, we discussed what this item would have. We discussed that it would include a project description, so you'll see in the agenda materials for this item a draft project description. we said that we would talk about the budget analysis and the fiscal impact of a project like this. You'll see that in the item. And Autumn Calder will provide a very brief presentation that kind of walks through that, but this was requested at the last meeting.
Okay, do we have speakers on this particular agenda item?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, Madam Chair. Our first speaker is Reverend Sylvia Jones, followed by Bill Fallon, and then Jacqueline Davis. Name and address for the record, please.
I'm Reverend Sylvia Jones of Mount Zion AME Church, 4250 Woodbridge Road, Tallahassee. Even though we have several people here, we only have 4 speakers. Yeah. I'm the co-chair of the Capital Area Justice Ministry Affordable Housing Committee. And you all should have received a document this week that clarifies what CAJM is seeking through establishing an affordable rental housing infrastructure project. And I want to be very clear. We're asking that you approve option 2 to move this proposal forward to public hearings and a vote to amend the interlocal agreement in May. We also are asking that you amend the project description to make it clear the purpose is to purchase land for mixed income affordable rental housing projects that include units for families with very low and extremely low incomes. The staff report states that adding this project to the interlocal agreement will divert money from one or more existing approved projects. We are not asking you to do that. We want the project on the approved list so that when additional funds become available, you will be able to direct them to land acquisition for affordable rental housing. We're a collection of 17 faith-based organizations, and we have faith, that's with a capital F, that if you approve this project, the money will come from lower than expected construction costs, from greater than projected sales surtax revenue, from the sale of surplus land. We believe that if you create the project, our collective faith will assure that it's funded. My Holy Scripture says, for nothing will be impossible with God. Clearly, we need to do something more. The number of families with extremely low and very low incomes who are paying more than half their income for rental housing increased from 14,600 to over 16,000 in 2 years. We believe that the gravity of the situation demands action now. We urge you to vote yes on a revised option 2 that explicitly focuses on increasing rental housing for these families. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Bill Fallon, followed by Jacqueline Davis, then Bill Wilson. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Bill Phelan. I'm a member of the CHAM Affordable Housing Committee. I live at 3941 Long and Winding Road. I want to emphasize 3 of the main points in the briefing that we provided each of you earlier this week. First, the inadequate supply of rental housing that can be afforded by families with very low and extremely low incomes is the bottleneck to families transitioning out of homelessness. This is the conclusion of the 2022 Federal Strategic Plan to End Homelessness. We also know that it is true in Leon County. The public housing and voucher programs managed by the Tallahassee Housing Authority have lengthy waiting lists and very low turnover. Last year, there were 100 families on the waiting list for the Hope Community Emergency Shelter for homeless families with children. Staff told us that the lack of affordable rental housing for families ready to move into transitional housing was a major impediment to making room for other people who needed emergency shelter. Second, homelessness is harming children throughout our community. Homeless children have higher levels of emotional and behavioral problems and are at greater risk for serious health problems. They experience more school mobility. They are more likely to repeat a grade and to be expelled or to drop out of school, and they have lower academic performance. There are more than 900 students in our schools who are homeless. Students in every elementary school, every middle school, every high school. They and their families are your constituents. Third, the people caught in this crisis are essential members of our community's workforce. A worker in Leon County must earn at least $26 an hour in order to rent a one-bedroom apartment without paying more than 30% of their income for housing. Half the workforce in Tallahassee was earning less than $20 an hour in 2022. Workers who cannot afford to pay rent this high include cashiers, home health care aides, security guards, bus drivers, tellers, dental assistants, carpenters, and firefighters,
You have 30
among
seconds.
others. All are essential members of our community's workforce. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Jacqueline Davis, followed by Bill Wilson, then Stanley Sims. Name and address for the record, please.
Greetings. My name is Jacqueline Davis, and I currently reside at 445 Appleyard Drive, Tallahassee, Florida, 32304. I'm a member of Kingdom Life Tabernacle, which is part of the Capital Area Justice Ministry. I am a healthcare worker, and that address that I just provided to you is my mom's address. My 6 children and I moved in with her 3 weeks ago because we didn't have any other place to go. We were living in a 2-bedroom apartment in Goodbread Hills, sharing that space with 6 growing children. Got a little cozy, but it was a decent roof over our heads and a place that we called home. And at one time, it was affordable because of the voucher from Big Ben Cares. Then they started raising the rent every month. It got to a point where I couldn't keep up with the extra cost. Then when the increased amount stacked up too high, they evicted my children and I. So we went to live with my mom. I'm a hard worker, a loving mom, and a Christian woman who believes in the wonder-working power of God. Even through the hard times, God has sustained my family. I appreciate the affordable housing vouchers that prevent homelessness, and I am proud that we have benefited from it. In fact, we will be moving into an affordable 3-bedroom apartment tomorrow that we can afford with our voucher. It's still not the exact size that we need, but it's larger, and we are very grateful. However, there are too many stories like mine in our community. Too many stories of families who have moved from place to place, trying to find a place to settle down. Hunting down affordable housing while working 1 or 2 jobs is very difficult. This has got to stop, and together, I believe that we can stop it. I believe in a God of abundance. My challenge to you is for you to believe as well. I ask that you add affordable housing to Blueprint's project list so that more and more families like mine can find an affordable rental in Leon County that they can call home as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bill Wilson, followed by Stanley Sims, then Dorothy Inman Johnson. Name and address for the record, please.
Bill Wilson, 1816 Old Ford Drive in Tallahassee. I'm a part of the Cajun's Affordable Housing Group. I'm with Element 3 Church, which is one of the covenant congregations with Cajun. At your last meeting, there was some questions, reservations about how such a program might work if you were to move it forward and approve it, and wanted to speak to that. I had the opportunity to work in Pinellas County a few years ago and worked with the Pennies for Pinellas program, which they use for land acquisition. And that program has 21 projects since its inception of $18.4 million. And what they do is they have developers who want to build an affordable development come to the Housing Finance Authority with an application, and they make arrangements to buy the land and then lease it back to the developer at like 1% of the purchase price per year. That land goes into a land trust, and the lease is for 99 years, and that land trust manages the affordability of the bought-down units for the affordability and for whatever period of time. We convened a group of experts in affordable housing. We provided those names to you in the brief. And they all agreed that that's probably the most logical way to go, and that that approach would provide adequate incentives in Tallahassee to generate more work in developing units for the low and very low income people. It's, again, the law requires that it be land and that land stays entitled to a local government. So it's not any kind of big dollar giveaway. Land is infrastructure. And all we're suggesting is that it's leap year. We need you to take a leap of faith with us, get this project on the list, and let us work our magic and find the money. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Stanley Sims, followed by Dorothy Inman Johnson.
My name is Stanley Sims. I'm at 1320 Avondale Way. Well, let me say this. I'm blessed to be at 1320 Avondale Way. Because of my sleep disorder, I get up very early sometimes. Commissioner Welch, and I go up to that Dunkin' Donut and get me some coffee. Or I cut through McDonald's. And I would always see about 3 or 4 cars parked, isolated in the parking lot. First time I saw this, Commissioner Bill Proctor, I thought the car was broke down, you know? So I went over there. I saw this lady, maybe about 2.5 years old. And this little girl, about 6 years old. Hell, if it make any difference, white. And I said, ma'am, are you okay? She said, I'm fine, I'm fine. Her greatest problem was she was embarrassed that I discovered her. Her greatest concern, Commissioner Maddox, is that someone would think that she was not being a good mother.
Mrs. Sims, speak in your mic.
That she was not being a good mother. It's easy to turn your back on things when you ain't lost.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dorothy Inman Johnson, followed by Jamal Williams. Name and address for the record, please.
Dot Inman Johnson, 2121 Trescott Drive. I can't begin to tell you how happy I was to see item 9. But item 9 will do no good for the people who really need affordable housing to break the crisis in this community for families that are paying 50 to 60% of their monthly income for rent that recently went up with the property tax increase. It is important that the incentive with this land acquisition item is not directed in the same way as the SHIP funds that come into this community, when the great majority of that money has to be spent for home ownership. The Schimberg Institute makes it clear that the crisis in affordable housing in Tallahassee isn't in home ownership. That takes care of itself with working families that can afford to get a mortgage loan to own a home. The people we're talking about aren't at that place yet where they can break down the barriers to home ownership. They're just trying to get by. Most of them have 2 adults in the family working jobs where they don't earn enough to be able to cover the rent and all of the expenses for their household. And so I urge you to put priority on rental housing for this land acquisition incentive.
You have 30 seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jamal Williams. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Jamal Williams, 303 South Lapona Road, Tallahassee, Florida. And this was not just brought to my attention because if you live here, you can tell what's going on in the place that you live. And all I can think about is how fast we can build these college houses. They can go up so fast, and we can find people that can afford $2,000, $2,500 rent to live with 3 other people and share a kitchen. But we can't find a way to not only provide any option, but options for affordable housing for the citizens that live and have grown up in this city. The fact that our rent is not tied to our median wages is ridiculous. If the rent is going up, the requirements are going up. 3 times proof of income for the rent when your rent just went up by a crazy amount that no one's making that wage. Not a thing. Shouldn't be a thing. We have got to figure out how to take care of all of our citizens, because the better off we all are, the better off we will all be. If someone doesn't have a house, someone doesn't have food, they don't just always go without it. Sometimes they take. Taking, as we know, is a crime. We don't want crime. So we provide people with homes, food, affordable housing. Better citizens provide better citizens. We might not always be the person that will change the world, but who knows that the person that we just gave a house to is the next person that does. So I'd like us to all think about that when we go home at night and lay our heads on our pillows and know that we have our rent comfortably paid, that not only are some people not making rent, they don't even have the opportunity to find a place that they could afford if they were. So Tallahassee citizens deserve to be able to enjoy this place just as much as our out-of-town people that come in here and can have that rent paid by somebody else. I think that we can find it in ourselves to be able to allocate some of those resources towards us. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was our final speaker on number 9.
Thank you so much. Mr. White?
Yes, Autumn Calder has a brief presentation.
All right, thank you. So this agenda item seeks IA board direction on the substantial amendment to create an affordable housing land acquisition project from the Blueprint Infrastructure Program. The use of infrastructure surtax funds for affordable housing is limited to the acquisition of land, and adding a project to our program of work requires a substantial amendment. And your agenda materials do contain a draft project description that you could use for that substantial amendment. The costs of this program are unknown and would be determined by you at a future meeting. At this point, there are no funds available in the Blueprint Infrastructure Program for an affordable housing land acquisition project. Our staff recommendation is to not initiate the substantial amendment process to add this project because it would require your direction on reprioritization or scope changes to our existing projects. However, if you do, there's a process for going through that substantial amendment, and we have that outlined for you in your agenda item. But in the future, if you go through that process, we would then bring back options for you regarding policy, the administration of those funds, and of course, looking at the budget. As I mentioned, there's no funds that are readily available. It would have to come from existing infrastructure projects. We do anticipate bringing to you in your May budget workshop materials an update to all of the project cost estimates for all of the Blueprint projects that are underway. So today, our recommendation is option 1, to accept the report and not initiate the substantial amendment process.
Thank you. Thank you, Autumn. Anything further, Mr. White?
Just a little bit for context, since this item kind of came out of order. Some of the things that you might have heard in previous items, had we followed the order, just kind of hit home the point that as part of the Blueprint 2020 program, there are 27 projects that we have. Those projects were vetted through the community process. They were accepted by the city and county commissions. There were a lot of outreach on what those projects are before it went to voter referendum. When that passed, we understood that there was a gap between getting the projects done and what the projects would require to get done. And so we knew that there was a significant budget gap, and Blueprint staff has worked tirelessly to bridge that gap. A lot of that was, hey, let's work with DOT and have DOT pay for DOT roads, and we'll kind of supplement and work with them and all of that kind of stuff. We've leveraged an incredible amount of money to bridge that gap. Sometimes it was reducing the scope of projects. It was kind of as the project goes through the project development process, understanding what can be done, what's feasible, what's not feasible, and adjusting accordingly. And this past budget cycle was basically the first time we've been able to say, we can do all the projects. That's the reason we're saying we don't have funding to put towards this project. Just kind of giving some context on the 27 projects that have gone through the process that were approved by the voters. That's what we've been focused on implementing, but we haven't always had the money to do that. But this past year, we've just had that, and we don't anticipate having additional funds. So that was a little bit of context that would have come up in some of the previous items.
Thank you, Mr. White, for that explanation, and we want to thank Autumn, too, for the graphics on our projects and also on this particular agenda item. Board members, any comments? Commissioner Maddox.
There we go. Artie, Madam Chair, may I?
Please, right. Yes.
Just quick question.
Well, okay, I think we need a motion and a second, and then we go into discussion, I believe, and questions.
I'm not prepared to bring a motion to the floor, so I'll wait.
I am. Okay, somebody else might. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to make the motion for option 2 that we move forward, but I do, and included in that, I want to see us tailor the project description more specifically to rental housing that is mixed income and that includes units for families with very low and extremely low incomes. The KJM did provide language for this, and I'm comfortable with the language that they've provided, and I think it captures what our intent is in when we last discussed this item. So I'm comfortable with that language. I'm open to discussion, but that would be my motion, that we move forward with option 2 and amending the project description to specify rental housing that is mixed income for very low and extremely low incomes.
I would second that.
Thank you, Commissioner Porter. Is there a second? Commissioner Richardson. Now discussion. Commissioner Maddox.
All right. Artie, are all blueprint funds encumbered by projects?
Mr. White.
We have a long-range funding plan that would have all blueprint projects funded, but not all funds have been allocated at this point.
Okay, let me ask that in a different way. And that would be, tell me about the split of blueprint funds. How are the funds that we bring in for blueprint, what percentage goes where?
That would be 66% goes to infrastructure funds, 12% to economic development, and then the remainder is kind of split between the city and county. Okay. And Autumn might be able to give the exact, is that the right breakdown?
You got it.
Okay.
Got it. So infrastructure funds are the funds that deal specifically with these projects that we're talking about.
That's correct.
The projects you're talking about.
Yes.
The question I have for the board is, what projects are we willing to give up? What projects that the voters voted on are we going to walk away from? And if we're not going to walk away from any of the projects, which is what I recommend because the voters did vote for it, then where's the money going to come from? There's only two likely places. I don't believe that any of that money can come from economic development, correct? Those funds cannot come out of economic development because I don't think we have the funds.
Right, we were specifically directed to look at infrastructure funds.
The only other place it will come from is the city-county split. Are we willing to do that? But I for one, I'm as much as I work in the field, and Madam Attorney, do I have a conflict?
Madam Attorney.
Commissioner, I think we've addressed that before. Unless there's an issue specifically dealing with the family promise, and I think you're still an employee there, unless there's like some sort of direct benefit to them, you do not have a conflict. So if we're talking about affordable housing in general, you're okay.
All right, just want to make sure I put it on the record. Unless we're going to look at the only pot of money that I believe is viable, which would be the pot of money that we would split between the city and county, which I believe that our city and county has programmed. I don't know where we find the dollars. I mean, again, the question I have, if we're going to move forward with this, what project are we not going to fund? Because there will be one or two that we will not fund as a result of doing this unless we go in the direction of spending some of the city-county allocation from Blueprint. And if we're going to do that, let's have a conversation about what that looks like. And I would recommend that we be more specific if we move forward with this. We'd be more specific about the funding pots that we're looking at and what would be lost as a result of it of us moving this direction. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Maddox. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Commissioner Maddox raises, I think, some valid points. Looking at a couple things. First off, today's vote to set up the category wouldn't dedicate any funding. I think there would be an expectation that we'd have to find funding if we're actually going to move forward with it. But historically, there have been Blueprint projects that didn't come to fruition or didn't get full funding by the end of the cycle. So it is potential that we create the category, we never find funding for it, and at the end of the cycle, it goes on to the next tax if the voters approve it. On how we could fund it, Commissioner Maddox, I think there's three opportunities. There's three potential opportunities. And I don't think any of them involve eliminating a current project. So we can look at project scope reductions, how much we budget for an individual project to find additional funds. We've done this in the past. We asked Starp Street to take a significant cut in their project scope to bring it to fruition. And we've asked other projects like the Bannerman Road project, we've extended it and it absorbed additional money. So there's the scope of an individual project that could be reduced. Secondly, there's the potential that our sales tax projections over the next 5-10 years change and we actually have additional revenue than we anticipate. Thirdly, we could delay projects. There's projects currently scheduled to be bonded that incur a significant amount of debt service that if pushed out to out years where they initially were, could generate more revenue. We could have the conversation of, will the project be more expensive then? Does that actually make sense? I can't predict the future, I don't know, but those are the three potentials that I see to find additional funding, not just for this project, but for other projects we may consider in the future. But I look at it as, I talked to someone earlier and I said, I believe we can fulfill everything the voters were promised to an extent. Is it the exact scope? Maybe, maybe not, but I don't think any of our projects are really the exact scope of what they were in 2014. So if we take the premise of we can deliver the projects we promised and we can address the most pressing issue in our community right now, I'm a vote for moving that forward. And I want to thank all the public speakers for coming today. I want to thank everybody for standing in support and not speaking individually, as these meetings tend to take a long time. But when one of the speakers was thinking, I was thinking of my own situation and my own kids. You know, they've been fortunate enough that they've lived in the same house their entire life because we can afford it. We're very privileged to be able to do that. And I think of my mom, who was raising 4 children on her own. And, you know, I was recently at my son's school and I showed him my 3rd grade picture in the Sealy yearbook. And he was asking me about other years. I said, well, I'm not in other years because we moved every year. We moved because of affordability. We moved because of violence in our neighborhoods. I probably attended 9 local schools. And I think about people in that situation who homeownership isn't even on their radar. Like, it's not even a thought to go apply for a mortgage. It's just, you're literally just trying to survive and take the next step. And I don't think this will solve the issue for everybody, but imagine how many individual lives we can impact with even $5 million to have a place that's affordable and safe just for a little while. And we can put that on the table today, and I'm glad it's on the table, and I'm going to support the motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. And just to put it in context, I know we've read the agenda item, but essentially what we're looking at is whether or not to initiate the substantial amendment process. It has to go through 3 different committees. We'll consider their recommendation, then come back to us on whether or not to add this as one of the blueprint projects. So I just want to make sure we understand where we are now. And then in a sense, if we vote to engage in the substantial amendment process, I believe it shows that we are willing to add this as one of the projects. So just want to make that clear. Commissioner Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, we had a discussion just a couple minutes ago amongst this body about which projects would this funding come from. But if I remember right, I think it was Mr. Bill Wilson who said that the intent of CAJM is not to request any blueprint dollars from existing projects. So what their policy recommendation is to us is to start the substantial amendment process to make it an eligible project under blueprint. Right. Not asking for any specific dollar amounts right now, because right now there really aren't any. But as future, during the course of this blueprint cycle up to now, between now and 2040, there very well could be some additional money that becomes available. And so I think what the request is here, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what the request from CAJM is let's start that process. Let's change our policy so that this becomes a blueprint project, so that when money becomes available, we do have the ability to direct some of that funding for affordable housing programs. So I think that's what the motion is on the table. And I think that's a solid step toward where we probably need to go. Yes, you know, 10 years ago, this electorate voted for 27 projects for the extension of the sales tax. And those 27 projects, not all of them were funded when Blueprint 2020 was established. And I want to give Blueprint staff a tremendous amount of credit for stretching every dollar, for leveraging every single dollar that it can to fund all those 27 projects. And the leveraging examples are incredible. I mean, just a few weeks ago, we heard from FDOT that is going to be dedicating $90 million to Capital Circle Southwest. That's money we didn't have before the announcement came. So I give Blueprint staff a tremendous amount of credit for making sure that we squeeze every dollar out of our projects and making sure we leverage every dollar that we can to have all of our projects funded and to have a lot of progress going on these things. That's a tremendous amount of credit that I frankly don't think staff gets enough credit for. Going forward, I think this is a reasonable motion. The need out there is great. I don't know where the money's going to come from at this point, but I think this is definitely the first step toward getting us to a point where, should money become available, we then need to have that discussion on what we can do to alleviate the affordable housing crisis in this community. So I support the motion, and I hope everyone else will support as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Minor.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, I think we all realize that this is probably one of the top issues impacting our community that we have to address immediately. Of course, the other being public safety. And it's been an issue that's been on my radar since I came to the commission 10 years ago. I live on the south side of town. As many of you know, I've made that abundantly clear. And I moved there, and my wife and I built our house there because we wanted to make that kind of investment in the south side of Tallahassee. That was 10 years ago when people were questioning our sanity for wanting to do that, but we did it. We were built there, we raised our 2 beautiful daughters there, and we're there now, and plan to be there until my neighbor with Strong and Jones Funeral Home takes us away. But it's because of where I've lived over the past 10 years that I have made this a priority issue for me, and certainly our commission has made it a top priority for this city in our strategic plan. There's public safety, there's housing, and they're right there together. It's almost hard to separate the two, really. And so we have put some things in place to try to address this issue. I can tell you, when I first came to the commission, I spent a lot of time in the South City Apartments, which is now Columbia Gardens at South City. And if you haven't had an opportunity to go by there, you need to do it when you leave here. Because it was brought to my attention then, and based on the time that I spent at various programs in that apartment, that I knew we had to address the affordable housing issue in our community. That project was 50 years old. The executive director told me they were spending $150,000 a month on infrastructure improvements, broken pipes, flooding. There was no air conditioning on the second floor of the 2-story apartment buildings, and on and on. And so one of the things that, she shared with me what her vision was for that project, which is what we see today. But in order to do that, we had to get South City into the CRA, the Community Redevelopment Area. We did that, and that was the way that the Housing Authority was able to get some of the early seed money to start that project. And even later on, the city, the CRA, and the county donated when there were cost overruns to make that happen. We now also have Magnolia Oaks, which is on the south side of town. We've had other initiatives that we've put in place. We're working now with the city. I serve on the board of the Tallahassee Lenders Consortium. We're working with the city now to see if we can get property donated to TLC for a low-income housing development at the Northwood Mall site where we're putting our police station. And so, and there are other initiatives that we've put in place, inclusionary housing. We've done rental assistance. We've done improvements, facade improvements to homes. And so this has been an important issue for us. But at the same time, for me, y'all, I served on the original Blueprint Committee, and I also served on the subsequent Sales Tax Committee, asking this community to approve extending that penny sales tax for infrastructure improvements throughout this community. I put my word on the line when I went to my neighbors on the south side of town and throughout this community and said, you know, if you all will allow us to extend this penny sales tax, we will address these infrastructure projects that will improve the quality of life for residents in this city. My priority were those projects on the south side of town. And I think right now of the, Autumn, correct me if I'm wrong, of the 32 projects that are slated to be completed over the next 5 years, 18 of those are on the south side of Tallahassee. So when Commissioner Maddox asked the question, well, what projects are we going to be willing to give up? I understand the answer to that is none. I understand that. But then we talk about, well, how are we going to change the scope of the project? I'm not willing to do that for those projects that I promised the people on the south side of Tallahassee that we would provide for them, because then my credibility is on the line, because I told them that we would complete those projects as they were presented. So I'm willing to support this motion as long as we understand. And I have to insist that none of those projects that I promised my neighbors on the south side of town are going to either be eliminated or substantially reduced so that they aren't going to be able to improve their quality of life. If we're able to do those things, I'm for this motion, because I certainly realize, and it's not just a crisis here in Tallahassee, it is a crisis across this state and across this nation. This housing issue, this affordability of housing issue, it's not unique to Tallahassee or Leon County. And so I'm prepared, Madam Chair, to move forward with this motion today, as long as we move forward with the understanding that those people that we made promises to, and I'm going to insist that the projects that we promised for the south side of Tallahassee are fully funded at the full scope of what we promised my neighbors in that part of town.
Thank you.
So with that, I'm willing to support this motion today to move forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Richardson. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to I have a clarifying question or clarifying comment. My understanding is today the action we're taking is to approve or not, you know, the project description and to continue the process. Because last meeting we voted to initiate the substantial amendment process, and this is the first step in doing that. Is that correct?
Today is a vote to go through the substantial amendment process to add this as one of the blueprint projects.
Okay, thank you.
Right. And then it will come back before us to verify, solidify that this will be added as a blueprint project. But we have 3 committees it has to be vetted through. Am I correct?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Welch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say, you know, Commissioner O'Keefe has shared his stories of dealing with affordable housing, and Commissioner Matlow as well. And I am raised by a single mother in a rental apartment. Okay, so I know the difficulties and the struggles, and I think this is a tough issue because I think everybody around this table realizes that it's a problem. We realize that we have to do something to try and fix this problem. However, I mentioned at the last stop that I had significant reservations about this as a process. In terms of the practical, realistic outcomes of doing something like this, I had severe reservations. I met with CAJM a few weeks ago and told them I was hopeful that the analysis from staff that came back would somehow alleviate those reservations, and I can tell you that it has not. essentially the same item. And that's not to fault our staff. I think that I have maintained, I guess we're going on years now, that we should not be cutting and adding and ad-libbing how we conduct this board. I've said that for a long time, and I'm consistent with it. I voted, previously against defunding Airport Gateway. I'm going to maintain that we are undermining the foundation of this tax that we are given when we pivot and ad-lib our way through what we fund. And I do that because I try to be real pragmatic and fair about this. And I look back at how we got where we are. Most of us were not here when we got how we've gotten to this point. And I think that we're kind of operating under like hope here. Like hope is not a strategy. Our staff is telling us that we don't have the money to do this. They don't project that we will have the money to do this. They project that something will have to be cut, either scope or entire projects will have to be cut. They project that revenues are not going to grow in the way that they have grown post-COVID. They project that construction costs will continue to go up post-COVID, post this time. And so we find ourselves in a situation where we have to hope there's enough money to fund the projects that voters have voted on, that we have spent many, many years with tons of staff work to try and get completed, with the idea that like we haven't completed projects in the past and they've carried over. So I think Commissioner Maddox's point is really, really valid. Which projects are we willing to just say, well, we're going to let those carry over and then hope that we can get this tax passed again, because I think we have seriously undermined it with all the things we're doing. And I've said that repeatedly. So I think we have to be very fair about what we're talking about here. We cannot build housing with this money. We can buy land with money we don't have, that we won't have for 6 or 7 or 8 or 9 years. We don't have this money. Our 5-year budget is allocated. Those projects are on track. Money has been spent. So the train is going down the tracks, and all of a sudden we're going, maybe we'll have enough money to lay a little more track at the end of the line. But we can't even see the end of the line. We're trying to address an immediate problem with money we won't have for several years. So even employing this in practicality anytime soon is highly unlikely. I think we have to recognize that. We have a responsibility to complete the projects that voters voted on. And so had this come back with like hey, we got a developer, we got a piece of land, we got a place where we can do this, and it's going to create, X amount of affordable rental units, that might be different. But unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to support this motion. My apologies. I don't think that it's feasible. I don't think we're doing something that's feasible. I think we're saying that we're going to do something we can't do. We're just hoping that we can do something.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Welch. Let's be mindful, there's 12 of us and everybody wants to speak, and some want to speak 2 or 3 times, so let's just be mindful. Commissioner O'Keefe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to staff for bringing this item. Thank you to commissioners for digging into it. And thank you especially to the community who came out, sent many emails, and who came out in support or against, because what we're talking about here is deciding whether or not today, by a simple majority, to start the process of having community hearings, having public hearings, and coming back to make a decision that will not be taken lightly. And let me warn everybody, have an extremely high hurdle. So I'm supporting this motion, I believe in this, and I'm going to be fighting with you tomorrow after we sleep in, this might be a long meeting, tomorrow to start towards that supermajority vote, should we get past today. But I want everyone to remember that Today doesn't make the change. Today starts a process to get the citizens to input, to then, if after all of that, a supermajority, all that's 4 city commissioners out of 5 and 5 county commissioners out of 7. So we're deciding to actually try to do something and look if we're going to decide it. So if you oppose it or you are concerned that the citizens don't want it, and this vote passes today, fear not. We'll hear from citizens who don't want it. And then we'll be able to, we'll hear from the citizens. And so it's been mentioned, myself, but not quite a few of the members of this body have personally experienced various struggles of difficulty finding affordable housing. And I think that's a unique perspective. I don't know how many high positions of elected boards are lucky enough to have such a diverse history and experience of people in so many different backgrounds who have chosen so many different careers or aptitudes or skills. And so I like that we're getting to focus on this and talk about it. And I want to be clear, affordable housing is, today we decide if we want to even look down the road that affordable housing is infrastructure. To me, affordable housing and having a roof over your head is what creates stable families. What creates stable childhoods. It's what creates stable communities, and it creates stable cities and counties. And that's why I believe it's appropriate to start this process and use this fund for it. Because I'm going to be even more real for just a minute here. The city and the county have shaken the piggy banks and done what we can, every way we can, with the money we have to address affordable housing. Unfortunately, the amount of budget available in city and county budgets that's not already tied to operational, repetitive things is not enough to tackle the problem. Blueprint is the only significant source of local revenue that could even touch the problem. And that's why we're here today. And so we can choose whether, as we make our individual and deeply thought through choices on how we vote as members, we are deciding today, in my opinion, if we do this or not, if we bring a big hammer to solve the problem of affordable housing, or if we keep putting along with a little ping hammer. And we won't get another opportunity, y'all. I think we're kind of lucky to even get here. And so I really want to be realistic and thank everybody for letting us get here. Now, as been said, people have concerns. How are you going to trust us if we gave you a ballot and projects? And what I'll say is this: we put this on the project and we don't put any money in it yet. Keep in mind, the money for our projects and our revenues changes drastically year to year. Last year, we saw over $100 million swings, and in May, I fear we'll have even more swings that may not go our way or will go our way. And then things happen, like we get FDOT money for a highway, or we figure out perhaps how to expand a program by matching grants with CRTPA. Things come up, and having this in the books as a allowed project is the way to be ready to jump at the opportunity, because we won't get many. And we're not fumbling through the dark. We can follow the example of the Penny for Pinellas program, which someone who is involved with it has helped to design this Cajun proposal. And finally, I would just say that as honoring the projects that people voted for, we absolutely need to do that, and we absolutely will. But we got to have this on the books so that when an opportunity comes up, or when we are able to make an opportunity, we can jump. And as for me, most citizens I talk to, if I say we got affordable housing, we got real affordable housing, or we maybe didn't get the exact project you thought we were going to get on a certain roadway, I know which one they're going to trust more. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Keefe. Mayor Daley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. And I, too, want to thank everyone for coming out and being with us and testifying today. I will not be supporting the motion on the table, and I will probably be sounding like a broken record on all of the amendments that are being proposed tonight. I feel very strongly that this was a referendum that was taken to the ballot, that was approved and then reapproved after the first penny to the second penny. And this is a crucial night. Look, there's no money for this program. If there was, staff would have come back and said, yeah, we got money to fill. Commissioner Welch, you're right on. You're spot on. I mean, let's also be very clear. What I heard from one of our colleagues is let's create a program that if we find money later on, we can fund this program. So are we creating a new program to put at the back of the line, and after we fund everything, say in 2038, we have money left over, hard money, not projections that do swing, but hard money in the bank, then in 2038, we'll fund this program. That's not what I'm hearing from CAJM. What I'm hearing from CAJM is we need it now. And so Commissioner Welch, you're absolutely correct. If we're going to do it now, then we have to look at the 5-year CIP. 5-year CIP has been budgeted out. We're spending money. If we're going to do this now, what's going to take the hit? I agree with you, Commissioner Welch, and that's why I cannot support the motion on the table. If it was economic development dollars, and that's the reason why I brought this question to this body, it gives us a little bit more flexibility. Unfortunately, the response after research that came back from staff, state law doesn't allow us to do that. And then it carried on the conversation about the infrastructure money. But the infrastructure money is set. I'm not going to provide false hope. I'm going to rip the Band-Aid off right now and just state my position. I'm not in favor of this process because I know we're going to get to the end of this process, Commissioner Welch, just like you said, and there's not going to be money to fund this program. Again, staff has already done the analysis. Staff has already come back and said there is no money to immediately fund this program in this 5-year CIP. And that is what's being asked. What is being asked is not to create a project, put it at the end of the line, and in 2038, let's fund it. What's being asked is immediate action. So respectfully, I'm not going to be able to support it tonight. I didn't support it when it first came up. I'm not going to support it going through the process because the money is not there. We have to fulfill the commitment that we made to the citizens of Leon County after we spent 2 years, Commissioner Richardson, of vetting projects that were brought forth by the citizens, placed on the ballot, passed by the citizens by, what, 78% in this community? There is an expectation. And this is a crucial meeting tonight because if we start deviating and taking those projects off that were approved, I do think that the public loses confidence in this process and in this board. So again, I will not be supporting the motion on the table. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Proctor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I disagree with what the mayor has just said. The first speaker came to us tonight and Pastor, she said, this measure is one of faith. And if I remember correctly, faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. We don't see the money, but because we're dealing with children of God and not bricks and mortar, I have to believe that God will make a way somehow. And when I see a mother who says, a woman stands here and says, I have 6 children and I was put out. That's not a brick talking. That's not a road talking. That's not a project talking. That's one of God's children, and she's fighting as hard as she can. And I have to believe that somehow, if we give God that chance, God will make a way. Then we've heard Commissioner Welch, he's consistent. I mean, he is consistent to say that things cannot change. We cannot undermine the process. Well, in his own district, the postal child for undermining the process is moving Bannerman Road up by more than 10 years to jump the line. So we have moved it before, but we are moving Northside projects up. It's okay. There is no. And Commissioner Richardson, who I admire because he's been on these projects from scrap and coming up with lists. But there has been no list that has come before us on any of these sales tax that there has not been some bumping up and some dumping down. The Fairground is a poster child of projects that fall off the wagon and just can't seem to come up the hill. So it's not unprecedented that we evolve and we make decisions after the decision the voters have approved. It's historically documented. It can occur. But in the interest of what is being asked tonight of us, that is to consider how can we best support. Now, I'd like to know, can we, as some cities do, put a half-cent sales tax on a referendum item? Is this community that voted for children's services to put a penny or a half penny? Are we willing as a community to bring a referendum for the community to support the issues of housing.
Yes.
I have said again and again to this board, I don't know what you can't hear about what I'm saying. Federal government has 20% of all the property here. We need to petition for that property to be used for purposes of affordable housing. We are citizens of the United States. We are citizens of the state of Florida. We are citizens of Leon County. That land belongs to the people. We're citizens under the 10th Amendment, under the 14th Amendment. What the hell stops us from seeking this dirt because it's ours? We should use that. And then I would not betray the people of 32304 who I represent. And if it is the poorest zip code in the state of Florida, I should be kicked out of this office if I would vote against affordable housing representing the poorest zip code in the state of Florida. So I will be supporting the motion that Commissioner Porter has placed before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor.
On point, on point.
Commissioner Porter, is your, you done?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
On point, Madam Chair. I just wanted to remind Commissioner
Yeah,
Proctor
Commissioner Richardson.
that we have an item on this agenda that lays out a plan for developing the fairgrounds with the $30 million that myself and others on the sales tax committee were able to fight for and advocate for the fairgrounds at Blue Ridge. That's on our agenda.
Yeah, we do.
today.
We'll get to that. Thank you, Commissioner Richardson. Commissioner Maddox.
Artie, you said all of our projects are 100% funded right now?
As of the budget that was approved for the fiscal year.
Okay. I think there was a lot of talk. These folks want this funded. They don't want it put as a actual item on our scope or on blueprint, and then we just find the money later. They're looking for it to be funded right now. So I go back to my original question of where are we going to take money from? Because if everything's 100% funded, and then we wait till later on, then it becomes a waiting game of when we actually get money in, we can actually fund this project that we're talking about here. What I don't want is for us to go down this process and actually have it as an amendment because these folks have expectations and then we don't meet the expectation that they have for us. I do like the idea though, because we did have 27 projects that we put on the ballot. Why not have a ballot question? To ask our community, is this something that they want? Is it something they want? But the thing I don't know is, do we have any pennies left? I don't even think we have any pennies left. We don't have any pennies left. But I tell you what, if we put it on the ballot to ask the question of our community, would this be something they wanted us to add to Blueprint, then we would have to deal with it at Blueprint. Understanding, because the community would have to understand that something would have to change and some projects would have to go, or some percentages would have to change. Again, I go back to the three different percentages that we have. We have the 66% that goes specific to Blueprint. We have about 12% economic development, and we have about another 22% that goes to City of Tallahassee and Leon County. I'm not willing to have this conversation unless we have a real conversation about what's going to change. Where are we going to get this money from? Because what I'm not going to do, again, is move this forward, having folks thinking, because they're going to go to the table and say, we're going to move economic development, we're going to move affordable housing in Leon County because now it's on Blueprint. And in every single meeting, we're going to have them here asking the question of, okay, where's the money? I think they were asking about 5 million, was it? 5 million a year, I believe it was. Can I get a head nod from somebody? It was about 5 million a year. So I want to identify 5 million per year that we're going to, up to about 25 million per year that we're going to allocate towards this project. And again, I'm in support of it. I would love to see it happen, but it would take a majority of the commissioners here to change the scope of those projects. It would take a majority of the commissioners here, a supermajority, to put it on. And again, I just don't know if the will is here amongst us, as Commissioner Richardson has already said, to change anything that we've already done. The only thing that I could see is the city-county allocation. And everybody who has spoke, but but has not really talked about, again, where we're going to get the money from, except for Commissioner Matlow, when he talked about reducing scope, increased revenues, and delaying projects. We're not doing, I don't think we're going to delay any projects. Changing scope, I don't necessarily see that happening, and increased revenue will be later. So where are we going to get the money from right now? That's where I can support it. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner Maddox. And I think all the commissioners have spoken, and then I'll speak, and then we will.
I didn't see.
Oh, I didn't see your thing up. I'm sorry. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the last meeting, I asked Commissioner Porter to allow me to piggyback on her motion to ask staff to look to see if there was an opportunity for funding, to find funding. Staff has come back and they've told us what they've learned. There is none. And unfortunately, if I could wave a magic wand, we would make this happen. But I think that what we need to not lose sight of is that Blueprint is one tool. There are other tools for handling and creating affordable housing. And we've been doing that. As Commissioner Richardson has mentioned, we've leveraged CRA dollars, we've done city dollars, we've done county dollars. We can still get affordable housing. And I agree that affordable housing is needed now, not 20 years from now. It's needed now. That mother with the 6 kids, she needs help now. And I'm hoping that somebody who heard this won't even wait for Blueprint to do anything, but get with her and let's figure out how we can get her in some rehousing right now, because she needs housing right now. Mom and them need her to get housing right now. So the staff did what I asked them to do, but I've got to be realistic. I have to be realistic. We have to work on affordable housing another way to get it in a timely manner. Coming through this process is going to it will take too long, plus there's no money. So I believe that we can do this differently. We can do it with what we're already doing and look for creative and more immediate ways to solve affordable housing. So I too thank staff for what you've done. I thank everybody who came out to speak, but the piggy bank ain't banking right now. We just don't have it. And the plan to have it in the future is great. But what if we get hit by another pandemic? What if we get hit by some other things that we cannot see right now? And we're out here on the limb with nowhere to go. The emperor will have the emperor's new clothes. You know what? You know that story. So I want to be realistic, and I want us to work on affordable housing in a hurry. And this, I believe, Madam Chair, is not where it's going to happen in a hurry. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
On point.
On point, briefly.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, Madam Chair, that just recently, within the last week, we were at a groundbreaking for Habitat for Humanity. They have property in the Macon community where they're looking at building 30 to 40 affordable housing units in the Macon community, and another, I think they said 10 or 15 in the Bond community. Now, with all of us coming together, we don't have to wait on hope or faith. We can all contribute financially to that effort, and of our finances and our time as volunteers, we can make that happen in little or no time in partnership with Habitat for Humanity. So I would put that out there as a challenge to all of us, something that we can do in the very immediate future.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Richardson.
Madam Chair, just last point.
Commissioner Proctor.
Thank you. My calculator says that of the 27 projects, if we shave $185,000 and $185 from each, we could make $5 million. Is right there if we're willing to shave $185 off of each of the 27 projects. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor.
Madam Chair.
Very briefly, Commissioner Matlow.
Very brief. Just on the point of timeline, I think in the emails I received, CAJM has not requested immediate funding. This did come before the City Commission, and it was directed to let's have the conversation at Blueprint, not here. That's how we got here today. But I just want to say on the timeline, in 15 years from now, when Commissioner Proctor is the only one still here at this table to make decisions, we can set the building blocks up for the future so they're not having these same fights of whether it should even be considered. So even if we don't fund it, but it's a project 15 years down the line, and 15 years, people are going to need housing. They're going to need it more than they need today. So pushing it down the road, at least it gets on the agenda eventually. Thank you.
It's quickly, real quickly. It's going to be quick.
Okay, I'm landing
It's going to be quick.
I'm landing
It's going to be quick. Just a correction. I just want to make sure. As I understood it, they wanted $5 million. I mean, 25 million. Yes, he did. But the original proposal that came up was $5 million a year for 5 years for a $25 million total. But besides the point of that,
we're not even there yet.
No, that's not what they came up there and asked for originally. That's not what they came up there and asked for originally. But my point is, Madam Chair, what I want.
Wait. Hold on, just a minute. Let's have order, please. Commissioner Maddox.
I sat in a meeting with those folks. I was here when they made the original proposal. I don't know what this paper says, but I was here when they made the original proposal. What they talked to me about and what they set up there and asked for is for $5 million a year for 5 years, which is $25 million. Now, if they don't want the money up front now, that's different, and I'm fine with that. Now, Madam Chair, what I would like to do is, and what I'm willing to support today, is a ballot initiative. I'm not going to go down this road of us really talking about this and then getting to the end and there's no money for it.
I think we would raise that during director's time, a ballot initiative.
Yes, ma'am. I will not vote for the motion on the floor, but what I will support is a ballot initiative where we would pose the question of, should blueprint funds be used for economic development? And then once that ballot initiative, if passed, we will come back, affordable housing. If that ballot initiative passes, then we will come back and we will deal with it as such.
Then we can address that during the board of directors time.
I told you he wasn't going to be brief. I told you.
You did. I want to thank all the commissioners, directors rather, for your input, your insight. I want to thank the citizens and members of the public that have come tonight to address this issue. And I totally agree, it's a very, very serious issue. I also want to thank our predecessors, the directors that were here before me, that approved those 27 projects that are on the books now. And I know there are some before then that are still in the works, but I appreciate their insight at the time. But I believe we as community leaders, we as directors, we as commissioners, I believe we have to be flexible. And I believe we have to recognize when there is a dire need, there's a dire human services need in our community. Now, I have looked at some of those 27 projects that involve a lot of amenities to our community, to our city, including sidewalks and nature trails, beautification, and I think all that's good. That's what has been approved to do, and there are many areas that really needs upgrading and beautification. But I just believe that citizens that can't afford housing, that are living on the streets, many of them find themselves living on some of the sidewalks and in the trails that we're going to beautify and that we're going to upgrade. I just believe they would take priority, even though we're not at the point yet, Commissioner Maddox, of looking at our various projects. But to me, human needs takes priority. And I just believe, thank you. And I recognize too, up to this point, we have not included affordable housing as one of our projects, but we have the authority under Florida statute to do so under the guise of the purchase of property. So we have the ability to do so. Now, whether we have $5 million now, perhaps we don't. But I believe we have a budget workshop coming up in a couple of months. We're going to review the projects that we have. Staff has done a great job of leveraging our projects with federal dollars, with the Florida Department of Transportation. I don't know, like Commissioner Proctor, I'm not sure where the funds will come from or if they will come, but I do agree that we can look at various avenues for addressing affordable housing in our community. So Blueprint is just not the cure-all, but I am willing to take a step to start the process of a substantial amendment to include affordable housing as one of our projects. Now, it's not going to happen overnight, but I want this board to be sensitive to the needs in our community. And we've gotten reports where thousands are moving to our area. And that has attributed to the fact that we need more affordable housing for our citizens. So this is not something that's going to go away. We have to address it, I believe. And I just believe that this will be the initial step. And if nothing else, it shows that this board has a sensitivity to the needs of the individuals in our community. So I will be supporting the motion on the floor. So at this point, all those in favor, and may we have a roll call? Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Attorney and Mr. White.
Just for make sure it's clear in the moments, if it's okay, I'd like to restate the motion. And I'm also not sure if everyone got the piece of paper that was referred to with Cajun's proposal. So I'll just read it if that's okay.
If you want to restate the motion, okay. Let's do that first.
So my understanding is the motion was for option 2 to initiate a substantial amendment process with would be the revised project's definition to purchase of land for affordable rental housing projects, funding to purchase land for mixed income rental housing projects that include units for families with very low and extremely low incomes consistent with the requirements of Florida Statute Section 212-0552D1E.
Okay.
Okay. I want to make sure everyone knew what was being voted on.
Okay. You have any other comments? You just wanted to read that into the record? Okay. Having heard the motion restated, Madam Clerk, may we have a roll call vote?
No.
Commissioner Matlow?
Aye.
Commissioner Porter?
Aye.
Commissioner Richardson?
Aye.
Commissioner Williams-Cox?
Nay.
Commissioner Maddox?
You can come back to him.
Commissioner Cummings?
Yes.
Commissioner Caban?
No.
Commissioner Minor?
Yes.
Commissioner Proctor?
Yep.
Commissioner Welch?
No.
Commissioner O'Keefe?
Yes.
Commissioner Maddox?
Yes.
Does that end the roll call? Thank you. Madam Attorney?
It does pass,
It does pass.
Chair.
Thank you all. Thank you all so much.
Madam Chair, just for clarification.
Okay, wait. I tell you what.
Oh, wait a moment.
Thank you all. I don't think you can do this tonight. Thank you all for coming. I'll give you all 2 minutes. Thank you. We appreciate your input. Thank you.
Are we going to take a 2-minute recess?
We'll take a 2-minute recess.
Okay.
The meeting back to order.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
If I could make a request, I don't know if this can be heard, but we moved agenda item number 9 up, and that took 2 hours.
Right, that's why.
I want to ask that we move the FAMU item up because they've been here since 3 o'clock waiting as well. So, if we, that's why I hate doing this, because if you do it for one, everybody's time is important. And we have people who have been here since 3 o'clock as well. So I'm asking if we would consider moving the evaluation of a request for infrastructure surtax revenues for Florida A&M's Bragg Memorial Stadium Renaissance to be the next agenda item so that they can get out of here, because I don't know how long that's going to take as well.
I'll entertain a motion. I will entertain a motion to move agenda item 7 up.
I made the motion.
I didn't know that was a motion.
I'm sorry. I moved that we move the agenda item number 7 up to take up at this time.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor, let it be. Do we have a quorum, Madam Attorney? Yes. All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? Thank you, Commissioner Williams-Cox. Mr. White.
Yes, Madam Chair. We'll move to that item. We'll get that teed up in the presentation. We do have a very brief presentation, but as y'all are aware, this was directed for us to bring this item back, very similar to the last item, to consider initiating the substantial amendment process. In the agenda materials, there is a draft project description, and so should the board decide to move forward with the substantial amendment process, that description's in there. If you would like to change it, we would need direction to do that. But again, similar to the last one, we're recommending to not initiate the substantial amendment process and to not kind of move forward with this because we don't have the $15 million available as requested. Autumn Calder does have a very brief presentation on this.
Okay, do we have any speakers on this item?
Yes, Madam Chair, we do. Our first speaker is Dr. Shanta Friday Stroud, followed by Bill Tucker, then Stanley Sims. Thank you. Name and address for the record, please.
Yes, good afternoon, close to evening now. Commissioners, I am Shante Friday Stroud. On behalf of Dr. Larry Robinson, we want to thank you all as Blueprint for investing in Florida A&M University with the $10 million that you all gave us before. We are very thankful and appreciative for that. And also, we want to remind you that with that, the city and the county have been able to realize significant impact to the tune of over $5 million already just in ROI on that investment. You all gave us the $10 million, and since that time, we invested another $8 million. But as you all know, with the rising cost of construction, that we still need some additional dollars to finish the third phase of our renovation of Bragg Memorial Stadium, which has proven to be a jewel here in our city of Tallahassee and Leon County. And so we are asking, and we know that there are a lot of other competing and compelling projects. And so we don't take that lightly at all. But what we are asking is that if there are any dollars in any pot that could get us to that $15 million to finish the renovation of Bragg, we're asking for you all to consider that. And again, if we were able to generate $5 million, over $5 million in economic impact from just 2 events back in December, for this city and this county, just think of what more we could generate that could go to helping things like affordable housing and many of the other initiatives here. So again, I'm asking for you all to consider it. We know that right now there are no dollars available, but on faith, we too are asking that you consider that and looking at the return on investment that could help pour back into our city and help with some of the other initiatives that we are trying to deal with to make our city a better city for all of our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bill Tucker, followed by Stanley Sims, then Max Epstein. Name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, Bill Tucker, 2802 Primrose Lane. I support this project. I'm a season ticket holders at Bragg Stadium. I'm in there at every single home game, and I can tell you this money is sorely needed, and their improvements are very much needed. So I fully support it. That's why I'm here. Surprised I'm up so early again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker.
Our next speaker is Stanley Sims, followed by Max Epstein.
My name is Stanley Sims, College of Love and Charity. I gather around that noble throne. All of my life I've done that. I'm an original Florida A&M, come from the nursery school where now the student union is. I'm not FAMU DRS. We old timers take exception to that. We loose and motor. What am I saying? This is a heritage, and I'm not going to argue the fact that we gave one of the financially sound institution $20 million when we gave a historically black college that was struggling $10 million. That historically black college did what with them $10 million? Like two fish, 5 loaves of bread, they fed 5,000 because that homecoming was off the chain. That homecoming was off the chain. Was the homecoming off the chain? Yes. It was crowded. Not only was homecoming off the chain, we had high school students coming in using our facility like we used to do when I was in school, because we used brag. Because why? We brag different. I'm not going to say that when Bragg bragged up, got a national championship, we tried to keep our head coach. Our alumni stepped up, raised $100,000. Well, across the street, they stepped up, gave their coach $10 million after we had just gave them 27. I'm not complaining. I've made good relationships with the athletic director over at FSU, and I want to disclose I have a contract with them, and I'm in negotiations with FAMU. But this is not about greed. This is just an overlooked need. I think that we should get creative like we did with the liquor store over on the Southside. They gave them a zero-interest loan. I think that we should give FAMU $10 million, a zero-interest loan, and tell them to pay us back in 10 years. We did that for a liquor store. We got creative when we needed another liquor store.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Max Epstein. Name and address for the record, please.
Sure, Max Epstein. Not sure if I need to say my address every single time I come up here. But I just wanted to point out priorities. The only reason that I'm up here is because we took this out of order, right? There's going to be a discussion about the bond issuance. This is priorities. You are being asked to bond out, I think, $136 million to accelerate the Northeast Gateway and Bannerman Road. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Weelaunee Boulevard was not one of the projects that was approved by the voters. It was added later on. That project originally had a $34 million budget. Now it's $134 million. Bannerman Road is 3 times what it was. And as far as I can tell, the other projects haven't even been analyzed for overages. And you're going to be paying $46 million in interest, just in interest to borrow for Weelaunee Boulevard and Bannerman. That is enough money for the stadium, for affordable housing, for anything you want, just interest that this board is paying. Is that being a steward of our finances, our tax dollars, $46 million that's going to the bank? These projects were accelerated in front of all the others. We have Wolani, the toe and the heel. The heel is 4,000 acres. Somehow, we're funding the road up there. Wolani at the toe, they haven't even begun construction in the second phase. They have like 75% of the land left just in the toe to develop. So why are we paying for it right now? This is about priorities. This board has decided to spend $46 million plus an extra $100 million for Wolani Boulevard. Why? That money needs to stay here. If you want to fund Wolani up to I-10, go for it. But past then, that's something that should happen 10, 20 years down the road. You have $46 million that you're throwing away. And we have, again, the Capital Cascades project. You're borrowing to complete it. You're not done with that project yet, and is nowhere near what was promised to the voters. And I'm trying to appeal to this board to do the right thing. Do the proper due diligence before you move forward with it and these other projects. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was our final speaker.
Thank you. Mr. White or Autumn?
All right, okay. Getting into the presentation for the bond item. Last fall, the board directed an evaluation of the $15 million funding request from Florida A&M University for improvements to Bragg Memorial Stadium. And just as a little history lesson, in 2020, the IA board actually approved allocating $10 million in economic development funds for Bragg Stadium improvements. And that contract has been completed. OEV has paid the money out, and Florida A&M was able to make the improvements to the east and west stands. But as Dr. Friday Stroud mentioned, they were not able to complete the entirety of that project due to rising construction costs. I mean, we're seeing those construction costs rise across the board. The new funding request provides for new and renovated restrooms, concessions, lighting, and elevator improvements. Similar to affordable housing, OEV did a budgetary, Blueprint did a budgetary analysis of this request and found that there are no additional funds available in the Blueprint Infrastructure Program for the stadium project. Our recommendation is to not move forward with a substantial amendment to add this to our project list, simply due to the fact that allocating additional sales surtax funds would result in insufficient funds to complete the currently approved Blueprint infrastructure projects. However, we will be bringing a project cost estimate update to our board on May 16th as part of your budget workshop. And we do expect our construction costs to continue to go up. So similar to FAMU, we're looking at the same types of impacts across the Blueprint program of work. If the board decides to move forward with funding the improvements at Bragg, that does trigger the substantial amendment process. That's something that we would go through in our May meeting, similar to affordable housing. We do have a draft project description in your agenda materials. And that brings me to the end, which is to our recommendation is option 1, accepting this evaluation and not initiate the substantial amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Coulter, for that presentation. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I came to this meeting prepared to be quiet and pay attention to what was going on, and I did. I did that. I just saw us do something that I felt was ill-advised, but we did it. If we did it for that, what's to prevent us from doing it for all the others? FAMU is contributing to this community right now. Right now, as we sit here and speak, they are creating, they're paying into our community. We just sat here and spent 2 hours going over whether to do a substantial amendment agreement for some money that we don't even know where it's coming from and when it's coming. Now, if we can do that for that, we can do that for this. because this return will come sooner than later.
Commissioner Williams, I'm sorry, I think I need a motion and a second, yes, for discussion.
Okay, all right. I move that we move forward with the substantial amendment agreement as we did with the previous item.
It's option 2. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, so back to where I was on my little sermonette. I don't make any excuses. Yes, I love FAMU. Thanks to FAMU, I'm where I am. And to finish the song, we'll fight and defend wherever the battle be. I came here prepared to do what I know is the right thing to do. But if we're going to go down this path due to pressure from a group of individuals, even though we're already doing affordable housing in other places more expediently than we're going to do here, then why not? Why not? Let's do the same thing for FAMU. And I'm going to leave it there.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams-Cox. Commissioner Caban.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I address staff? I have a question about budgeting on this. Thank you. So previously, and I think it was the September meeting, we voted to hold the airport gateway budget to $82 million. So where's the $35 million funding gap right now allocated from that?
That would be in the later years of the program, closer to like 2032 or so.
Okay, none of that money relative to the bonding is be applicable to be applied to this project?
It wouldn't for many years to come.
Do you know roughly what year?
You happen to recall on them?
It's beyond the 5 years. When we come back in May, we'll have a better idea of where our sales tax revenues sit. We'll also, should this board approve the bond item, we'll have a locked-in interest rate, and we'll be able to know that more. But I can say with certainty it's not within the next 5 years.
Okay. I don't want to convolute and talk about two different projects, right? But I know the airport gateway, I believe, is slated to be done within the next 4 years, correct?
That's not correct, no.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Caban. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I want to start, we just voted on a substantial amendment, and this will be the second one if it moves forward. Could you walk us through all the steps it would take to get across the finish line?
Absolutely. So the substantial amendment process initiated tonight, it would then have a recommendation from the Technical Coordinating Committee, that's kind of a staff committee, technical experts. It would also have a public hearing with the Citizens Advisory Committee. These would be late April, early May, and then it would come back for a public hearing before this board, the IA board, at the next meeting in May. And that would require a supermajority vote of the IA board members who are city commissioners and a supermajority vote of the IA members who are county commissioners to be incorporated into interlocal.
Okay. And would it take a direction or a vote from the IMC?
They would give a recommendation.
Okay. I agree with a lot of the comments that were made earlier about what projects are priorities and how much money we have left. And I don't want to beat a dead horse on $27 million or $2 million, but we raised those issues then on eventually we do run out of dollars, and every decision we make is a priority, and it seems like too often it's who got here first and not what is actually being directed or pushed from board members. I do agree with the conversation about how much money it's going to cost in debt service to bond, particularly two projects. One, the Bannerman Road project, which is now $100 million, and there's big need for that. because of so much development that we've seen taking place in that corridor. But we're not addressing the question of why didn't that get handled in traffic concurrency? Why are developers building so much in areas that we have to spend $100 million to allow for the traffic, and they've already built and they ran to the bank with their profits? That's wrong. If we can't control our development in a way that it actually pays for itself and we continue to rely on the taxpayers to pay for it, it gets hard to fulfill the priorities of our community. When I look at the project priority list, I see Orange Avenue, I see Pensacola Street, I see Tharp Street, I see North Monroe, communities that have existed forever that aren't at the front of the list. The front of the list is Bannerman, Welane's $140 million, and there aren't even houses built. 4,000 acres of houses that aren't gonna get built. The only benefit of that roadway are the developers who are gonna build the housing that it serves it. Any gain of traffic reduction is gonna be swallowed up by new development almost instantaneously. So I do think we could say, we can still complete those projects at some scope. We can not advance fund it and put it on the same trajectory that we've asked other projects to be on. Why do we ask more from Tharp Street than we do from Bannerman? Why do we ask more from Pensacola Street than we do from Welane? It doesn't make sense to me. How did these two road projects become the #1 priority of our board? Because when I listen to my colleagues, it doesn't sound like those are your #1 priorities. I really don't understand that. So to the issue at hand is, and Commissioner Williams-Cox said, if we can do it for affordable housing, why can't we do it for this? That's a valid question. To me, affordable housing will always be a higher priority than any stadium project, just because of the people in need it more. But that doesn't mean I don't think there's potential to try to do both. And that's a break from probably some of my previous positions, because to me, getting the priorities of the community right, and I'm not saying Bragg's not worthy, it would be a good project, but when I look at the scope of the project, the rebalancing that I think we need to do isn't affected by $14 million. It's not affected by $5 million for affordable housing. We're talking about $1 billion over the course of the tax. So how much are we willing to allocate to the biggest community priorities that we hear from our constituents? And how much are we willing to allocate to the priorities of board members that are here? I think that does matter and should be a part of the conversation. So, and Commissioner Maddox raised good points earlier of like how we're going to pay for it. When I look at the affordable housing piece or this piece, going through the process that I already described with the public hearings, we'd have to figure that out before that final vote. So I'm willing to move forward on this today because I think there is a sense that a lot of people want to see it incorporated. But we do have to address the funding piece, whether that is, I'm not going to vote to proceed with the bonds today because I think that is where we can find the funding. I am going to vote to return the original scope of the airport gateway to what the voters thought they were getting before the FSU extension got added, with the addition of Stuckey improvements that were advocated for public speakers today. And I would ask that we look at our projects across the board and say, can we reduce a landscaping budget? Can we reduce a lane budget? Can we look at different scopes of different projects? Why has Tharp Street been put on the chopping block? Why is Airport Gateway being reduced? But they're still coming to fruition. Wouldn't it make sense that we could reduce Bannerman or reduce Welane and find some savings but still complete a project? We used to build 2-lane roads through rural areas. They weren't the prettiest roads, but they served the traffic needs of the community. We can do that here and still fulfill our priorities. So what I'm saying is I'm going to support the motion on the table today. If we can figure out how we're going to fund it between now and the final vote, then I'll support it then. But if we can't figure out how to fund the priorities that matter, from housing to the Bragg Stadium, I won't be able to move forward because, again, as the conversation earlier, I think this is very much not maybe in 15 years. This is ongoing construction that needs to happen now, and that would probably have to be considered as part of the bond conversation anyway if we're going to come up with that money. But I will leave that for staff to ascertain. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. Mayor Daley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox, I appreciate your motion. I have to stay consistent, and I'm not going to be able to support it today. And I think you understand. It has nothing to do without my true love of our university community, especially FAMU. This is an economic development project. This is not an infrastructure project. And Dr. Friday Stroud is absolutely correct. The return on investment is second to none. I am still not convinced that this should not come back at the May meeting as an economic development project and give our team the direction to think creatively through financing, which we do have different options available, to come to a reasonable solution on how we can accomplish the goals of Bragg Memorial Stadium, and quite frankly, be able to do it a lot quicker than going through the substantial amendment process. So if I had my druthers, we would not be going this route. I'm going to vote against it, and if the motion fails, I'm prepared to make a motion to bring it back in the May meeting as an economic development project with some creative ideas on how we can move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner.
on point, please. I'll wait. Go ahead.
Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And like Commissioner Williams-Cox, I love FAMU. I'm not a graduate of FAMU. I'm a proud graduate of Florida State University, but I have supported, my family and I have supported Florida A&M University through the years because we recognize the importance of historically black HBCUs, not only in this community, but throughout our state and nation. 3 of my brothers are graduates of Florida A&M University. I put a niece of mine who was a teen mom through Florida A&M University, and she now is in New Jersey running her own business, doing well with her son, who is little Curtis. But again, I have a problem with this motion, and I can't support it because, again, I was on the original Blueprint Committee 20 some odd years ago now, and on the Sales Tax Committee. And Commissioner Matlow, I can't agree with us at every whim putting projects on the chopping block, changing the scope. We committed to this community that these were projects that we were going to complete. And the community voted on it overwhelmingly. And if we start to add projects, if we start to change projects, and I'm not sure that that's what the community expected. That's not what we did with the first set of projects that we funded through Blueprint. We kept faith with this community, and when we came back and said there are additional projects that need to be funded after being vetted for almost 2 years, that was the length of time that committee met and took public input and evaluated projects. And then we came back to the community and said, this is what we will do to extend, if you allow us to extend this penny sales tax for another 20 years. I, again, went to my neighbors on the south side of Tallahassee and told them that if we approve this penny sales tax, these are the projects that will be completed for the south side of Tallahassee to improve our quality of life from what it was when I moved there 30 years ago. And I feel strongly that we need to fulfill that commitment. I can't keep adding. The only reason I voted for the Cajun amendment was because it was clear. I wanted to make it clear that not one project that we have committed to the south side of Tallahassee will be touched in any way. I feel very strongly about that because those promises were made. But if we keep adding projects and causing, I just don't see how we can do this and still keep faith with the voters of this community. And I feel like because I'm the only one sitting at these tables who was on that sales tax committee and gave our word to the community that those projects would be funded and would be completed. And so I feel like if I continue to do this, what is being proposed, then I'm not keeping faith with that public that I went to and asked them for their support and promised them that those things would be done that we brought to them to be funded.
Thank
So
you,
that's why,
Commissioner.
Madam Chair, I can't support today's
Thank
this
you,
motion.
Commissioner Richardson. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Directors, I would like to withdraw my motion. And if my second would take it back, I want to do it a little differently. I'm very emotional about this, and I want to back up and be smart about it and see if we can't get there a different route.
I withdraw.
Okay.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I would like to make the motion that this request is evaluated through OEV for funding.
Second.
So that, okay, there it is.
Thank you. So it's moved by Commissioner Williams-Cox and second by the mayor.
On point and brought
Okay,
back.
hold on a second.
Brought back at the
By
May
the
meeting.
mayor, that it be withdrawn, evaluated through OEV rather than infrastructure, okay? And I think, and brought back then as an agenda item.
As an agenda item at our next meeting.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second. Discussion.
I'd like to say something.
Commissioner Proctor.
Mr. Bowers, so that I can get to May today, how much money is in the development in OEV or for economic development? How much money do we have?
Get some.
Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
Currently in our future opportunity leveraging fund, we have approximately $1.5 million. And we are projected $1.1 million per year for the next 4 years. So,
So when we get back to May, the report, commissioners, that we're going to get is that we got about $4 or $5 million. That still ain't enough. So we don't need to go to May unless we're talking about extending a bond issue. We don't have the money in that pot. So, Madam Chair, since I think that what we ought to do, and I'll make a substitute motion that we table this item and go to item number 6. And let's talk about the gateway and free up some money. And I want to go directly to number 6. Let's free this money up. Then let's come back to 7 and talk about money that is real and on the table.
Madam Chair, for discussion.
It's been moved and second. Discussion. Go ahead.
Okay. Madam Chair, I think that, again, we do want to keep our projects funded and not start going back into projects and peeling things off. I don't think that my beloved university wants to be a part of that. I think that what our university would want to do is to have the support of this board to provide available funding, but also allow them the opportunity, knowing that they have this, they can get this funding, to be able to shop and get additional funding from other places. To undo monies that have already been spent and encumbered and promises made for some of these projects. And I just do not think that we want to, and for that particular project, FAMU is at that table. I've confirmed that to make sure that they're at that table for bigger fish, not just, for the stadium, for what could come of that project. So I would not support doing that. I want FAMU to get whatever money we can get now to begin to get what they need to do what they need to do so that they can get more money. You know what Emily stands for, right? Early money is like yeast. So if they are able to walk out of here with a commitment for some dollars, then perhaps that will help leverage other dollars because they have those dollars without someone saying that FAMU is the reason why this project didn't happen. Because when that project happens, FAMU is going to be at the table for what's going to be the bountiful harvest that we project will happen there. And so I don't want FAMU to be accused of undoing that.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams-Cox. Commissioner Caban.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Excuse me, point of order, Madam Chair, but a motion to lay on the table to delay an item is not subject to debate under Robert's rules, and it requires a majority vote. It does require a second. I don't know if there was a second. I didn't hear that.
It was.
Maybe there was.
It was a second.
But there's no debate on a motion to lay on.
Okay, and what happened, there was then a substitute motion, I believe.
That was a substitute.
It was after her motion, then it was a substitute motion.
Right,
So
but on the substitute motion, there's no debate on that.
There's no debate on the substitute motion
Because it was a lay on the table.
Right, a motion to lay an item aside temporarily, there's no debate under Robert's rule on that. You need a second, but there's no debate.
Okay, so I need to call Commissioner Proctor's motion to a vote then, and what he requested in his motion, I believe, was to table this, go back to another item and come back. Am I correct? And it was second, I believe, by Commissioner Caban. Okay, no debate on it. May we have a roll call vote, Madam Clerk?
Mayor Daley?
No.
Commissioner Matlow?
Aye.
Commissioner Porter?
Aye.
Commissioner Richardson?
No.
Commissioner Williams-Cox?
No.
Commissioner Maddox?
No.
Commissioner Cummings?
No.
Commissioner Caban? Commissioner Minor?
No.
Commissioner Proctor? Commissioner Welch?
No.
And Commissioner O'Keefe?
No.
Okay, the motion fails. So now we're back on Commissioner Williams-Cox's motion, I believe. And I believe you indicated there's no debate on that motion, right, Madam Attorney?
Yes.
On that one, not on the,
Lay on the
okay,
table
I'm
is.
sorry.
okay.
I'm sorry. Okay. Commissioner Matlow?
Yes.
Yes,
What's that
Commissioner
motion,
Williams-Cox, original motion.
Okay,
You want to
the
restate
OD.
it so that we are clear?
Yeah, that we come back in May, I heard her, yeah.
She wanted to send it, table it, send it to OEV for evaluation. And that's the motion on the floor, and we did have a second.
Point of order, if you're tabling it, ain't that the same as we just
No,
did?
we didn't say table. I didn't say table.
No,
No, I didn't say table.
no,
I
she didn't
said-
say table it, no. Okay, is everybody clear with what motion is on the floor? Okay. Commissioner, I think I called
did,
Commissioner
yeah.
Matlow, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sometimes I feel like I'm the only one with a calculator. We spent the money at OAV. It's gone. He just told us there's 1.4 million, and there's $1 million roughly a year over the next
$1.5 million.
4 years, $1.5 million for the entirety of that fund. That would be no other economic development projects would be able to come forward with that fund and would only come to a fraction of what they ask is. I think to Commissioner Proctor's point, if we're going to fund it, it has to come from infrastructure unless we're trying to, if the purpose is maybe we can fund $1 million or 500,000, then it could move forward. I just, money I don't think is going to appear in the budget between now and then. It's just not. When 27 goes out and 2 million goes to distilleries, it's priorities. And unfortunately, there's very, very little left. So either way, I mean, I can support this coming back and talking about it, but the reality is not going to change from how much money we have available. It's you know, they can't make additional revenue appear. If we're going to find additional revenue, it's going to come from infrastructure. And we've done it in the past. How much did the Tharp Street project get reduced in our last budget hearing? Nobody advocated for Tharp Street and said, Commissioner Caban advocated for Tharp Street, but nobody said that's not what the voters wanted. They wanted us to spend this exact amount of money and 4-lane it. And that's a substantial amendment, whether we define it that way or not. It went from 4 lanes to 2. What bigger change can you have to a project? So again, if we want to do it, we can. We have the money. We just have to shift around priorities and figure it out. I think the airport gateway is a good point, because back to the point, that's not the original project. The FSU extension was a substantial amendment to the original project, and it's ballooning the cost of the project by $20+ million. So we can fulfill exactly what we told the voters we were going to build. Why? 2,000 people fly from our airport a day, and we need 2 separate roadways at the cost of over $100 million to get there? Like, what are we even talking about? Build it through Spring Hill, where Google Maps is going to take you anyway. Make a nice airport gateway, fulfill the commitments to Providence on Stuckey, and let's do other projects that we're discussing here today. So I'll support the motion for the conversation to bring back, but unless we're going to have the substantial conversation that Commissioner Proctor asked for, the reality is the reality. We won't have the money.
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. Commissioner Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When FAMU first came to us and asked for $10 million in funding, President Robinson expressed to us how urgent those dollars were. They were for safety improvements that were required to keep Bragg Stadium operational. I voted for that, and I still believe to this day that that was the right decision. FSU came to us later asking for $20 million plus $7 million in debt service for their stadium improvements. I voted against that because I believe, and I still do at now, that there are greater needs for this community than that at that time. Generally speaking, I don't think non-safety improvements, non-emergency improvements for stadiums are the best use of blueprint tax dollars. Now, I don't know where the money's going to come from OEV or from infrastructure for that matter. I'm willing to vote yes on this motion to let the process go forward, but generally, I don't think we should be spending money on non-emergency improvements to stadiums. I think voters, when they voted for Blueprint in 2014, they had different designs on how that money was going to be spent. And so I'm going to vote for the motion, Commissioner Williams-Cox, but I reserve the right when this comes back to us, if it comes back to us identifying some money, that whether or not that's going to be a good expenditure. I'm not sure where I'm going to go on that yet, but I want to reserve that right, just we do anyway, right? But I just want to say that for the record, that when that comes back to us, I'm going to be thinking very hard about what to do, because I don't believe the voters intended money to be spent from their Blueprint sales tax dollars on this type of expenditure. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Minor. Commissioner O'Keefe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Unfortunately, I can't support the motion, and this is, I definitely understand the frustration of seeing these other less deserving projects that I won't go through a list, but other less deserving projects that I've either voted against or spoke against at meetings before I was at this table, and then to not have this go through, which certainly just on a case by case versus some of those not worthwhile investments, this certainly stands above them, but I'm uncomfortable using our Blueprint sales tax dollars for college athletic facilities, and that will be whether I'm not allowed to go to FSU games anymore, or I'm not allowed to go to FAMU games anymore, or TCC. That's going to be something that's going to be consistent from me, and so unfortunately I can't support this motion.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Keefe. Commissioner Proctor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was looking through the item and went back to President Robinson's letter that was sent to us. And President Robinson letter specifically almost was an appendage to an earlier letter, I believe of 2020. And on the September 20th, 2023 letter in our packet is attachment 1. It says, specifically, we are in need of an additional $15 million from Blueprint's infrastructure funds to enhance some of the health and safety aspects of this community asset. President Robinson did not identify nor isolate any other notion of purpose other than to enhance some of the health and the safety aspects of a community asset, isolated, very small, succinct. I know that and have more than a clear idea about those enhancements of health as well as safety. I wouldn't want to enumerate those things, but I know well that the public would be well served. I want to put this in a, if I can purposefully just set this out in a race context and the pure black and the white of this issue. I do believe that if this was a referendum item for strictly black citizens to vote on in this community, I believe that this referendum item would pass with 80%, certainly 75%, or I guarantee 70% of support. As 40-some% of the city's population, African Americans comprise some 45% or greater of the city's population. And if that strong a representation would likely, and this is all hypothetical because it ain't gonna happen, but the sentiment for supporting Dr. Robinson's request to enhance health and safety, I just believe that that kind of support will be there. The problem is that the motion by Commissioner Williams-Cox will be fatal. It's going to be dead on arrival when it comes back in May, unless there is something of wizardry that our staff is going to pull a rabbit out of the hat. We already know what the bottom line is. The man just told us. He got $1.some million over the next 4 years projected. So we're looking at a grand big total of $5-6 million. That ain't enough. I don't know why we're bringing this back. And I think that in terms of if we wanted to make some gravy and take the item which I've suggested, let's take 6. And if we dealt with 6 and took this airport thing that Florida State brought to our attention, then they abandoned interest in this, so much so that the community that they induced to support it with enhancements to that community. One man was in here earlier and said he invested $200,000 on Stuckey Street, and he anticipated that Stuckey Street was going to be improved, widened. That's what he had been told. That's what he heard. That was an inducement that turns out to be false. That was not made by Blueprint. That was made by Florida State. But Commissioner Williams-Cox said to this board that if we modified a project that Florida State had withdrawn its interest in, that we would have to honor the commitments that they made to that community. And largely, it was my sense that our board more or less agreed that we would honor commitments that Florida State had made up in that area to black residents. Now, the money that we're looking for, it's in item number 6. If we fail to deal with item number 6, we could deal with this project, see, because somebody made the motion that we take this out of order ahead of item number 6. I just don't appreciate that when you did that, you took the possibilities of money floating that could have been available out of 6, and then we could have come to 7 with some money in the bank. But we are insisting on making a decision like it ain't no money. Then we're going to take item 6 and then find some money, but we would have already walked away and killed FAMU's ask. I want some money. I want some money for health and safety reasons identified in this letter. We have this is fluff. This is not health nor safety. This is just fluff. We have the greatest marching band United States called America. We have the reigning national champion team, even though it was by a fluke play, Stanley, don't get excited, a trick play, but they still got that trophy. Be quiet, don't nobody say psst. Don't nobody say nothing. we have a high demand ticket. It is not like fewer people are coming to FAMU this fall. The intensity of getting into this particular stadium in the southeastern United States will be as great as anywhere in the southeastern United States to see the reigning college football championship. Dr. Friday's presentation omitted making a statement that in December we held at Bragg Stadium the Florida High School Athletic Association about 7, 8, 9 championship games. That was a $11 million gratuity to our community. Her numbers did not fashion that $11 million in terms of what happened as a result of Bragg Stadium. We should make this facility tight and right because the ROI speaks for itself. It does. But I am interested in still, let's work item 6 over and get some money. I want to ask you, Artie, this question. If we work item 6 over and squeeze out and do the right thing on this and build Spring Hill Road consistent with what Commissioner Matlow has outlined and the Florida State interest in a new road, knocking down trees. Somebody came here, Ms. Anita Davis, talked about the few trees at the fairground that we just couldn't do it. Well, it's a hell of a lot more trees gonna get knocked down if we go with a gateway that FSU has abandoned interest in. So I'm asking Artie, can we, if we went with the selection that singularly endorse the building of Spring Hill Road, the remaining change left over, could we then utilize that money and apply it to FAMU's request?
Madam Chair.
Please, and in answering that, will you also tell us whether or not we would have to go through the substantial amendment process to do so?
Yes, Madam Chair. So the question, as I understand it, is if the scope of the airport gateway is reduced, would that result in funding available for Florida A&M University for the Bragg request? The answer to that is it would not result in immediate funds for that. We would still fund the airport gateway up to the scope that is approved, which would take a number of years to happen. And then any savings that you would see from reducing the scope would be realized after that point. So it would still be years down the road before funding would be available to reallocate to a different project. And the question, Madam Chair, that you had is, would it require a substantial amendment? The answer is yes.
Commissioner Proctor, you have a follow-up?
I defer to Commissioner Caban.
Commissioner Caban.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Madam Chair. So I was just following the conversation with Commissioner Proctor. So theoretically, the savings from the airport gateway, we could schedule it in one of our fiscal years, let's say in a few years in the future, schedule it as a priority there. Because in our budget season, we choose where the priorities are. Is that correct?
Essentially, yes. When we come back in May, we'll have updated cost estimates for all projects, and we would be putting together that 5-year capital improvement schedule that would be before the board to approve. Airport gateway, depending on the decisions that's made, depending on what segments, if any, are removed, would be funded to complete with any savings, if you would, for a reduced scope, showing up after the project is funded at whatever level scope that this board chooses. Okay. So, yeah, it would not result in immediate funds.
Thank you. Just for the record, Commissioner Williams-Cox, I was going to support your original motion. I do think that this is something we should try to find a way to support, but similar to what the mayor said earlier, I want to take the Band-Aid off and just say this. The reason why we don't have money to do some of these projects that we want to do is because I truly believe that we're overspending on some of these projects. I think there's better practices that we could have in place, and I think that we've been stripped of our legislative authority to be able to scale back and keep projects in budget. I think that's really important. I'm prepared to talk about that in a later agenda item, but I want to go out and put that on the record and say it now. In item 6 with the airport gateway, there's roughly $35 million that we could look to do North Monroe, to do phase 2 of the Northeast Park, additional money for the Fairgrounds. We could also look at going back and expanding Tharp Street. You know, when I took the position in December for Tharp Street to prioritize that, there wasn't said in my briefing that that money was going to immediately go to these other projects. So I think I think there is money on the table, but I think it's in a different item that we're going to discuss. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Caban. Is your sign up, Commissioner Matlin?
Yep.
Okay, very briefly, we're going to try to break.
Okay. Yeah, just
hand mine up.
on Commissioner Proctor's point, Artie, when we funded the Doak Campbell Stadium, we didn't have the money immediately available either. How did we fund that?
That came from OEV funds and not from infrastructure funds.
Right, but we had to borrow that money to be able to fulfill that commitment?
It was part of the bond issuance.
Great, okay. We're going to have a bond conversation tonight as well, and back to priorities of where we're spending our money and where it's coming from. If this board wanted to bond the money for the FAMU Stadium and make that decision today as part of this bond, or to take a portion of what's being bonded from another project that could find the savings, like the Bannerman Road or the Northeast Gateway, there's a million possibilities of how we can get this done if we're willing to do it. So, I mean, we borrowed money for Florida State. There's no reason we couldn't borrow it to fulfill this today. Particularly if we know we're freeing up $40 million from the airport gateway, we could expedite that process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Williams,
Thank you,
can
Commissioner.
Commissioner Williams
Matlow.
Cox accept that as an addendum in her motion?
I'm sorry.
Can she accept comments in her motion by Commissioner
I'm
Matlow?
recognizing Commissioner Williams Cox now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've had so many thoughts go through my head, I've forgotten some of them, but I want to caution us that this is being recorded, so the words you say will be brought back to you and used for you or against you, as well as myself. What I do know is that FAMU can't wait years to get this done. Just a few minutes ago, we were in the Bible, we were talking about faith and talking about what God will provide, but now I guess God's gone to sleep now. He's no longer providing, and faith is out the window. But you know, my Bible says that faith without works is dead. And what I do know is this: going through the Economic Vitality Office will speed things up. It is also where we will keep track of, as Madam Dean and Vice President said. In one weekend, FAMU netted like $5 million from just homecoming weekend alone, economic impact. So, you know, that's $5 million right there. Can you imagine what would happen in the next just three homecomings and 5 home games we're scheduled to have this year? 5 home games, and on homecoming, there's FAMU and FSU unfortunately playing on the same day in Tallahassee. So I have the faith to believe, just like it did with the Florida State, that those dollars will come back to this community through the tax that will be collected because of what is going to be spent here economically. And we don't have to wait until Moses comes back to realize this. It can be done now if we have the will. We have done similar things. I don't want to pit a project against another project. Again, as I said, I don't want FAMU to be blamed for something being undone because somebody wants to use them as an excuse for undoing something that they already wanted to undo. However, I will say this, that we said that the Cajuns said that they didn't need the money now. Yes, they did. They brought us out to Old West and put us in front of a microphone and made us say what they wanted us to say. They wanted that money right now, $5 million a year for the next 5 years. So why can't FAMU have some similar commitment? We've done this with others, where we have provided a letter of commitment that we commit X amount of dollars so that they can then use that to do their own bonding and borrowing to help get there. I mean, I'm open to creative financing, but that's not my wheelhouse. They need money to do the things that you see listed here so that we can continue to be a national championship arena. Whether you believe in funding for stadiums or not, this is economic development. Economic development, that's what OEV was created for. And before we go and invite others to come, we need to invest in our own homegrown economic lab called Florida A&M. Our own economic lab called Innovation Park. You want to get the number of flights up in Tallahassee? Let's give people a reason to come to Tallahassee for other than football. How about research? How about medical advancement? How about a magnetic lab? All of that happening on the south side of town between FAMU and FSU. We can do this if we have the will to do it. I am not in favor of undoing the airport gateway to get there. I think we can get there a different way. We are smart people. We got smart staff who can make this happen and not drag us through a substantial amendment process. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, FAMU needs a commitment of some cash sooner than later.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams-Cox. Commissioner Proctor.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I concur with Commissioner Williams-Cox. They need it now. And God is neither dead nor asleep at this meeting. Commissioner Welch talked about the sameness issue, and the mayor talked about let there be affordability and let there be money before we act. And I think that Commissioner Matlow indicated that we had borrowed money or bonded money for the Florida state. So in keeping with the spirit of Commissioner Welch's comments for sameness, the same thing that we did and applied for Florida state, let there be light, that we would shine the same equity and approach to the FAMU request. That occurs, that certainly gives a level playing field in terms of the ask, and that the asks are processed with the same instrument, bonding. That's why I'm asking Commissioner Williams-Cox if your motion, you could accept that we would look at our staff bringing back the same bonding element with which we did for Florida State. And I ask if you would accept that as an addendum.
To add that to your motion to send it to OEV and have them look at that aspect. Is that what you're saying, Commissioner Proctor? That's what you're saying? Let that be part of it?
Yes, that Commissioner Cox would allow for the look at the same financing structure deployed to Florida State, that we would do the same with the request from FAMU in enhancing health and safety for Bragg Stadium.
We're sending it to OEV.
I will accept that.
And I believe you seconded it anyway, didn't you, Commissioner?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I think that is everybody. The only thing I want to add is, of course, I supporting Florida A&M University. They're one of our movers and shakers here in the community, among the largest employers in the community as well. But I believe Dr. Friday Stroud did talk about, or I saw it in the material, that they have building code issues. They have some concerns with ADA requirements with the restrooms. So it does go just a little beyond aesthetics. There are some specific requirements that they are trying to address. And I believe she also said that, you know, this is what we're asking for, but we need assistance. You know, we need help. So I think if it's short of what they're asking for, I think we do what we can. But I certainly like that addition, Commissioner Proctor, where we look at it from a bond issuance standpoint, where we have OEV look at that and bring it back to us. Okay. All right. All those in favor?
Madam.
Oh, I didn't see you. I apologize, Commissioner Richardson.
One of the things that I wanted to indicate is my past support for FAMU. As a legislator, and Tommy is still here, he can attest to areas back I made sure that FAMU got $400,000 a year for the Black Male College Explorers program. I think after I left the legislature, that funding left. Mitchell, if I'm correct. But I want to just make sure from OEV staff that if we go this route, and I certainly, again, want to be supportive of FAMU in any way that we can, that we will be able, if we bond this money, that we will in fact be able to pay it back over the period of time that we're talking about.
Well, I think that's the analysis we want them to bring back to us. Am I correct? Okay. Yeah, that's what we want them to bring back.
Madam Chair,
Okay,
would
we're
you
going to
restate the
take a
motion?
break. Soon as we have this vote.
Madam Chair, would you please restate the motion?
Commissioner Minor, did you want clarification or you want to speak?
Madam Chair, I'd like to restate, I'd like to have the motion restated, please.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Who has it
Madam
now?
Attorney, who wrote it down?
I'll take a shot at it. So the motion is for OEV to evaluate the Bragg Renaissance request and to also consider in that agenda item that comes back to evaluate it, that it include the possibility of bond finance.
I think that's accurate. Thank you. Okay, all those, well, what I'd like to do, Madam Clerk, is have a roll call vote.
Mayor Daley?
Aye.
Commissioner Matlow?
Aye.
Commissioner Porter?
Aye.
Commissioner Richardson?
Aye.
Commissioner Williams-Cox?
Aye.
Commissioner Caban?
Aye.
Commissioner Cummings?
Aye.
Commissioner Maddox?
Aye.
Commissioner Minor?
Aye.
Commissioner O'Keefe?
No?
Commissioner Proctor?
Yep.
And Commissioner Welch?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Dr. Friday Stroud, and your representatives that are here with you. Commissioners, we're going to, what is it?
Take a break. We're going to recess.
We will recess, and please join me back at
45. Do 30 minutes?
We'll take a 30-minute break. Please join me back at 6:40. Back to order. Mr. White, I believe we're back on track for agenda item number 3.
We do not have a,
We don't have a quorum?
well, hold on, let me double check. We do.
Okay, thank you. I believe we're back on track for agenda item number 3.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. The next item is the informational item outlining steps for restructuring the Blueprint Intergovernmental Agency. I do have a brief presentation, but we can see if there's speakers on this item.
Thank you. Are there any speakers on item 3?
Yes.
Oh, good.
We have one speaker, Max Epstein. Max Epstein.
He might. Okay, here he is. Mr. Epstein.
Thank you. Max Epstein, 1001 San Luis Road. Thank you. I think this might be your most important item here, is trying to get some power back to the people, and in particular this board, because most of the time when you make a motion, and I'm just going to use Capital Cascades as an example, when you make the motion, you give your power away of oversight to Blueprint. It says, we, the motion, give Blueprint the authorization to design, permit, do everything with the IMC approval. That means they can do the project from start to finish without any interaction really from this board. As a board, I'd be concerned about that. They don't come to you for approvals for many of these things. You know, another example of how this works is it was mentioned earlier that Capital Cascades 4, that you all approved the design of it last year. If you actually examine what you voted on, what it says is, we accept a status update. You never approved the design of that project. You approved the design of Market Square Park. You approved the design of the Northeast Park. You approved the designs of many things. You never approved the design of Cascades 4. So you really need to take the power back from the IMC. We never hear anything about them. They put projects out to bid, they score them, they award contractors, they approve permitting, they do everything. This board does not do any of those approvals. That is not how most public boards work. That's not how it works at the county. That's not the way it works even at the city. So it's time for you to reclaim that power and restructure this organization. And you really need to talk to the people about it. All these big changes, we have excellent people on the Blueprint CAC who know what they're talking about. Why aren't they here? Why aren't they providing input? Maybe if we didn't have so many politicians arguing about it, and we just had regular people who are actually affected by these projects, we'd have a better outcome. So you really need to examine the IMC's role, because you give them, delegate power to them. That's why you get all these items that come back, twisting things around, putting a spin on it. You need to make the approvals. And you also need to do RFPs, and I'll finish up just quickly, instead of RFQs. Right now, you put out a bid for qualifications.
Time.
An RFP, you would have multiple proposals, multiple different concepts, and money for you to approve. Right now, you don't see any of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was our only speaker for 3.
Thank you, Mr. White.
Okay. You advance the next slide. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, IR board members. As you probably recall, at your last meeting, there was a motion made to bring back an informational item on the steps it would take to restructure the Blueprint Intergovernmental Agency. We provided this information in your agenda packet. It'll cover the different staff people that were listed. So my position, the Blueprint Director, Office of Economic Development, Vitality Director, Blueprint Attorney. It also provides a little bit more context. So there's information about parliamentary procedures, information about, how this differs from the city and county. For example, the county attorney may be the parliamentarian for the board, but the board operates under a simplified versions of Robert's rules versus the version that is used here at Blueprint meetings according to the bylaws. So that the item before you outlines all of this information. Just a couple things to point out, and I'll start with the current organizational structure of Blueprint delivers results. You can see that across the community. So you can look at something like the previous Blueprint 2000 projects, and you can see what used to be a contaminated area with chain link fence around it is now a world-class park. And so that would not have happened without Blueprint. Earlier, Autumn gave a presentation on the status of what is going to be happening over the next 2 years. That's tremendous. On this agenda overall today, there's a couple of things. There's the Fairgrounds. Fairgrounds has been talked about, looked at. It became a Blueprint project. We've developed a master plan, and we are ready to move into implementation very quickly, but we'll get to that item in a moment. You'll see things like North Monroe, how Blueprint has taken $4.5 million and turned it into $22.5 million investment, and potentially more, depending on IA board direction today and the outcome of a grant. But that's a significant ability to bring a little bit of taxpayer dollars and bring in a lot more state and federal dollars. You know, you also see things that require a lot of coordination across departments. The reason the Department of Place exists is because there needs to be coordination between planning and infrastructure projects and economic development. You know, a good example of that is the Northeast Park. That is an infrastructure project, but that also required a rezoning that the city recently approved. And so there is that coordination that's needed amongst these three things. So the current organizational structure does deliver results. And I'll just read from your agenda materials, page 268, to kind of explain why that is the case. You know, the current structure has consolidated decision-making of a unified, singular BPI board of directors. We get the city commissioners and the county commissioners together here to make decisions for this entire community. Pretty significant decisions. And y'all are the ones who make the decisions and set the policy. We have long-term commitment to an approved list of projects. Like, we put these projects in and we move them forward. We talk about that. We've been talking about that. Joint executive leadership of the IMC, that removes jurisdictional boundaries, aligns and fully leverages resources of both governments, reducing costs and maximizing efficiency. I can pick up the phone anytime and talk to the director of growth management for the city or the public works director. You know, the ability to kind of work within both governments moves these things along much quicker. You know, I was in a meeting not too long ago with a consultant who was talking about other places and projects that they were working on, and how things like even just right-of-way acquisition could take like 8 years on any major infrastructure project. We do it so much faster, and it's because of that. We have a dedicated team of staff focused solely on implementing these large-scale projects. We have a structure that provides for targeted annual financial audits and enables independent bond capacity. These things get projects done, delivers results, and as I mentioned, a Department of Place that integrates the planning, the economic development, and the major infrastructure projects. The structure we have was intentional so that things could get done, that the list of projects that the voters knew about and approved would get done. So I go back to the current organizational structure delivers results. The structure we have at Blueprint is established by an interlocal agreement between the City of Tallahassee and Leon County. That interlocal agreement creates Blueprint IA. Therefore, Blueprint IA can't change the document that created it. It doesn't restructure itself. Changing that is an amendment to the interlocal agreement, so it takes city commission and county commission action. I think we hit that pretty hard at the last meeting. I think it's pretty clear in the agenda item here. But if you want to restructure Blueprint, it has to be done by the city commission and the county commission and not by Blueprint. And so kind of the last point is, should the city and commission and board of county commissioners wish to change the reporting structure, the interlocal agreement creating the structure would need to be amended. And so with that, you know, this is an informational item. Our recommendation is option 1 to accept the informational item.
Thank you, Mr. White, for that report and for the information and the summary that we have in our packets.
Got a motion?
I would like to entertain a motion.
You got a motion and a second?
Okay, hold on just a minute. Okay, I'd like to entertain a motion. So who, okay, Commissioner Richardson moving option 1 is, I can't hear you. Turn it on.
I move that we accept staff recommendation for option number 1.
Thank you, Commissioner Richardson. And Commissioner Welch, you second the motion? Thank you. Is there a discussion? Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate the item and I hope we can have a discussion about this. You know, I think that this item, frankly, and the way it was written kind of does a good job of showing why I really feel that change is needed at Blueprint. I mean, respectfully, we asked for an item about what it would look like to change the structure if we were to, and the item is written and the presentation was given as a defense of the current structure, which isn't completely inappropriate. I do care about what staff thinks and how we think things are working, but I do genuinely have a really hard time believing that our staff wouldn't work together. I mean, the city and the county work together all the time. We work, the city, CRA, the county, CRTPA, ARPC. There's a million, you know, agencies that are working together, and I have no doubt that staff would do that. So I take issue with, you know, presenting this as if this is the only way to do this, and this should have been like a 2 or 3 page item, but instead it's like an 11-page item, and we don't get until like page 8 where we actually talk about the substance of what was expected to come back. And although it's true that, you know, the city item that came to us was really about the hiring of the place director and that process, I know the county had an item as well, but this isn't something that we've really had a discussion about here. And if we did have a direct report, which I would like to have a conversation about us having, I have complete confidence that staff would continue to work together smoothly and efficiently. I think that your points are well made, that Blueprint has done really amazing things for our community. And staff have been an enormous part of that. I'm not convinced, though, that with what I have experienced serving on this board, that that's the only way or the reason that Blueprint has been successful. You know, in my experience serving on this board, I can't always answer where things are coming from. How did this get on our agenda? Why was this written a certain way? I think the affordable housing item is an example of this where, frankly, we had staff make a recommendation when this first came to us, and the board made a decision, and then again, we were like revisiting the conversation that we had at our last meeting because staff made the same recommendation even when the board gave our direction. I need to know that when we ask questions, we're going to get an honest response, and we're going to get a response that isn't one-sided, but that considers alternatives and presents the facts just as they are. You know, I'm concerned because, I mean, I think there's no acknowledgement here of what is obvious, which is there is dysfunction on this board. I think that's evident in some of these meetings. I don't always understand. I don't feel like as an elected member of this board that I can explain to residents certain things that I should be able to explain about where things are coming from, who is making decisions, why are items written the way that they are. The city and the county, and I mean, I've mentioned it's normal. This is more unusual than it is usual for us to be structured this way. It's not the standard. It's outside of what is normal. We are responsible for making decisions, and I don't feel comfortable with the level of transparency about, I mean, there's guidance coming from the board. There's guidance, I guess, coming from the IMC. We don't even know what those conversations are looking like. There's no meeting minutes. Not even sure where our city manager is tonight to address any questions to him. But I think that it's something that we should consider so that the public trust is maintained, so that when we ask for items back, I mean, the timeline that was shared about, and I've experienced it. You know, we asked for something back, and where did it go? So, you know, I'm open to the conversation and thoughts of my colleagues about what would it look like if we had a direct report? What would it look like if we, instead of having if we went back to having something more like the planning director and something more like a blueprint IA executive director? That's what the conversation that I would like to have here. I don't have one vision in mind of what that would look like, but I have not felt comfortable with the level of transparency and accountability that I've experienced as a director serving on Blueprint. So that was why I asked for this to come back, because I wanted to have this discussion. We're having a charter review at the city. You know, we've made changes as a Blueprint board before I was on the board. It's not unusual, and it shouldn't be considered unusual to check in with ourselves and think through, are we doing this in the best way possible to maximize efficiency, to maximize transparency, and to maximize results? And none of this should be personal or needs to be personal. It's about doing what's in the public interest in the best way possible. That is certainly what is my interest, and I believe the interest of everyone who is here. And that's why I wanted to have this conversation. So I hope that that it's something that we can take seriously and really have a discussion about. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Porter. Commissioner O'Keefe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, staff, for bringing this back. You know, this item, it was helpful in knowing all the things Blueprint has done. It was not what I expected. And I want to make clear that I know that Blueprint is an agency that is necessary for the future of our community to be built. And our staff, especially at our staff level, and the folks that do that work are excellent in what they do. I didn't vote for this item to come back because of any issue with the particular staff work being done. It's an issue of transparency or lack of it, or perceived lack of it, and dysfunction that I want to be able to move forward on. I think my main goal here is to discuss, to the extent allowed, what could change in the organization that could make us and the voters feel comfortable about we know what's going on. And so, you know, this is a unique organization where I've worked in a lot of organizations where not like this. You know, we have CRTPA that we work closely with from all government agencies, and it's a solo, separate, independent organization with appointees from all local governments, and it has a single executive director and a staff. And I am sure that Greg Slay can contact this department, and absolutely get things done when they need to be. And so, you know, one thing I've been trying to pinpoint this. What's the difference? What changed from Blueprint 2000 to now? Because these things we highlight, they're awesome. Every day I drive down Franklin, it's awesome. Capitol Cascades, awesome. But that's not the sentiment we're hearing from people now. And so while I'm going to be, believe it or not, I'm going to be A-OK if we ask for an item and we clearly understand that the item came back with what we asked for, and I don't agree, and it gets voted down. We move forward. I'm not about grinding gears and bashing staff. The issue I have here is, I think what we're running into is the lack of transparency is the IMC and this 50-50 decision-making. Who's 49? Who's 51 if they disagree? And we don't get to see what's going on there. And I also think those two people have very big jobs to run the city and to run the county. And if I had my wish, I would let them do that and have a new Blueprint executive director that reports directly to our board, oversees Blueprint, and I'm confident that that person would have the ear of Vince and the ear of Reese. And so, again, this is not to say that Blueprint isn't effective or that we're not doing the right things. It's just that I want to highlight that I think this could be an improvement in us having oversight and doing what we've been elected to do and doing what the voters tell us to do. And then, to just highlight that we haven't always had the exact same management structure. This has changed over the past few decades. And so those are my comments on that. And these, this might be more of a question, but I'll just go with it, is we were told last meeting that you can't discuss any changes to the interlocal agreement here because we aren't the final vote. And so I went back and I looked, and historically, we have actually done that quite a bit. A number of the interlocal agreement changes actually came from members of staff or leadership. And for example, in June 2017, I believe that's the most recent interlocal agreement change, the amendment was brought directly to the Blueprint Board, and we discussed it and said, we basically, forgive me for not being able to quote the minutes exactly, we basically said, okay, we discussed it, directed staff to go back to their respective commissions and have them executed, which makes sense. We've done similar in the 2011 place interlocal agreement, and there are more than that, but we don't need to list them all. The idea being that I get that we can't, it would make sense that this organization can't make motions to directly change our interlocal agreement, but I also think that historically the precedent has been, in a reasonable one, that we discuss what we would like to see as a group and come out and say, if we vote on something, we're voting that we would like staff or the IMC or respective staff to pass back our request to the respective commissions to make their decisions. And I think that makes sense because it makes sense in how we've gotten here and how we've done it in the past. And it allows us to not keep going back and forth on meetings. City commissioners decide this and the county commissioners go back and forth. And again, it doesn't mean we change the ILA here. It means we talk about what we would like, and if the group comes to a consensus, we direct that it be sent back for consideration. And that's my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Keefe. Commissioner Caban.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to thank staff for bringing this item back to us. I thought it was pretty easy to read, and it explained things pretty, cut and dry, and I do appreciate that. I don't want to beat a dead horse here. I've been pretty vocal in our county commission meetings and previous meetings that I would like to see a structural change here. I know that we already hashed this out in our commission meeting, so for the sake of brevity, I'm not going to repeat and argue and fight my fight here. But some things I do want to point out and just say on the record and reiterate is that I think it's inefficient that we have staff report to two different governments. I don't think that's efficient. I don't think you see that in big companies. You don't see that in any other form of government. You don't see it in any university setting. You typically have one executive that reports to an entire board, and it seems to work pretty well across the world. Also, I want to just state this, that this is something we don't really talk about, but it's really important for what we're going to talk about later today. In the interlocal agreement, I believe, we talk about the word substantial change and what that means. And for us to make a substantial change to a project, it needs a supermajority vote. Substantial change is not defined in the interlocal agreement, so I think it's subjective to opinion. It kind of leaves the door open for us, when we talk about budget, we have the budget come back to us in budget season and we see a $40 million, $50 million, $60 million increase. My opinion is that's a substantial change. But when we have a conversation about wanting to scale back scope or look to save money or say, hey, this project was a great project 5 years ago, but with inflation, with costs, with the project design, this cost has run up high and we have to pivot. Well, in order for us to pivot, that also needs a substantial change. My opinion is it doesn't set this board up for fiscal responsibility. I think it's super important that we sit here and we tackle and we perform the projects that voters voted on. But really what I think how the bylaws and intergovernmental agency is laid out, it really hand ties us for what we can and can't do as policymakers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Caban. Commissioner Proctor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, pages 8 of 11 and 9 of 11 pretty much capture some of the difficulty of our being marginalized as IA members.
I'm
We
sorry,
are,
Commissioner, what pages were you referring to?
Page 270 and 271
Okay,
are page 8 of 11 at the top and 9 of 11 at the top.
thank you.
Some of the language here indicates and just shows why we come to this meeting baffled. Now, go to the second full paragraph on page 8 of 11 or page 270 at the bottom. Should the City Commission and Board of County Commissioners wish to change the reporting structure for the IMC, Director of Place, Blueprint Director, or OEV Director, interlocal agreement, creating the structure would need to be amended. As noted previously, changes to the interlocal agreement are not made by the IA Board, since the IA Board was created by the interlocal agreement and is not a signatory to the interlocal agreement. That's somewhat baffling. And the fact, I guess, that the creature is never greater than the creator. And that's what we see. So the interlocal agreement is the sun. The IA Board rotates around it. We could never and when we come in here as city commissioners and as county commissioners, we don't have the same velocity of commissionship, if you will, because we've been reduced, we're oppressed, and we have no say over because we're all subjects to interlocal agreement. I appreciate the staff has elongated this and has made very, very clear. The next paragraph tells us, it puts us in our place, the proper posture for the IA Board members to discuss the structure of the Blueprint Intergovernmental Agency would be as the City Commission and the Board of County Commissioners at their respective meetings or together at a joint City Commission, County Commission meeting, because the structure of the Blueprint IA is established by an interlocal agreement between the two governments. Again, we're subjects to this interlocal agreement. Goes a little bit further and says the IA Board does not have, in the same paragraph at the bottom, the IA Board does not have authority. We're told we don't have authority to vote on changes to the interlocal agreement, except where the IA Board has specifically been delegated such responsibilities by the City Commission, Board of County Commission. So again, we have to step outside of this room and go back to being Superman and Superwoman in our respective commissions. But when we come here, we're just plain old Clark Kent. Let's go to the next paragraph. While the IA Board may discuss the organization, we can discuss it, the IA Board may discuss the organization structure of the Blueprint IA. Any action to change the structure needs to occur with the City Commission and the Board of County Commissioners at their respective meetings, or together, repeat language, da, da, da. We will never get there because we can never even talk about behavior of persons who work for the staff, who work under us, who are paid by taxpayers' dollars. That's frustrating. And under this language, our attorney, who serves the staff for Blueprint, has pointed out that we would be in violation of the almighty interlocal agreement. Now, over on page 9 of 10, Madam Chair, I cited, and I want to make sure we note that to change the organization structure of the Blueprint Intergovernmental Agency, this is the 4th time we've been told this in 2 pages. The second addendum to the second amended and restated interlocal agreement in the states, May 9, 2000, would need to be amended. The proposed changes to the interlocal agreement would need to be approved by both the City Commission and Board of County Commissioners by a majority vote at a duly noticed meeting of each respective commission. We can't do nothing. We've been told we can't make any changes except separate. And I'm not sure if that separate is equal. I assume, I don't know if it's separate and unequal, but it would be separate and unequal if the City Commission takes one position about a change in the county, and as a respective county commission, our last time we tried to talk about something, Madam Chair, and you being our chairman at the county and our chairman here at the Blueprint, I asked, would we be able to talk? You said you thought that we could. I believe that we've been put in our place so exquisitely well that the power expressed by commissioners clearly is located in our staff, and it always divides and conquers us to have to go to respective different places, your corner, my corner, their corner, and all of the staff, and so that requires us to go and make 2, 3 extra commotions, changes, substantial changes, blah, blah, blah. So staff has it going on. Now, implementation of the amended interlocal agreements, any amendments to the interlocal agreements approved by the City Commission, Board of County Commission, related to IMC, its director, Blueprint, all this a privileged class. These people are privileged. They don't work at their pleasure. They are secured, and any changes, we specifically, in our respective county, city roles, but there's nothing that in our joint roles do we have over IMC, over the director of place, Blueprint director, or OEV director. It would be implemented through various city and county human resources, documents, processes, and procedures. Those same words apply to the attorney for this board. I ask if you walk with me on page 10 of 11. Let's go to the second full paragraph. Now, the attorney for Blueprint attorney, under B, steps to change the structure of the Blueprint attorney, is not cited and listed so much up there with the director of place, the Blueprint director, and the OEV director. That right there is Sanctum Sanctorum, the Holy of Holies. The lawyer is not placed there on Mount Rushmore. However, changes to the major function and job duties for the Blueprint attorney would occur accomplished through city and county human resource documents and procedures and updates to the job. I'm not sure, can I approach the county HR to revise the job updates and the classification specs for this position? But at least the attorney's position hangs out there a little bit. But that next paragraph, it either is implied or an innuendo that changing the management structure of the Blueprint attorney's position to report directly to the IA board would need to be reflected in the interlocal agreement. Guess what? The process to change the interlocal agreement to include the responsibilities and management structure of the Blueprint attorney would be the same as the process outlined previously for changing the reporting structure of the director of place, Blueprint, da-da-da. How's that so when they're not in the interlocal agreement as such? So we have an innuendo, and I think we take a powerful step to something. Now, we have the attorney who is cited as, I'm well clear. The language makes clear. And as our colleague has stated, makes it very frustrating for us to make moves in here, to make changes in here. We never will, we never can, okay? And that's nothing personal to anybody serving in these hallowed roles of so much public protection. It's a wall we can't penetrate unless we separate out and go to different spaces. However, what ought be a concern is, do we have in the interlocal agreement a role called parliamentarian? Is there a parliamentarian's role, Artie, in the protected status?
You can respond, Mr. White.
Okay. In the interlocal agreement, it does not use that terminology of
All right, thank
parliamentarian.
you. So we don't have a protected parliamentarian, but we have a parliamentarian here. And whereas we require, command that we follow the IA, we're not following the IA because the IA don't call for a parliamentarian at this board. And as was lifted up by a colleague, sometimes changes occur when, well, unbeknownst to us, without our direction. And I am unclear today, when did we arrive at the change of the interlocal agreement that allows for a parliamentarian? And more specifically, what I have talked about is our board is not served by an attorney, but our staff, the big three, OEV, the place, all like that, they have that. Now, I believe that our staff needs an attorney because the procurement processes of buying property, they need that. I mean, what's that word, eminent domain, you need that lawyer. Contracts you need that. Purchasing, bids, all of that. I respect that. I'm talking about at this particular table, we don't have an attorney. We've had that before. I have lost an understanding of how we lost that role, the Thornton Williams attorney role, and where did that disappear? And when this board had its own attorney, when did we vote to have a parliamentarian and staff's attorney to come to this table? That's a question.
Can you respond, Ms. White?
CRPTA? The mayor says Thornton was with transportation.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Thornton Williams is with CRTPA.
I spoke out of turn, I'm sorry.
No,
I was
that's
just
fine.
saying Thornton was with CRTPA. He was not with.
Not with Blueprint?
With Blueprint.
All right,
I'm sorry.
so Blueprint has never had its own attorney. So my question then is, why does staff have an attorney that tells our board what to do? And our board has no attorney here to represent our board, but that attorney represents the, and some would say that that's 6 on one hand and 6 on another, all like that. But I'm just fuddled at an understanding here. And that's not a personality thing. This is a structure thing. And our staff gets to have a lawyer at the table talking at us. And we don't have a lawyer. And why do we need a lawyer here at the table talking at us, Madam Chair? That's my question.
Thank you.
Point of information, Madam Chair.
Is that a question you can respond to, Mr. White? I know in reading the material, I think it indicated that the attorney at the table was acting as the parliamentarian because of the adoption of the portion of the Robert's Rules of Order that we operate under. But
Yes, Madam. Yes, Madam Chair. It's not in the interlocal agreement, but the bylaws specifically call out the use of Robert's Rules of Order revised as the parliamentary procedures for the IA board. Those rules require a parliamentarian, and that's why there's a parliamentarian.
And so she's...
Are you talking about state statutes require that?
The bylaws of this board.
Okay, and it requires a parliamentarian?
Yes, Director.
Okay.
And so she is an attorney, but she's acting in the role of the parliamentarian.
What would it require and take for us to have an attorney here at this table for our respective IA members?
Was that a question, Commissioner Proctor?
It was.
Okay. And what was it? Is there a requirement for the board to have its own attorney?
What would it require? Is that a substantial change? Does that go back to if it's not in the interlocal agreement? And it reminds me that all things, it's kind of like the 10th Amendment, everything that's not stated specifically for powers of the federal government in your two states is, but that's not true here.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm not sure if that's something that we want staff to bring back to address, or if you can address it at this.
I mean, I can address it. To have an attorney that reports to this board, the city commission and the county commission, who are the ones who came up with and agreed and approved the interlocal agreement, would have to amend the interlocal agreement.
Okay, Madam Chair, this is what I like to suggest, commissioners, for all due respect to everybody. we are disempowered as a body by an IA agreement that forces us to be divided and conquered and to go to respective dioceses. We need a modification that empowers us to be a unified body, because over and over, our voices to exert any power to change has to occur independent one from the other. Yet we come in here and duke it out, go through the same book, and are expected to cohesively, harmoniously blend our thoughts, but we just can't take any actions, real actions, substantive, without going to. That is a problem. And I'm asking for, I would ask and place in a motion that we, is there a motion on the table?
It's already a motion on the table.
I would offer a substitute motion in terms of the acceptance, but also the bringing back of a look that empowers this body as a body and not divides us and separates us as it does to make any decisions we really, the language tells us that we can't. That would be my motion.
And for clarification, Commissioner Proctor, you're saying bring back what?
A modification to the interlocal agreement.
And you're asking staff to do that? Is that
I
what
am, yeah. So that the powers of this body can be realized as one body and not force us to have no power. And we get castrated up here, and I'm tired of that.
Speak for yourself.
I do.
Okay, thank you.
I appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's open for discussion.
Madam Chair, I believe we're pretty clear in this item that to amend the interlocal agreement, that has to be an action of the City Commission and the County Commission. And so this motion would be having an entity that doesn't have the authority to change the interlocal agreement, address changing their local agreement.
Thank you for that input. Is there any other?
Madam Parliamentary
Therein
inquiry?
lies the problem. See what I'm talking about?
Okay.
That is the problem.
Please.
Can't do nothing.
One person at a time. Commissioner Proctor, please. Okay. Commissioner Williams-Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, this interlocal agreement went into effect when?
Originally, it was the year 2000. The most recent one was 2015.
Okay.
With two addendums.
Okay. So I came to this table in 2018. No discussion about making these kinds of changes. I'm just trying to figure out, the interlocal agreement has not changed in 9 years. 9 years. Why the change now? I guess is my question. And this board is modeled after the other boards that we have, where each board that I participate on, except for the Tourist Development Council, has its own attorney, and that attorney serves as a parliamentarian. CRTPA, Thornton Williams. CRA, Lou Norval. County, Chastity, what's Chastity's last name?
Okay.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand, why is this group different? And even in that, it is clearly explained according to the interlocal agreement. Just because you may not like it, nobody is above the law. That's the law that was agreed upon when this was put into place and signed off on. And it's clear that to make that change, the City Commission can make it, the County Commission can make it, and if we all agree, then it happens. It's not like, kind of like the Judge Walker said, there's nothing here that is preventing it from happening. Should that be the desire of the people who want it to happen? Just because it doesn't happen expeditiously like you might want it to happen, doesn't mean it can't happen. But it does require, and whoever put this together had something in mind when they did it, and it's been withstanding time. I'm just not sure at 7:27 this afternoon what's different that requires us to change. If it's not personal, what's this position has been in here since for 9 years, and I've only been here since 2018. What do I know? So what is it that is now requiring this urgency to change? So nevertheless, I am happy with the motion, the previous motion, to accept this informational item so we can get on to the other stuff that we got to do before midnight.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams-Cox. Commissioner Caban.
What was the status of the substitute motion?
I'm sorry.
What was the status of the substitute motion?
Yeah. It was your motion.
Right.
That substituted hers. And
Right.
you wanted staff to bring back.
Right. And what
amended
happened?
interlocal agreement, right. And there was a second, Commissioner O'Keefe, so you withdrawing your motion, is that what you're saying?
No, I wanted, did Artie referee it out of bounds? Was it red flag? No. What happened? Is it still alive?
Madam Chair.
Your motion is still alive,
Oh, okay,
yes.
that's what I'm trying to figure.
It was an improper motion.
It is.
It was an improper, because you all don't have the authority to do what he's
and
requesting.
Commissioner
Okay.
Proctor read quite extensively from the item to explain why.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, so we're to the
Back
original
on
motion.
Commissioner
Okay, I
Williams-Cox.
thought it was flagged down
No.
for the same
I
reason I
didn't hear it,
articulated.
okay. Please.
On point, I'd like to make a motion to appeal the ruling of the chair on whether that's an improper motion.
Okay, we've got a motion on the table, so we go back to Commissioner Williams-Cox's original motion. As was substitute, but.
Madam Chair, I'm
improper.
appealing
Actually, I
the
didn't
current
make the
decision.
motion. It was Commissioner Richardson, and it was seconded by Commissioner Welch to accept staff recommendation.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. So we do have a motion on the floor. Now, you're doing
Madam Chair.
an amended
I'm making a motion to appeal the ruling that it's an improper motion. So by Robert's Rules of Order, we can take an affirmative vote if it's actually improper.
Madam Chair, he wasn't recognized to make a motion. There's other people in line.
Wait, hold on just a minute, please. Let's get some order. Okay. You were making a substitute motion, is that what you're saying?
Robert's Rules of Order allows a motion to appeal the ruling. The ruling was that it's an improper motion. Under Robert's Rules of Order, immediately after the ruling, you're able to make an appeal for affirmative vote of the body to determine if that's improper. I do not feel it's an improper motion, and I'd like to take a vote on that.
That is only
So you're
recognized.
appealing the fact that Commissioner Proctor's motion was improper. You saying you believe it is proper. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
So
I call
we
it
can
out- I
have-
call it out of order. He
Commissioner
wasn't
Maddox,
recognized.
Commissioner Maddox, please, just a minute. So you are, okay, discussion appealing that.
Yes.
So you're saying we are in the appeal stage according to Robert's Rules of Order, Madam Parliamentary?
I'm
Okay.
researching it now.
That's fine. That's
Was there a
fine. That's
second to that?
no, he
Okay,
wasn't
well, you
finished.
have a second.
No, I second it. I second that.
Okay. So we're on his appeal. Any discussion?
Yes.
Okay, on that appeal, Commissioner Maddox.
Madam Chair, you had people in queue, and he wasn't even one recognized to make a motion. My thing is, if we're going to go by Robert's rules, Madam Attorney, can he make that motion without being recognized by the chair? He can't. You can't just scream out a motion because you want to. Now, you
Actually,
recognize him after the point.
Actually, it is in order when another has the floor.
When another has the floor, is in order to make that motion.
To make it.
There it is then. Madam Chair, I will say this. I will say that I don't believe the structure is the problem. What I believe the problem is Robert's Rules of Order. Neither the city nor the county is strict Robert's Rules of Order.
Right.
Neither one. And time again, we come in here, and what happens is commissioners get frustrated because the attorney does exactly what she's supposed to do, which is exactly what she just did to me, and goes exactly off of what's in that book. I'm going to go with the motion on the floor, but what I would recommend that we do is ask staff to come back with some modification to have us mirror the same standards that we have in the city and the county when it comes to Robert's Rules of Order. That's the first thing. The second thing, Madam Chair, is it makes perfect sense to me that this board was created by the city and the county and shouldn't be able to make changes to its structure without the city and county approving of it. That would be almost like any other thing. If we created a citizens board, that citizens board goes and make changes that we didn't give them the authority to do so. So it makes sense that things will have to go back to the city and county. When we're at the county commission and we had this this conversation. What I asked for was a workshop where the city and the county would sit down, have this discussion about blueprint, and then we can make the decisions that we wanted to make on the structure, not as blueprint, but as a separate city and county workshop. I think it passed, but I don't know what happened from there. We just didn't have the workshop. But either way it goes, the structure's fine, it's working. But we get frustrated in here because, and I believe, honestly, I will take some of the blame for it, because when I was the chair, I told the attorney, I said, if I'm out of order, or if we're out of order, I want you to start speaking up. And she did that. And that's what she was supposed to do per our bylaws. So structure's not the problem. If we could pass the motion on, the original motion on the floor.
Madam Chair, it's not in order to discuss the general
Commissioner Matlow, hold on one
business on a
second.
motion to appeal.
Let him finish, okay? Go ahead, Commissioner.
It's out of order.
I'm out of order, I'll stop. Because that's what Robert Rules of Orders does. If it's out of order, it's out of order. See, that's the other part. I'm gonna keep going because I am, but that's the other part. If you said I was out of order, I stop, we move on. I don't get frustrated because you're right. I just move on. I don't tell you that I no longer want you to be on the IA board or to read Robert's Rules of Order because you're right. I just move on. But we give this woman hell because all she's doing is reading from that book and telling us what we can and cannot do. Again, I'm going to go with the original motion. Madam Chair, I'm shut up. But let's address Robert's Rules of Orders with that. If the original making a motion, we'll add it to the motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to accept this item as information. That's the original motion that we are on, I believe.
No.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, but we do need to vote on the appeal.
Oh, okay, all right. And so what, under Robert's Rules of Order, Commissioner Matlow raised was an appeal to whether or not Commissioner Proctor's motion was proper.
Yes, ma'am.
And I've been instructed that we need to vote on that.
I have a question.
If we find, hold on one second. And then if we find that it was proper, then we can vote on his motion. If we find that it was not proper, we can entertain a substitute motion to the motion to accept the information, or we can vote on that motion, okay? So what's on the floor now to vote on whether or not Commissioner Proctor's motion was proper?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Am I right?
No.
No.
I'm sorry. But the way it should be structured is, the question is, shall the decision of the chair be sustained? So you need a majority vote to sustain your decision. Your decision was that it was an improper motion.
Right.
So you need to take the vote. If there's a majority that supports your decision, then that vote will be deemed improper, and you have the original motion on the table.
Madam Chair, that was Artie's decision. You never ruled my motion out of order. That's Artie talking. That's the staff. He's not a ventriloquist. You didn't say a thing.
I didn't rule it out of order.
You did?
Yep, I did.
You did, because
No, Artie
I
did
weighed
and
in,
told her that.
I responded to your question directly, and you
Okay.
did say that it was improper, which prompted the appeal by Commissioner.
Madam Chair, you were mimicking Artie. That was not your original thought.
Okay, members, let's do this. Okay, Robert's Rules of Order. Commissioner, whether or not my decision to rule his motion was improper or not. Okay.
Was
Should
proper.
it be sustained?
Okay, well, my decision as chair to rule his motion improper should be sustained, okay? That's what's on the table, Madam Chair. May we have a roll call vote, please? Madam Clerk, I'm sorry. I'm glad to help you all.
Mayor Daley,
I support the chair. Aye.
Commissioner Matlow,
Nay.
Commissioner Porter,
Nay.
Commissioner Richardson,
Aye.
Commissioner Williams-Cox,
Aye.
Commissioner Caban,
Aye.
Commissioner Cummings,
Yes.
Commissioner Maddox,
I want to say aye, but I don't think that's the right vote because that's not the motion on the floor, is it?
It is.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, aye.
It's aye.
Commissioner Minor,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Keefe,
Nay.
Commissioner Proctor,
Chair did not make that ruling.
We need a vote.
Commissioner Proctor,
The chair did not make that. Artie did.
You said it out loud.
I will not vote on that.
NA.
Commissioner Welsh,
I'm sorry, but you can't abstain.
I can.
You have to vote,
Don't-
yes.
see, here you go
That's the
again.
law. That's the law. That's
Tell
not
the law I
interlocal
will not
agreement.
vote on that because I disagree with what I heard. Play the tape
No,
back.
sir. No,
The
sir.
law.
That's not one of the
What you
required
gonna do?
reasons
Have me
under the law.
arrested? What are you gonna do?
That's not one
I'm
of the
not
required
voting on
reasons
that.
under
Commissioner
the law.
Proctor,
This
hold
is
on one
exactly
second.
what I'm talking
I'll send you
about.
the Form
Here we
B.
come
I'll send you the Form
marginalized,
8B.
marginalized
that
by
out.
some
Madam
attorney
Attorney, hold on.
telling us what I can't do and can.
Hey,
Commissioner Proctor, please.
Count me as absent.
Commissioner Proctor, please.
I'm absent on this.
Let's have order, please. Let's be respectful, please.
Nobody put words in your mouth,
Commissioner
Madam Chair.
Proctor, you're out of order.
I'm not.
Did you finish the roll call? Have we finished? Thank you.
Am I going to be arrested, Madam Chair? What's the penalty for not voting by the law?
Commissioner Proctor, you won't be arrested, but I just want you to be in order, okay? Did it pass or not?
I don't think we got Commissioner Welch's vote.
Commissioner Welch?
Oh, yes, okay.
So the chair's decision is
Okay, thank you. Chair, decision sustained.
So Richardson's
And so now
motion is back on the table.
Commissioner Caban.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to try to bring us back home base here, just kind of get some aligned. So there's clearly a sentiment amongst members of this board that I think has been consistent for some time now. How do we as a board get to a place to where we have some level of comfort moving forward? I do personally would like change. I don't want the need for change to continue to be divisive among members, but at the same time, I just learned something new when Commissioner Maddox was talking about the Roberts Rules of Order. I think that's an important thing to discuss. But I really think that we have to have some change because there is a level of uncertainty and uncomfortableness amongst members here. An idea I had, and I don't know if this is something that we can or can't do, but what if we contracted out an attorney that reported directly to the board, that sat at the table with us? Would that need an IA agreement modification because it's a third party that reports to us? What I'm trying to do here is kind of bring us back, to a place where everyone's comfortable and we can move forward. But I agree with a lot of things at the table. I do think there's a need for change, but I'm open to ideas or conversations, but I think we need to find a way to move forward so that we can continue to make progress here.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Cabana. And just let me say this too. I do agree, and I hope we can find some common ground. But looking at the interlocal agreement and what we have before us today, it seems to me that the authority is in the county and in the city, both entities. And I know at one point, Commissioner Maddox, I think there was a motion for us to have a joint meeting to look at the interlocal agreement. And I think in order to reach some common ground, we are going to have to come together as two commissions and address it. Staff does not have the authority to change the interlocal agreement based on my understanding of the interlocal agreement and what we have. I think we can do a motion to ask staff to bring this back and that back, but if they don't have the authority to do it, it's null and void. So I think the crux of the matter is we need to get together not as blueprint, but as two separate entities, the county and the city. And if we agree to do that, I think we should be obligated to have a joint meeting. If that's what we want to do, if that will resolve the issue, but we're not going to resolve it sitting here asking staff to bring items back when they don't have the authority to do that.
Well, we need an independent contractor.
Commissioner Maddox, and then Commissioner Cobb.
You accept my amendment? Commissioner Richardson, will you accept my amendment for staff to bring back, to accept the information, option one, but also ask staff to bring back an item where we would look at a modified version? Can we do that?
Modified version of what?
Robert Rules of Order. Can we do that here, or do we have to do that at our respective commission?
That would be your bylaw, so you could do that here.
Yes. Will you add that to your motion?
Question, Madam Chair. What would be a modified version?
So we could simply use the same thing, the same language and rules that the city and the county use. They would bring, what I would suggest is they bring back what the county uses as their modified rules, and they would bring back what the city uses as their modified rules. And then they will bring a version back that would be what they would recommend for us. And we can make a decision about what we want to do. Because this Robert's rules that we got ain't doing nothing but causing a whole bunch of ruckus and drama and confusion.
So let me ask you, because we have a parliamentarian. So I would imagine staff would ask the parliamentarian, our current parliamentarian, to bring that language back.
That's fine.
That's what he's asking.
That's what I'm asking for. The parliamentarian will bring it back. I'm saying we still keep the parliamentarian. It was just take us from the strict Robert's Rules of Order that keeps giving us spit steam.
I'd accept that, Madam Chair.
You
Thank
accept
Friendly
it.
amendment.
And the second was, okay, you accept the second?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any more discussion? Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I just don't think that that's the best and highest use of our time, taxpayer dollars. We as adults need to understand that we have agreements that we must abide by that were here before we got here. And if we are not going to follow what's here, we're not going to follow what's to come. Spending staff time on doing this when we really got real work to do, when it's already laid out and written, everybody did a copy of the interlocal agreement. The way to fix this, Commissioner Command, is for us to follow the interlocal agreement. And if the interlocal agreement says it can be changed, if the city does, agrees, and the county agrees, that's what it says. Having staff bring back what it says for the umpteenth time doesn't change it. It's been in place since the last iteration, 2015. So we have spent all this time when it should have been an easy item to accept the information and move on to the work that people are out here waiting for us to do. I'm just, I'm befuddled. Was that the word you used, Commissioner Pryor? I'm not understanding. The interlocal agreement is the driving tool. Nothing that staff is going to bring back is going to change that. Only we can change it as a city commission and as a county commission agreeing. It's a marriage.
No,
it's a marriage.
It's not.
It is, until we get a divorce.
Thank you.
It's a shacking.
Thank you. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you,
Shacking.
Madam Chair. I just have a couple of questions. One is there was mention of direction being given by the county to contact the city for a joint workshop?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when this was, roughly? Months ago?
November, December.
Okay. As far as I know, I wasn't aware of that at the city, so I don't, I would love to participate. I think that I understand what we're getting at. I mean, I understood, and I think that seems like the best forum to have this conversation. And I do think that Robert's Rules addresses some of it, but I know there's more discussion, and I'll save it because I would like to have a joint workshop. But I do think that, as we are reminded, this is meant to be an independent agency, not an extension of the city and county, which is why the bylaw, the interlocal agreement is what it is. But I think that emphasizes even more the importance of having a direct report. I think there are options here, and I would hope that, I don't know where Commissioner Williams-Cox went, but, that our colleagues would take seriously that there are some of us who want to have a substantive conversation about how we can act more efficiently and take those concerns seriously. It doesn't mean we're going to agree. When things come back to us as items, we disagree all the time. This is separate from that, but I hope that will be taken seriously. And so, I support the motion on the table. I'm disappointed that this is the first I'm hearing about a joint city-county workshop that was, with that action taken by the county. I would have expected to hear that from our city manager, and I haven't. But I look forward to that.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I just can't believe that we're going.
Talking to your mic, please.
An informational item. I think it is the interlocal agreement is what it is. And the reason I accepted Commissioner Maddox's friendly amendment was hopefully to get us there. But we're still talking about this when, if we go with the motion as amended, that gets us to a place where we can have this kind of discussion and not have the public sitting here at 8 o'clock in the evening listening to us argue amongst each other about Robert's Rules of Order, of all things. Not projects, not spending, but Robert's Rules of Order. And I think it's now it's just the time for us to move forward. And I don't know how information Commissioner Porter didn't get to us. We don't know if the city manager knew. It might not have gotten to him. So, but that being as it may, I think we just ought to move forward, get us in a place where as a city commission and county commission, we can have this kind of discussion and here tonight conduct the business of the people.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Richardson. Commissioner Proctor, then Commissioner Caban, then the mayor. And we need to wrap this up. Yeah. Commissioners, please.
I haven't spoken on the item yet.
Madam Chair, is this body empowered to decide on a meeting among ourselves, or must we go to our independent bodies and come up with a date, and the city ignores this moment and have to call a meeting, joint meeting? How does that work?
What I would like to do, Commissioner Proctor, once we dispense with the motion on the floor, I'd like to entertain a motion from the body to see who among the 12 is interested in having a joint meeting to address our interlocal agreement. And if we have the number of votes to do that, then I think we can move forward and maybe ask staff to set a date, get with both the city and the county. But if it's no interest, I think we're wasting our time.
My question is not about our interest, it's about our power. Can we?
Oh, absolutely. I think we can. Absolutely.
All right.
Okay. Now, this is on the motion that's on the floor. I think Caban and then the mayor.
Madam Chair, I actually was going to make a substitute motion. So are you saying after the motion on the floor, we'll have an opportunity to make another motion?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll try to be brief, but I hadn't had a chance to speak on the underlying issue. I think the irony of it is this. You know, we're talking about the efficiency of being a joint body, but we're being limited to have joint conversations about pretty substantial issues of how the agencies dictated. And I do think at the end of the day, it will go to the city and would have to go to the county. And if one body votes it down, that'll be it. But Commissioner O'Keefe mentioned times when this has happened before. If those were improper motions, I don't even know the validity of those decisions at this point, how those move forward in the past. I think we all kind of want the same thing, and that's for more efficient meetings. And I understand, Commissioner Maddox, your reference to Robert's Rules and how that can make more efficient, but at the same time, we don't have to get frustrated by the rules and the process. What we did tonight was we took an affirmative vote to sustain the ruling, so everybody had a fair and equal chance to weigh in on the decision, whether they liked it or not. We actually had a fair rule that wasn't decided by the attorney or parliamentarian, was decided by the elected body, and I think we always have to respect that majority decision. But as far as problems with the agency, we do have issues that continue to arise. I mean, it's nearly 8 o'clock. Tonight, we had a consent agenda show up on our last item that wasn't asked for by the body. The last motion by the body was to move to 6 meetings a year, but it came to us on consent to move back to 4, which would have been, we don't know where that came from. I don't know how that ended up on consent. I pulled it, we took action on 4, and we're back to 4, and we're back to late night meetings when this business should have been broken up, in my opinion, on more meetings. So we're not in a process where it drags on and on. As far as this organizational structure delivering results, the City of Tallahassee delivers results. The Leon County Commission delivers results. The CRA delivers results. The CRTPA delivers results. Our organization structure is an outlier. I don't think our organization structure helps us deliver results more than any other body. I think Director Calder has delivered results. I think Director Bowers has delivered results. I don't think the testament of the way it's structured, which is frankly a maze for the public to understand what's an IMC, who answers to who, where are they, and the hierarchy is confusing to most people because it's too easy the way it's structured for forces outside of the public eye to really make decisions. For an example, we're a 12-member body. Last year, the city commission by majority vote took action to tell the city manager not to hire a new director of place until we met as a board. A simple majority of either of our bodies could bring this agency to its knees. Why? Because the county administrator and the city manager knows who their boss is. They know who can hire them. They know who can fire them. So, if we went to Reese and said, do this, he's Artie's direct boss. Vince is Artie's direct boss. He's in a very difficult decision of who to follow. The city manager will know what to do because he knows who his boss is. When you have two bosses, it's very unclear. When you have a city and county that disagrees, it's very unclear. And a lot of what we're experiencing here is the city and the county disagreeing. So it should be the best places for the elected officials to meet jointly and make the decisions and kind of eliminate this kind of middleman structure. So when we take an affirmative vote here, we know what's going to happen and we know the person we're directing it to is going to accomplish that. And we don't know that how it is now because it's impossible. A two-member body, the IMC, can't make a decision. It just, who can push harder ultimately prevails.
Okay, Commissioner Matlow, can we vote on the motion on the floor? And then I think what you're saying is going to be pertinent because I want to entertain another motion on interest for the two bodies to come together and address the interlocal agreement. And I think that's directly what you're talking about.
I'll finish my comments after the vote.
Sir?
I can finish my comments after the vote.
Okay. All right. Good. Oh, I'm sorry. The mayor did have a comment.
Well, it's been a very interesting past hour. I'm surprised it has not come up yet. Might I remind everybody that Commissioner Matlow is currently suing the IA over transparency issue. I would actually, as a non-attorney, advise everybody to not discuss this anymore while there's an active lawsuit going on. And why don't we just take a vote on the motion and move on to the other 4 items of business that are before this board tonight?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Parliamentary inquiry. Madam Chair, Madam Attorney, is there any rule or
Okay, I'm
bylaw
sorry,
that-
Commissioner O'Keefe. Okay, I didn't see your hand. I didn't see your name up. I apologize.
No.
You had a question on the pending motion?
Yes, no, it's a parliamentary question. Following the comment, is there any preclusion from for Commissioner Matlow to participate in votes about matters related to blueprint structure, promotions?
While that's not a specific Robert's Rules of Order type of matter, it is actually a good pinpoint in terms of litigation because Mr. Matlow, in his individual capacity, is suing the Blueprint Intergovernmental Agency, alleging that there's some sort of violation of Sunshine Law. So it does present somewhat of a conflict, I think, for perhaps Mr. Matlow as commissioner to move forward on or participate in those issues when he has an active lawsuit against the agency.
Madam Chair, point of information.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Attorney. So are you saying that Commissioner Matlow shouldn't participate, or?
As in any other conflict of interest, it's not on the attorney sitting for the board or commission to say, hey, you have a conflict, don't participate. It really is up to the individual, the elected official, to make that decision because, you know, the facts are what they are, and he knows his involvement, and it is public. It is not something that hasn't been known, but it is a current existing lawsuit against the agency.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Attorney. We're going to move on with the vote. Madam Clerk, if we can have a voice vote. The motion on the floor was made by Commissioner Richardson, I think, second by Commissioner O'Keefe. No,
Welch.
Welch.
I mean, Welch,
Commissioner Welch.
An hour ago.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Okay, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Matlow,
Aye.
Commissioner Porter,
Aye.
Commissioner Richardson,
Aye.
Commissioner Williams-Cox,
Aye.
Commissioner Caban,
Aye.
Commissioner Cummings,
Aye.
Commissioner Maddox, Commissioner Minor,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Keefe,
Nay.
Commissioner Proctor,
Yep.
Commissioner Welch,
Yes.
Mayor Daley? He's out of chambers.
He's right there.
No, he's
There he
voted.
is.
He
He voted
he
in the
did? Oh, I'm
affirmative.
sorry.
It passes.
Okay, it passed. Thank you. Now, I would like to move on expeditiously, but I would like to entertain a motion. If I don't hear one, then we'll move on. For interest of the commissioners, you'll make the motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Caban.
So I'm gonna move to, and listen, if this falls, what I'm trying to do here, right? Let's get it to a vote. If there's interest to a joint workshop.
Okay, make your motion.
Okay.
Make your motion.
I move to have a blueprint workshop to discuss changes to the IA agreement that will recommend to both the city and the county, since we can't make official changes in the meeting.
Okay, and before we get a second, I think it's proper to have a joint meeting with the city and the county. We can't, I don't believe, sit as a blueprint board. It has to be the makeup of the city and the county as commissioners to address the interlocal agreement and any changes to the interlocal agreement, which governs this board and it governs blueprint staff.
I think if I'm understanding correctly, we can't call for a joint city and county workshop here. We can only call for a blueprint workshop. That's what my interpretation.
I don't think that's proper.
Madam Chair, and the attorney can weigh in, but I don't believe that this entity has the authority to tell the city commission and the county commission to have a joint meeting.
Okay, what I was asking for is interest of the members of the boards for the county and the city to have a joint meeting. If it's no interest,
Right.
then the motion will fail. Am I correct?
Well, what I'm saying is I think allows us to work within the current IA agreement. What I'm calling for is a blueprint workshop that.
A workshop, I'm sorry.
Blueprint workshop, and we'll make recommendations based on what we discussed to the city and county, and then they can ratify that if they so choose.
Second.
Is that from this blueprint workshop? Nah.
Make recommendation.
On the interlocal agreement?
I think not to take action, but to discuss and make
IA
recommendations.
board can decide to have a workshop.
We can, yeah, okay. And that was my whole point, if there is interest on the part of the board.
Yes, ma'am, and may I, I'm sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
So the whole point I'm getting at is, listen,
Okay, wait, I've got to have the motion and a second, then we can
second
discuss.
it.
You did second, thank
Yes,
you,
ma'am.
Commissioner Proctor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I'm trying to do here, guys, and directors, is let's take it to a vote. If it fails, we know there's not enough interest to change, we'll end the conversation.
Right.
Roll call.
Okay, Mayor Daley.
You promise?
Commissioner Caban, I hear what you're saying, and I do think that I'm not going to support this. Look, I got to just tell you from a personal standpoint, as long as there is open litigation, you will not get me to participate in the structure until that litigation has been complete. I mean, just, look, we open all of ourselves up with a lawsuit that's going on, and I'm just not, you're an attorney, Madam Chair, I'm not, but Madam Attorney has also counseled us we shouldn't get involved while litigation's going on. So I don't have interest. I'm not going to support the motion. I don't have interest right now until this lawsuit's brought in for landing one way or the other. And then I'll be more than happy to have that conversation.
Thank you. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just two questions. One, was that your counsel that we not have a workshop?
No.
No, that wasn't.
No.
Okay, it just, it's what I thought I heard the mayor just say.
I think it would be proper, Madam Chair, if you're just interested in sort of doing sort of a query as to an interest, that it just not be a motion, because that's like official action of this particular board, but just, hands raised, how many are interested, and just kind of make note of that, and then, maybe report that back to the county administrator as well as the city manager, if there is an interest, and share that. I don't think it has to be a motion with official business, because that's all you can do.
Okay, well, we have a motion and second on the floor, so if you want to withdraw your motion, Commissioner Caban.
No, ma'am, I will not withdraw.
You don't want to withdraw your motion?
No, ma'am.
And you're not withdrawing your second, so. Any other comment? Commissioner Maddox?
Madam Chair, I make a substitute motion that we have the chair of the IA send a letter to the chairs of the city and the county requesting that they follow through with the county's request to have a joint workshop.
Be careful how you talk to yourself, Madam Chair. But don't answer yourself.
So is there a second on his substitute motion for the chair to send a letter to the the city and the county?
Commissioner Richardson seconded.
Commissioner Richardson
Yes.
seconded it.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Richardson. Okay, so that's the substitute motion. Commissioner Matlow?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to clarify, I am engaged in a lawsuit against the agency, but it's based on whether the IMC is required by state law to be in the sunshine. I don't think that's germane to the item that we're voting on today. And as this body doesn't have any oversight of the IMC, wouldn't really be related anyway. And as this is to be brought back to individual bodies that aren't the blueprint, I feel comfortable voting on it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. Commissioner Williams-Carr?
Madam Chair, I guess my question is, if there is no interest, then why spend time with you writing a letter to any of those individuals? Why can't we just do like we said, gauge if there's any interest? If not, move on.
I withdraw my motion.
Thank you. Okay.
I'm trying to save time.
Right. We really need to. We really need to move on. There are no other comments. And the question, the motion on the table, Commissioner Maddox withdrew his motion, so we're back at Commissioner Caban's motion, right?
Madam Chair, I would recommend that Commissioner Ban withdraws his motion too, and then we have the hand raised to see if there's interest, because at the end of the day, if we have a joint workshop, we still can't do anything.
He already said he wouldn't withdraw. Are you reconsidering?
I'm asking him to withdraw,
Oh, okay.
and we do the hand raise, and if it looks like we have a majority of the folks, then what I recommend is that the county administrator who has direction gets with the city manager and understand that we want to have this workshop. There's no point in IA workshopping when the city and the county needs to do it. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I get where you're trying to go, but they already got direction to do it. So it's already direction given to the county to reach out to the city to see if there's interest.
So your motion is still on the floor? Yes, please.
I understand kind of the direction you want to go, Commissioner Maddox. The way I'm looking at it, just vote up, down. If it's done, it's done. We're done with the conversation.
Absolutely.
That's how I'm looking at it. And just be done with it. That way we have clarity on the situation and we don't have to bring it up. That's my perspective on it.
I agree. And then the point, Commissioner, is inhibitive to what we need to be doing. It's taking up a lot of time. So I want to put it on the table. Let's address it. And if we don't address it as a body, the city and the county, it's going to continue to inhibit the progress. It's going to inhibit us from addressing the issues that we need to be addressing. Okay? So all those in favor of Commissioner Caban's motion, Madam Clerk, may we have a roll call? Madam Clerk.
Jamie.
Does everybody understand what's on the table? Okay, and it was seconded by Commissioner Proctor.
Mayor Daley?
No.
Commissioner Matlow?
Aye.
Commissioner Porter?
Aye.
Commissioner Richardson?
No.
Commissioner Williams-Cox?
No.
Commissioner Caban?
Aye.
Commissioner Cummings?
Yes.
Commissioner Maddox?
Nope.
Commissioner Minor?
No.
Commissioner O'Keefe?
Aye.
Commissioner Proctor?
Yep.
Commissioner Welch?
No.
It fails.
Okay, the motion failed, which means that the majority does not have an issue with the interlocal agreement and the makeup of the IA board or the authority, the responsibilities of those involved. The majority does not have an issue with it. Okay. Thank you all so much.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir. Commissioner Proctor.
could we get a delineation of the vote in the, was it a 6-5 or 3-2 or what was it?
Okay. Madam Attorney.
Yes. Let's see, there were 2 city members for a total of 14. You need 36 for it to pass. On the county side, it added up to 20. Caban, Cummings, O'Keefe, and Proctor voting in favor. That's a total of 20. 20 plus 14 is 34. You need 36, so it failed. Weighted vote.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Attorney. Okay, we're moving to the next item. Mr. White.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next item is the approval of Resolution 2024-01 authorizing issuance of the Series 2024 bond sale and approval of a fiscal year 2024 budget amendment. Autumn Calder does have a brief presentation on this to kind of walk through what this is.
Do we
give
have
a little
any
background.
speakers on this?
Yes, ma'am. We have one speaker, Max Epstein.
Thank you. Oh, that's fine. He wants to hear the presentation first, and then we'll call him.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I just have a brief presentation today. So today we're seeking approval from the IA Board of Directors to issue the Series 2024 bonds. We also are seeking the IA Board approval for an operating budget amendment to fund the upfront financing costs of receiving that bond, which would then be paid for by the bond once it's received. One thing I want to note about this bond, this has been a part of your approved implementation plans for many years. Since 2021, we've been programming a fiscal year 24 bond issuance. Most recently, this was part of the approval of your September budget materials just last year for your fiscal year 24 budget. In those materials, and as part of our financing plan, we also sought a state infrastructure bank loan for funding our infrastructure projects in addition to issuing the bond. Since that September meeting, we were notified by the Department of Transportation that they were not going to fund the state infrastructure bank loan this year and the next year. And that actually is a result of them needing those funds for the Moving Florida Forward initiative, which I spoke of earlier today, and how we were successful in getting the $90 million for Capital Circle Southwest from that program, but that didn't leave any funds for the state infrastructure bank loan. So now we have that full financing of $136 million in the Series 2024 bond. Why are we doing this? Well, this bond maintains the project progress for the Blueprint program. We have an incredible amount of projects that are moving forward. I went through that presentation earlier today to show you those projects. It also has the benefit of paying for the projects now. Construction costs are continuing to rise. They have done so since COVID at really rapid paces. We don't see too much of that slowing. They're actually rising faster than inflation. So when we look at the cost of the bond issuance, that interest rate is actually lower than your inflation and definitely lower than what your construction costs would be at. So while financing seems like an expensive strategy, in this case, it's actually a little bit lower because of the rising costs of our construction projects. So if you delay starting those projects, the cost of them is going to be higher than what you would pay in the interest rates, likely higher. We're backed by an incredible team of financial experts. First off, at Blueprint, we have our Blueprint Finance Officer, Trace Long, who leads our group. And also, we have Susan Dawson here, who's been helping us certainly within the legal parameters of the bond. But we also have our financial advisors from PFM in the audience today, our bond counsel from Bryant Miller and Olive, and bond disclosure counsel that helped guide us through this process. And we went through this in fiscal year 22, successful, secured an interest rate, actually less than 3% in 2022, and this same team helped us get through that. So today we're asking for your authorization of option 1.
So moved.
Option 1. Second.
Thank you. It's moved by Commissioner Maddox, second by Commissioner Richardson.
I'm sorry.
To move option 1. Is there any discussion? I'm sorry, Ms. Epstein, yeah, make your comment.
I appreciate it. So I do have a couple questions here. It was mentioned earlier today that by your May meeting, you would have an actual idea of what the sales tax were coming in this year. Doesn't it seem like that would be a good time to have this sort of discussion, is when we know? The projects, Walani Boulevard and Bannerman, that are so far out of budget, right? We had to find an extra $100 million, and that is being predicated on an additional, I think, 11% coming in this year, and then 3% in perpetuity after that. So what happens if we don't get that bump this year? Do we have enough money, if we don't get that bump this year, to finish the rest of the project? So that is a question to the Blueprint staff, please. Number 2, it's not 136 million. It's 172 million. Your agenda packet says the financing is 36 million. The attachment says it's 46 million. So I'd like some clarity on that as well, please. That means to move these projects forward, and you have the Capital Cascades. That's my baby, right? But it's not ready for the prime time yet. Some of these projects were bumped up decade to get them done. And we're borrowing we're paying $46 million. Is that fiscal responsibility? We heard about how maybe we need a substantial amendment when projects are so out of whack. Why don't we have a substantial amendment for these projects that are 100 million plus 46? That's almost 300 million, I think, for just a couple projects we're doing here. So my recommendation would be to wait till your May meeting, see if you're actually going to get the money that you're projected to come in, and then make a decision. I mean, these are our tax dollars, and these are your priorities here. Do you want to spend $46 million in financing to move these projects forward? And if we talk about interest rates, the Fed said they're cutting rates this year. To say it's going to cost more and more, Fed's cutting rates this year at some point. And with that should be expected deflation.
You have 30 seconds.
I mean, that's the entire point of waiting for the cut, right? This does not pass the fiscal responsibility test. We're throwing away $46 million in interest. So, if you don't mind, if there's a way to answer the questions I had about, will we have enough money if we don't get that bump this year as predicted, and if it's 36 or 46?
Thank you, Ms. Epstein.
That was our final speaker for number 4.
I'm sorry.
That was our final speaker.
Thank you. Commissioners, we have agenda item number 4 before you. We have a motion and a second. Option 1, we have the bond information resolution in your packet. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Caband and Commissioner Proctor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, I want to thank staff for preparing this item. There's a lot of information. May I address staff with a question, Madam Chair? There's a line on page 277 where it says the proposed budget amendment will increase the operating budget by $1.4 million. to allow for the payment of required bond services. Does that mean our fee to the broker is $1.4 million?
If I may, there are several costs that are bundled into that 1.4, and I can bring up Trace Long to answer that question.
Right. 1.4 million is for bond counsel, bond disclosure counsel, credit rating agencies, as well as the underwriter fees.
Okay, thank you. So we're paying $1.4 million to process the bonds?
The 1.4 million is an estimate because we don't have the total yet. We won't have that until closing, but that's enough to get us through.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, I feel indifferent about these bonds. I'm not saying I'm going to vote it down or vote it up. I understand that sometimes they're necessary. I understand that debt sometimes is necessary. I believe that there was some consensus in the budget workshop we had last year that we had a conversation about looking to reduce debt, and then immediately the next year, we're going to borrow $126 million and pay $46 million in interest. That's concerning to me, especially when I've been vocal, in my opinion, that we're seeing costs go up on some of these projects, and we don't really have a way to claw back the scope to keep things in budget. Like I said, I don't know if it's a deal breaker for some other commissioners. I'm just bringing it up for discussion, but $46 million in debt is a significant amount of money. Additionally, some of these projects we talked about, guys, they're getting expensive. And so if this is the route we're going to go, we're talking a lot of borrowing right now. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Commissioner Proctor.
Madam Chair, a question, how much bond cap or capacity are we left with if we approve this?
Thank you, Mr. White or Autumn.
Our implementation plan and the budget that was approved last year include another bond issuance in fiscal year 26. So we have an additional amount of funding there. And we also anticipate a financing strategy for the Tharp Street project by the time we get to 2030. Based on those project cost estimates and our revenue estimates baked into our 2024 budget, our bonding capacity, we actually do not have any bonding capacity remaining after this one and those other two that we anticipate.
All right, so tonight we anticipated and hoped that we would see a bond issue recommendation for FAMU. Would that be a part of this, or is that an independent entity that would cover $15 million for Bragg Stadium?
That would be an item that comes back at the next meeting.
Independent of this 126?
That would be correct.
Okay. I want to say that I like this project. Bond work is what moves the shovel and the bulldozers. And I love that picture that was up there. And that's what we're supposed to do, move projects. And I think that what democracy to me is a deliberative process. And that's what we do. We deliberate, and we duke it out, and we try to squeeze from the deliberations excellence. And I think that those pictures that we saw and the projects that we have blessed and are sending forward have resulted from the kind of democracy of which they've been tried through fire. And I'm very, very proud and pleased to see staff moving these projects. That's what we got to do. So kudos, compliments, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox.
I didn't recall putting that up there, but I was having a thought in my head. When we were looking at bonding in the past, and there was some hesitancy about moving forward to get these projects going, we went forward and did it, and it saved us money, because had we waited, interest rates went up, and it would have cost us even more money. So doing it now, while things are where they are, I think is wise to do, because we don't know what's going to happen with interest rates in the future. So I just wanted to add that, you know, we've been here before, and it saved us money last time, and hopefully it will help save us this time.
Thank you. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a quick question. Can you clarify for me, my understand, when we borrow, it's not tied to any specific project. It's the total amount that then is spent according to how the budget decisions we make per project, but it's not like these are individual bonds connected to each project, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Mettler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if I've ever voted to move forward with this much debt service in the past, but I look at how much we're asking to borrow, and then I look at the projects scheduled for 2024, $65 million to the Bannerman Road, $65 million to Wilani Boulevard, and then I hear we have a couple more bonds, and then we're out of bonding capacity, which to me means any type of economic downturn is going to leave us unable to fulfill the list in the next 15 years. I think that's worrisome. I think our priorities are still not in order of how we should be spending the money. I think the limitations that borrowing in addition or spending additional $46 million just on debt service, just to put that in perspective, that covers every single priority we've heard countless public speakers come out today to speak on, whether that's Bragg Stadium renovations or affordable housing or what have you. It would make sense to me that when you have a project like the Northeast Gateway with the second phase originally scheduled to not come to fruition until nearly 2040, we wouldn't advance fund that to build a road through the wilderness when we have so many more pressing priorities. So I'm not going to support issuing these bonds today because I think conversations that we need to have about the airport gateway, the North Monroe project, and how we are going to fund will be responsive to whether I think it's appropriate to bond this money now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Mettler. Commissioner Proctor, you done? Okay. Okay, thank you.
7 years.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motion on the floor is the adoption of option one. Let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Any opposition?
Nay.
Roll call.
Is two, may I have a, well, I don't see Madam Clerk. Okay, may we have a roll call, please?
Hinckley.
Mayor Daley. Aye. Commissioner Matlow.
Nay.
Commissioner Porter.
Nay.
Commissioner Richardson.
Aye.
Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Aye.
Commissioner Caban.
No.
Commissioner Cummings.
Yes.
Commissioner Maddox.
Aye.
Commissioner Minor.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Keefe.
Nay.
Commissioner Proctor.
Yep.
Commissioner Welch.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and the motion passed. Thank you, Commissioners. Mr. White, we're on agenda item number 5.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next item is the acceptance of the Fairgrounds Master Plan. And we have Tatiana here to give a presentation. Do we have any speakers?
Do we have any speakers on item 5?
Madam Chairman, I move item recommendation of staff.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. What? Do we have speakers?
Yes, ma'am.
We do.
Mark Harvey and then Willie Wiggins.
Thank you.
Willie's still here?
Hi, Mark Harvey, 1010 Mimosa Drive, Tallahassee, Florida. Pardon me if I lose my train of thought. I'm not quite as sharp now as I was a few hours ago. First off, I would like to, Autumn, the staff that you've had working with me has been great. I've enjoyed working with them. They've been very professional, very courteous, and they've done a great job. Thank you. I've looked at the conceptual plan. I think it's a very intelligent, beautiful facility that's been designed. Where we go from here, we'll see. But I think it would be the pride of Tallahassee and the south side of Tallahassee. It's well done, well thought out. I look forward to having some more input with it. That said, I'm here representing the Board of Directors of the North Florida Fair. I don't want to see us lose any ground. We're coming off a record year in attendance this past year. Since I've been there in 18, 19 years, we've seen a 50% increase in attendance. And with the attendance comes increased parking problems, space limitations, things like that. I don't want to see us going backwards with that. And that's the biggest thing that I'm going to be looking for as far as going forward with this. But again, it's been a pleasure working with the group, and I think it's a good plan, well thought out, and we look forward to going forward from here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Willie Wiggins.
I don't see him.
Willie Wiggins?
Mm-hmm. I don't see him anymore. He's
Willie
with Capital
Wiggins?
Park Baseball, but I don't see him anymore.
That was our final speaker.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. White?
We have a brief presentation from Tatiana, if it's okay for her to go ahead.
Madam Chair, I'd like to rise to move option 1.
We'll do the presentation.
Thank you.
This is your discretion, Madam Chair.
I've been seeing this presentation for a number of years.
Okay. All right, hold up. Well,
She has worked.
Wait, hold up. Commissioner Proctor, let me recognize you on the record.
I have ADD, I apologize. ADD. Yes, ma'am.
It was ADD.
What? You sure?
You can go on and make your motion. I'll allow you, and then we'll have the presentation.
I can do that?
Yes,
Okay.
I want it on the record.
I rise to endorse option 1 and encourage all of you to support it, please.
Thank you. I think, Mr. Mayor, were you the second? Okay, thank you. Now, the presentation.
Good afternoon or evening now, commissioners. I'm also joined by members of the Fairgrounds project team behind me. We have Donald Gray with Fitzgerald Collaborative Group, the master plan consultant, and also joined by Sean Cowley of Kimley Horn, and we're all here to answer any questions that you have for us at the conclusion of the presentation. Since the IA Board's initiation of the Fairgrounds Master Plan project, we've completed extensive community engagement, technical analysis, and market research to develop the long-term plan for the site that's presented before you today. The recommended master plan invested blueprint dollars into optimizing and enhancing the Fairgrounds site, and today, should you accept option 1, we will proceed with design and start to move forward with implementing the plan, from plan to reality. Leon County owns a little over 119 acres that is made up of 3 tracts of land, the Extension Office, Gene Cox Stadium in yellow, and the Fairgrounds parcel that is outlined in red before you. Property is subject to multiple land leases and other agreements. The Fairgrounds Master Plan project area only includes the Fairgrounds and the stadium tract that is leased to the North Florida Fair Association and Leon County Schools, respectively. As you can see from the image before you, within the Fairgrounds tract, the land lease area, there are other agreements for various uses, such as the shared stadium parking and Capitol Park. The parcel known as the Fairgrounds is so much more than just the Midway. While the Midway is the main area that's used by the North Florida Fair Association, there are several different uses for various areas of the property. As you can see, there's a lot of open space and some underutilized areas that can be enhanced and reconfigured to maximize the land and function, create a safer place, and provide new amenities and opportunities for our community. Presented before you is the recommended Fairgrounds Master Plan that invests $30 million in blueprint funding to immediately beautify and enhance the site's assets and make the necessary infrastructure supportive improvements. Those are general site preparation, demolition and grading for the new buildings and restrooms, the new community areas, Capitol Park, the stormwater ponds, and the new parking areas, utility upgrades, including water, sewer, and electric for the entire fairground site to support the existing structures and also accommodate construction of the new recommended facilities that you see. In order to support the current project and any future development on the site, stormwater ponds are planned at the lowest point of the property that have walking paths and other community amenities planned. And to provide the space for the stormwater pond, the plan includes relocating and rebuilding Capitol Park to a higher portion of the site with new ball fields, concessions, restrooms, and parking spaces. The recommended improvements also include renovations to some of the current buildings and the restroom in the Midway area that's used by the North Florida Fair Association, and also includes new and repaired parking areas surrounding Gene Cox Stadium. A key feature of the master plan is the addition of the new outdoor pavilion with attached indoor meeting and event space for community use and events, and also for Fair Association activities. This new building is envisioned to have central indoor restrooms that can accommodate the traffic that we anticipate coming to the site. This building also opens up to the new landscaped central green and pedestrian promenade that has walking paths, seating, lighting as well. Portions of the natural area that you see along Zyla Street provide new housing options for future public, private, and/or nonprofit development. And the urban edge on the west portion of the street on South Monroe Corridor provides for future opportunities for private development, such as mixed-use retail, residential, and/or lodging. The recommended master plan that you see before you again is the culmination of extensive community input, technical analysis, and current and future market assumptions, and it can also be implemented within the current project budget. The project team conducted a multi-purpose sports facility study to evaluate the market and economic opportunity for such a building at the fairground site. The study found that our community is well positioned to become a regional sports tourism destination, and that a new facility at this site should have a minimum of 10 basketball, convertible to 20 volleyball courts in order to meet the regional sporting demand and also the community recreation and events demand. The findings of the study have been integrated into a regional sports complex concept for future IA board consideration, as seen on your screen. The estimated cost for this concept is $116,086,000 beyond the current blueprint allocation and beyond the project description for the beautification and improvements to the Fairgrounds project defined in the interlocal. So due to the insufficient funding and the need for additional technical analysis on the regional sports complex concept, that is not being recommended to this body at this time. The recommended plan that is in front of you sees the direct application of blueprint funds into strategic improvements throughout the site that provide immediate community and economic benefit. In addition to improving the current uses and activities that are at the fairgrounds, the recommended plan also provides a year-round, safe, accessible, and family-friendly destination, and hopefully will transform this property into the keystone of the South Monroe Corridor and the Southside. Should the IA board accept the master plan that's presented with the recommended improvements, the next steps in implementing this project would be to initiate the land lease negotiations and necessary land use changes. Blueprint would then begin design of the improvements as recommended in the master plan this summer. And then we would come back to this body in early 2026, looking for construction authorization of those improvements. Again, our recommended action for you today is to accept option 1.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We want to thank staff for all your hard work. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Commissioner Richardson was first.
Commissioner Williams-Cox. What now?
Commissioner Richardson was first.
Oh, I didn't see him. I apologize. Commissioner Richardson.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I want to point out yet another project on the south side of town that will be transformative for Southside Tallahassee. I want to thank Commissioner Proctor for his dogged insistence on this over the years. And
absolutely,
as I mentioned earlier, I do take pride in having advocated for this funding as a part of the Sales Tax Committee to make this happen, and certainly are looking forward to what it will do to improve the quality of life for residents in that part of town. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Now, Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we should erect a statue of Commissioner Proctor at Center Court, the regional sports facility. I want to thank the team and the staff for doing an outstanding job. And where's Tatiana?
She's over at the corner.
Okay, very good presentation, Tatiana. One of the things that I don't want us to miss, though, is the regional sports facility consideration. As full disclosure, you all know that I have served as the president of Capitol Park Baseball for a number of years, even after my sons played through there. And Coach Willie Wiggins, who was here earlier, he told me that he came in support of, and thank you, Alderman Tatiana, because you also received questions from another one of our longtime board members at Capitol Park, and I know you all are going to get those questions answered and get them to him. But I don't want us to miss that there is a potential opportunity to try to get that additional funding to bring out these other things that we like to see happen, the public-private partnerships, legislative appropriations, grants. We're going to skip that special tax and district incentives and other selling portions of the site for private development. I think that we should go ahead and be looking towards that, because I know that Commissioner Richardson and Commissioner Proctor and I sit on the Tourist Development Council, and we've been talking about what could possibly happen if we had a regional sports facility, because right now our kids are traveling to other places and taking their money with them to participate in these events, and that's another economic opportunity that could be coming to Tallahassee. So if we are able to put together some strategies to try to get that kind of thing to happen, I know that there are individuals who are already looking at some potential opportunities in that area of town. I think that we should not let this go, you just let this lay. We should activate this and see what we can do to attract that kind of attention. But we do want to thank you all again for this opportunity. And I too agree, living on the south side, that this is the crown jewel of the south side. And here again, where it sits, where Florida A&M sits, and where Innovation Park sits, and among other things, in the transit, new transit system that's going to be there. This is just another network of how we improve the south side of town and bring economic development to that side of town in a very creative and user-friendly way. So I just wanted to offer that I full-throated. Is that how you said, Commissioner Proctor? I full-throat support this wholeheartedly, and let's move expeditiously and deliciously to make it happen.
Thank you.
That's for Darrell Jones.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams-Cox. Commissioner Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is exactly the kind of investment we need in the South Side.
Yes.
Yep.
Very ready.
Yeah, of course, yeah. This is exactly the kind of thing Blueprint was designed to do. You know, Leon County now, a couple years ago, we now surpassed $1 billion in revenue through tourism. This kind of facility will bring us far beyond that. And in the coming years, construction's in 2026, right? So shortly after that, or even before, we're going to start to see, I predict, new hotels, new restaurants in that area. We're going to see a new life into the area on the south side because of this project. This is a good project. And, I've been on the county commission since 2018. Whenever I hear the word Fairgrounds, I think of Bill Proctor. Whenever I hear the word Bill Proctor, I think of Fairgrounds. I mean, the two are intertwined. He gets a lot of credit for his persistence in pushing for this. It's a good thing for this community. It's a good thing for Blueprint. Happy to support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Minor. Commissioner Matlow?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask, as far as exploring additional funding for the fairgrounds that Commissioner Williams-Cox mentioned, do we need to give direction to continue to pursue that, or are we in the posture of approving this?
So what?
I think we would be in the posture to do this. And then just kind of for clarification, it wouldn't necessarily just be Blueprint. The property is owned by Leon County, so they could look at things. Blueprint could look at opportunities. So, but I think the direction we need is really to just accept the master plan and immediately move into doing design, those land use changes to see these improvements as quickly as we possibly can.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. Commissioner Proctor.
Madam Chair, I wanted to recognize Mr. Mark Harvey. Ms. Harvey, stand up one more again, please. Thank you. Mr. Harvey has been the executive director of the North Florida Fair Association for numbers of years, and I want to thank him for his stewardship over time. I want to thank him also for his wonderful openness to hearing and receiving and always contemplating new reimagined possibilities at that site. So it's not been with resistance or hostility coming from the Fair Association. And under the leadership of Mr. Harvey, he's been an open mind on all occasions. And Mr. Harvey, I just want to make sure that the records reflected how grateful I am for your statesmanship. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. I just want to ask one question. I know when Tatiana was doing her presentation, she mentioned an area that could possibly be housing options. Do we know how many acres were set aside for housing development? Because we've been talking about affordable housing all night.
Yes, Madam Chair. On the graphic, there was the our east side that was in green. Right. That's about 13 acres. We know about 10 of those acres have to stay wooded. That would be tree canopy area that would have to remain that way. So that leaves about 3 acres there for housing. But then the entire other side that's purple could be a combination of residential, especially if it were going to be the higher density residential, so like multifamily. We were specifically looking at the green side on Zyla Street being a little bit lower density to match what's across the street. But the purple has opportunities for lodging, hotel, mixed use, but also multifamily.
And so how much is that area on the other side?
You call the purple?
We have 3 acres on the side with Zyla.
13.4 acres.
Okay.
Wait, that's the purple?
And 3 on the side with Zyla. Right. Okay, and my other question is there any plan to actively seek developers to look at those acreage for affordable housing or single-family affordable homes or anything of that nature?
What we would anticipate is, as we often see with Blueprint projects, is we make those initial public investments, getting everything ready, and that serves as a catalyst that actually attracts private development. So we would anticipate us moving forward with those infrastructure improvements as Tatiana presented, and then kind of looking at that once those improvements are made.
Thank you. Anything else? Oh, Commissioner Proctor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to reflect positively on the work of Tatiana and wonderful fair consultants and all. One possibility, which I want to put on the table, is a state-of-the-art 21st century conference center. I got a call this week from someone from Commissioner Maddox's fraternity, indicating that their fraternity desired to host a meeting here in Tallahassee, but will be going to Tampa instead. I think that the parking is there, and the property shown on the purple part is ought to be considered for that additional funding possibilities. And I think that Tallahassee, FSU would tell you we need conference space. Friday, she's gone. Shante would tell you they need it. TCC, all these associations. And that corner, I mean, there's room for 3-4 hotels and a major conference center for the. We're still, Commissioner Richardson and Commissioner Williams-Cox and I, we learned at our last TDC meeting that we're the only southern state capital without a major conference center. I was blown away. And the fact that we're the only southern state capital without a conference center is a compelling reason why I hope that we could put that possibility on the table in future considerations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. Did anybody want to respond? I'm not sure. I think it was a statement. It's a great statement. Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Maddox.
Madam Chair, quickly, first of all, I want to thank Commissioner Proctor, because when we first brought this to the table of looking at the land to be used for a sports facility, it was his open-mindedness, because I do think of the Fairgrounds as the William Proctor Fairground. It was his openness to the vision of it being there that allowed this to be an idea that moved forward. You know, we had Charlie Ward and his folks come talk to us a little bit about the idea of a facility that he had in mind. I think there's got to be some synergy there between what we're trying to create and what he would like to do. And I always envisioned this as a P3 type of project where there'd be a private entity to it that would help us maybe run the facility and maybe even do some help with the financing of it and some of the decision making, how it would look. I don't know how far down the road we've gotten with that, but I don't see why we can't have someone or a group or an entity that we'd be willing to allow to run the sports facility specifically that we're looking to erect and have some saying kind of what it looks like. So as we continue to go down this road, let's think about that. Do we want to be in the sports business in that kind of way, or would we like for somebody to come in, program that place, run that place, and it be that P3 that I envisioned from its originality? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Maddox. And I think we see where Charlie Ward and his wife withdrew their request. I think they're going to amend it and do what have you and bring it back. But I think they're probably still in the mix, Commissioner.
It was for a different
Commissioner
location, I
Maddox.
think.
Yeah, probably a different location as well. Okay, thank you all so much. We appreciate staff. We're so proud of you all. You all bring us great projects back. You work really hard, and we just really appreciate you. Kudos to Commissioner Proctor for his consistency. And Commissioner Williams-Cox and Commissioner Richardson. I know you all work together, and we are all in favor of enhancing our neighbors on the south side. Okay, we've got the motion on the table for option 1. All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Any opposition? Hearing none, unanimous. Thank you so much. Mr. White, we'll move on then to agenda item number 6.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next agenda item is the item that was requested at the last meeting, looking at the scope of the Airport Gateway project. Autumn does have a very brief presentation on that. Do we have any speakers? We do have speakers on this item.
Okay. Okay, yes, who are our speakers?
All right, our first speaker is Max Epstein, followed by Bill Lixon and David Williams.
All right, y'all. I know it's late. I think that's a result of us going to this 4-meeting-a-year schedule. I'd recommend going back to maybe 6 or 8 meetings so we don't have these marathon days. But, you know, I'm really glad to see this come back and potentially getting rid of the FSU segment and maybe get back to listening to the people, because when this came through as a substantial amendment back in, I think, 2017, I can't think of anyone who supported it other than the special interests in FSU. They wanted it. To modify it, I do think it needs to be, again, a substantial amendment. If you're modifying this has been talked about repeatedly. But I do have an issue with taking away money from a Southside project. And this area here, we're trying to just cut it up and move funding elsewhere. This was money that was programmed for that area. And to just get rid of it or move it around without a discussion about the North projects being cut, I don't think is acceptable. We just let, again, you know, not to beat a dead horse, Bannerman, Bellani go through $100 million plus over budget. And now we're going to cut the airport gateway. You know, one thing, we are requesting you all to have a workshop to talk about all these stormwater concerns, right? Well, you have Cascades 4 and Airport Gateway that are duplicating both the consultants for this stuff, stormwater, and the facilities themselves. You really need to look at this together as a holistic project. And I do have an issue with changing this project without talking to the people. I mean, the people in Providence don't really know what's going on. You know, Spring Hill Road, now we're widening it. There needs to be public meetings, public hearings to talk about this so people can have an input. People who are affected by that, unless they're watching their agenda, you know, they're probably not gonna know. And the last thing here is this was several campaign promises here was to follow federal guidelines, rules and guidelines for the airport gateways when the eminent domain comes through. We know for FAMU Way, people were paid between 5 and 20% of what the federal guidelines were. So I'd like to see a stipulation here that this project apply for federal funding, just like the North Monroe, which I'm all about, and that will eliminate any issues that we have with relocating people, because you'll be following federal law when you do so. Right now, people don't know if they're going to be relocated. People in Providence, other places, under federal law, they would have had to have been notified by now that they're being looked at. Federal funding.
Our next speaker is Bill Lixon, followed by David Williams. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. Bill Lixon, 2464 Rain Lily Way. I am here to bring you good news and to speak enthusiastically about their airport gateway through Innovation Park. First, the good news. We're within a day or two of opening North Florida Innovation Labs. We'll receive a CO in a matter of days or hours. This is a phenomenal project on the South Side that creates unprecedented opportunities for technology-based entrepreneurship. The project and the follow-on funding is around $26 million. It was seeded by $2.5 million from Blueprint. So a phenomenal ROI already. It's projected to generate 600 jobs. Most of the money has stayed right here in the community. Architects, contractors, subs, furniture vendors, OEV helped us identify a registered minority furniture vendor. We spend a sizable amount of money. So the money is staying here and circulating in our economy. The gateway is multiple bites at the same apple. Yes, it's infrastructure. It's also economic development. And it is unprecedented branding for our community. Mark Wilson was not wrong when he talked about a lack of focus and vision. He was just misinformed. We are clearly a technology town. And one of our greatest natural resources is the research and innovation coming out of Florida A&M University and Florida State University. We have an asset that is totally unique in our community, and I'm not talking about the Mag Lab, which is, we have the only joint College of Engineering with the best HBCU in the country. That's a unique...
Say that again. Say that again.
That's a unique asset, and it's one that we really need to leverage. I had the opportunity to speak with Dean Friday Stroud, and we agreed it's not stadiums or technology commercialization, it's both. FAMU is approaching $100 million in research expenditures annually.
You have 30 seconds.
FSU is approaching $400 million in research annually. If we look at small communities that we have greater advantages of, like Alachua, their lab has driven development all around that. So my hope as a lifelong citizen of this community is that this lab creates generational wealth for technology entrepreneurs and drives growth in the south and the west side of town where we desperately need it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Williams.
Madam Chair, is it possible that I can enable a president rather than speaking first? Is there a presentation of this item? I would like to speak after the presentation.
That's fine. Any other speakers?
No, Madam Chair.
Yes, Autumn has a brief presentation.
Right, I'll try to keep it quick for you all. So today we're seeking IA board direction on the project scope for the airport gateway. Last November, the board asked us to bring an item back discussing that project scope and also an analysis of what the cost is to 4-lane Spring Hill Road, and that's all contained in your materials. But notably, I'd like to point out a little bit of history here. Airport Gateway is one of the 27 Blueprint Infrastructure 2020 projects, and this project has a history of IA board direction stretching back to 2015. Most notably, in 2018, the IA board approved that substantial amendment to expand the Airport Gateway project scope. And we'll look at a map on the next slide, and I'll walk through what was approved in 2018 to expand that scope. But just last September, the IA board approved an $82 million total project allocation as part of the fiscal year 24. We know that the cost estimate to implement this project is roughly $118 million. So what we're seeking from you today is kind of a rectification of getting the scope to meet the budget, getting the budget to meet the scope. So the Airport Gateway creates two project routes from the airport into downtown. In 2018, segments A, B, C, and D were added to the project, creating that second route, opening up access to Innovation Park, and new visibility and economic opportunity associated therein. That process to substantially amend the project included over 20 different community meetings, and lots of you were involved in those community meetings back at that time. When it came to the IA board, it was a unanimous vote to expand the project. And since then, we've been working on implementing it. This slide just simply shows the map and states the cost estimates per segment and then total estimate at the bottom. So today, as I mentioned, the Gateway project creates two entrances into downtown from the airport. We're seeking your direction on either maintaining those two gateway entrances or changing the project scope. It was a substantial amendment to add those segments, and it is a substantial amendment to take away any segments from the Airport Gateway project. Based on your direction today, we'll either prepare the substantial amendment process for you so that you can receive that in your next meeting, or we'll prepare a budget that funds the Airport Gateway at the project cost estimate level. Spring Hill Road, right now the project includes a gateway treatment improvement to Spring Hill Road. It's going to be a beautiful gateway. It's intended to be one of our signature entrances to our community. Landscape, beautification, multimodal. What we intend with this project, and as directed by the board many years ago, we are actually acquiring the right-of-way for a future 4-laning of Spring Hill, but only constructing 2 of those lanes. Traffic analyses does not warrant those 4 lanes at this time or into the foreseeable future. What you can see in that typical section is that widening will actually take place when it's needed, will go into the median. Still maintain a landscape median in the middle, but those 2 lanes will be picked up in the median. So all that landscape, trees that get planted on the edge, the multimodal improvements are there for the longevity of this project. I mentioned the traffic modeling doesn't support, and in fact, we actually took it one step further and were able to look at, should this board remove segments A, B, C, D, would that then necessitate widening Spring Hill to 4 lanes? And no, not at this time, it does not, and not in the foreseeable future. Still, just 2 lanes are warranted. The additional cost to widen, to pick up those additional 2 lanes on Spring Hill is $13 million. That's primarily due to the underground infrastructure that's needed to be relocated as a result of those additional travel lanes. So here's this steps to amend the blueprint project should you want to go down that path. As mentioned earlier, there are 2 public hearings that are required. Also, your consideration of the recommendations from the CAC, the TCC, and the IMC, and then, of course, that supermajority vote threshold from the members who are city commissioners and those who are county commissioners. So today we're asking for your acceptance of the status update and seeking direction to fund the Airport Gateway project to be commensurate with the scope that's already approved by the IA board. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coulter, for that presentation. We appreciate you and staff for bringing this agenda item back. I think we've got a lot of information here. We have options. And I'd like to, commissioners. I'm sorry, Mr. Williams.
Name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. My name is David Van Williams, and my address is 2001 Warwick Street. Yep. Again, my name is David Van Williams. I'm the president of the Providence neighborhood. And we got this beautiful neighborhood that this Airport Gateway is going to travel through. And our neighborhood has been waiting a long time to get funding to make improvements to the neighborhood. We're looking forward to the Airport Gateway project. Hopefully no changes has been made to the Lake Bradford corridor. And even though there's been some changes to Stuckey Avenue, we want to work with the blueprint to do what we can to help to facilitate the improvements to our neighborhood. Our neighborhood had a neighborhood plan about 20 years ago. We were asked to revise it. We did that. And so we're very excited about this new development, and we're hoping that everything goes smoothly. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Madam Chair?
Now, commissioners. Commissioner Richardson.
I'd like to move staff recommendation on option 1.
Second.
Thank you. Is there a discussion? Commissioner Welch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On this one, I think y'all know where I'm going to be on this. Okay, I don't think we need to change it. I can understand the desire to do that for some folks, but I just want to I try to be really abundantly fair here, and I look at the airport gateway as we've analyzed it more and more, and I've learned more and more about it. I try to give deference to the many people who at some point thought it was a good idea to design this road the way it's designed. At some point, people with good intentions thought this was a good idea. Now, I don't really know why they made that decision 5 or 8 or 10 years ago or whenever. But the more I think about it, the more I look at it from a big picture perspective, I think that we have a very good asset here that we don't utilize. That is our research park and our magnet laboratory. And we have, research universities in this town. I really didn't start thinking about this, honestly, until I read the article in the Democrat last week about the guy from the Florida Chamber who came here and kind of scolded our city and our county governments and said, we don't really have a vision. We don't have an identity for what we want to be. My pastor in church the other day said, we don't make anything in Tallahassee except laws. And that was kind of profound to me. And so we have this problem. We talk about the state, federal government's got a bunch of land, the state's got a bunch of land and don't pay taxes on it. We've got this federally funded research institution at Innovation Park. Bill very well stated the investments that we've made in the North Florida Innovation Labs. I'm like, what are we doing? I mean, I know we're trying to be fiscally responsible, and I appreciate that, but I think that we're talking about money that isn't budgeted for this project for a long time, like we talked about this morning, 6, 7, 8 years down the road. I think in 6 or 7 or 8 years, this might be a really good investment to have a road that showcases one of our greatest assets that we underutilize drastically. We have companies sending people here spending millions of dollars to do research. We have proof of concept. You've got Danfoss out there who have brought a company here, who have hired hundreds of people here, who have spent hundreds of millions of dollars here because of that research facility. And here, again, I don't really have a dog in the fight here. I'm just trying to be pragmatic. Somebody somewhere at FSU thought it was a good idea for us to fund a road that helps highlight that facility. And so I think aside from just upsetting the apple cart and messing everything up and cutting and moving and jiving and all that, I think the chaos that creates is not good for this board, as I have stated. But I think in this case, we've made really good investments at the airport. The city of Tallahassee is to be commended, okay? The things that we're doing at the airport, the international processing facility, those are objectively good investments. The widening of Capitol Circle that's going on right now, objectively good investments. Great job getting the state to pay for all that. We're doing everything moving in the right direction, and I feel like we're just wanting to cut. And I don't think that's necessarily the right way to go. I think that this was a well-thought-out plan. I still think it's worthy of investing in. I think you may not recognize that for 10 years, but that's what visioning requires, right? So, I mean, I really only came to that conclusion with that much specificity in the last week or so after I listened to the Mr. Wilson guy. But just generally speaking, I don't think we need to be messing with all these projects. I think status quo is fine and acceptable. I think that it opens up a huge can of worms across the board when we start messing with these projects. So I'm going to support Commissioner Richardson's motion, I think, which is to accept staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Welch. Just a point of clarification, Mr. White. Option 1, accept status update and direct staff to fully fund, or we were talking about the 82 million or the 117 million or more?
Madam Chair, that's giving us direction that when we come back to you in May at the budget workshop, we know how much to estimate for that project, either a smaller scope or the full scope.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Commissioner Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On a given project, I try to listen carefully to the district commissioner which the project is residing. And so I've been listening carefully to Commissioner Gaban and the reasons he's been giving on this. And I appreciate his motivation on trying to be more, on trying to stretch our dollar, and right, and trying to figure out what we can do to save money with the construction costs increasing. I mean, he's right when he says the airport gateway has increased incredibly, but it's not just the airport gateway. You know, the Market District has increased by even more % than the airport gateway has, and you've got some of the other projects on Blueprint that have also increased, and it's because of the skyrocketing construction costs. Concrete alone has gone up 3 or 4 times in just the last few years. That's just concrete. So there's not something inherently wrong in my view with the airport gateway cost estimates. It's a national problem, a global problem that we have. And so we're trying to do the best we can with the resources that we have. And so I appreciate what Commissioner Gaban is trying to do. But here's why I'm going to support Commissioner Richardson's motion. Last April, I went to the UF Innovate Sid Martin Biotech Incubator Facility in Alachua County. And it is the perfect physical representation of what the North Florida Innovation Lab is going to be in 10, 15, 20 years. The Sid Martin Incubator has brought 112 companies through that facility. They have generated more than $9.3 billion in economic benefit. That's with a B. They've created more than 8,000 jobs at that facility alone. Now, project the North Florida Innovation Labs 15, 20 years in the future. Their footprint of what the Sid Martin Biotech Incubator is doing is very similar to what our vision is for North Florida Innovation Labs. We've got to invest in it. The reason why Sid Martin is doing so well, they've won the International Incubator of the Year 3 years in a row. 3 times, not 3 years in a row, but 3 times. So, I mean, they are recognized around the world as being one of the very best incubators on the planet. The reason why that is because the people in Alachua and Gainesville, the governor at the time, have seen have had the vision to cultivate this into something that is the pride and joy of Alachua County and the state of Florida and the world when it comes to biotech incubators. North Florida Innovation Labs can be that in 10, 15, 20 years. We just have the vision to cultivate it and to work with our partners to make that happen. This airport gateway, these segments that create that route going to Innovation Park is part of that leadership and part of that vision that we need to have to help Innovation Labs, to help the Mag Lab, to help Danfoss, to help Innovation Park overall create that environment that we need in that area. We've been talking about Innovation Park for decades, but we need to put forth that public investment that shows our commitment as a community to prospective businesses that come into Innovation Park thinking about whether or not they want to invest in Tallahassee and Leon County. So I respect Commissioner Gaban and his thinking on this, but my opinion on this is that this is the long-term vision. We will probably all be, except for Commissioner Proctor, we'll probably all be gone by the time North Florida Innovation Labs.
He'll still be here.
Yeah, he'll still be here. But this is an incredible opportunity for us to invest in furthering the research that our academic institutions have, of bringing private businesses in here that are going to double down on the high-tech research of the future. You know, Mr. Lixon talked about $500 million of research investment from FSU and FAMU, not every 5 years, every single year. We need to continue to help that and support that and cultivate that because Innovation Park, NFIL, Danfoss Turbocore, the Mag Lab, we need to help cultivate that into something that is going to just blossom. You know, we can exceed Sid Martin. You know, I want the North Florida Innovation Labs in the coming years to get that International Incubator of the Year award because Tallahassee deserves it. And, you know, we talk a lot, I'm wrapping up here, but, you know, we tend to focus a lot. Necessarily, we focus a lot on homelessness, poverty, food insecurity, affordable housing issues, right? Those are issues that demand our attention, and we're working hard to address those. But you know, the other side of the coin of all those issues is economic development and growing jobs and increasing income. If we increase median income in this county by just 2 or 3%, that addresses a lot of the issues we spent time talking about with regard to affordable housing, homelessness, poverty, et cetera. We raise incomes, it helps us address the other issues. This is a solid step toward us doing exactly that type of thing. So I'm going to support the motion. I wasn't around, only I think 4 of you were here in March 2018 when the expanded Airport Gateway project was substantially amended and passed unanimously. So most of us haven't been here. But I respect the work that was done in 2018. I respect the years of planning and working with Providence and Innovation Park and Danfoss and others to make this gateway project scope that it's currently defined something that will really pay dividends. So thank you, Madam Chair, for letting me speak on this a little bit longer than I wanted to, but I think this is really important. I think we do need to support it. And yes, we need to figure out how we can maximize our dollars, but this is the kind of project we need to really prop up and support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. You keep talking, she'll be back.
I know.
Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just ditto to all that Commissioner Welch and
Minor.
I'm having one of those senior moments, y'all. Apologize for that. Commissioner Minor. Ditto to everything that they have said. And in 2018, that was the vision for this gateway. It wasn't just an FSU project as it was made out to be. Many of us shared that same vision for what this gateway could do for the south and southwest part of our community. Exposing more people to the amenities that we have in Innovation Park, what's coming, and having, of course, having the other gateway from the airport. And if you look at what is happening at the airport and around the airport with the widening of Capitol Circle, the increased traffic flow that's going to be created by that, you know, we're already a regional hub, and I can just imagine in 10 years what that's going to look like. When I first came to Tallahassee, we were talking about the truck route, y'all, truck route, which was 2 lanes. And if you told somebody you were going out there, like, why are you going way out there? One little caution light slowing down the trucks that came through, and look at where we are now. And so I can envision something to that effect for this quadrant of our community as well. And then lastly, Madam Chair, I want to make sure that we remain cognizant of the promises that have been made to the Providence neighborhood, and they not become a victim of, you know, decisions that are made that would cause those promises not to be fulfilled. Because they negotiated in good faith, and you've heard the president say that they are in favor of this project. I think somebody said earlier that the people weren't involved and didn't want it. Well, they were involved, and they do want it. And we heard that tonight from the president. And so I think, and the intention of my motion was that we do look at, Madam Chair, fully funding the project as we go forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner Richardson. Commissioner Caban.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the comments, everyone. And I just want to say, I came prepared with some comments I'd like to make and some questions for staff. And as you all know, this is something that's really important to me. I'm very passionate about this. This is a big decision. This is a major project, not only in my district, but also in our community. I also just want to say thank you to staff. I know that there's been a lot of emails, a lot of questions, a lot of public records requests, a lot of conversation back and forth. And I'm thankful for you guys' time and working with me as we get through this process. Madam Chair, may I direct a few questions to staff? May I?
Please, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Director Calder, when we talk about scope, my interpretation of reading the agenda materials from this meeting and past Airport Gateway meeting notes, that we are referencing segments that are listed in overall geographical directions of the roadway. Is that correct when we talk about scope?
Yes, please.
Yeah, in the item, we say the term scope refers to the roadway segments and improvements consistent with the project description as approved by the IA board on March 1st, 2018. And I believe in the agenda materials, we actually include that project description on page 7 of 9. So when you look to that, it says Project 3 Airport Gateway, funding to perform roadway improvements to Spring Hill Road from Capitol Circle Southwest to Orange Avenue, Lake Bradford Road from Orange Avenue to Gaines Street, South Lake Bradford Road from Capitol Circle Southwest to Orange Avenue, Stuckey Avenue from Roberts Avenue to Lake Bradford Road, a new roadway through the FSU Southwest Campus area, and Orange Avenue from South Lake Bradford Road to the southern terminus of the new roadway. Includes right-of-way, construction, gateway streetscaping, stormwater for roadway improvements, and enhanced landscape. So that's what we're referring to. So all of those roadway segments that are defined in that project description.
Okay.
And that's the way the interlocal agreement was
Perfect.
amended to reflect it.
Awesome. I was just looking for clarification there. And then help me understand, when we talk about concept design, there we're talking about aesthetics, materials, medians, asphalt, lighting, sidewalks, et cetera, right? I'm trying to differentiate between scope and then concept design.
Well, design is more once you start getting the technical analyses involved. So your geotechnical analysis, for example, looking at your stormwater ponds and how fast they can perk. So that would determine the footprint of your stormwater pond. And then you would have your transportation engineering design that then looks at the curvature of the road that's required for safety improvements. And then, of course, layered on top of that are all of the local, state, and federal regulations that go through our permitting reviews. So all of that is baked into our design.
Thank you. When we're making the design, right, picking out landscaping, trees, who chooses the design and materials?
Well, the first thing we would do is go through the regulations. So, a roadway has to have a certain amount of friction, and so your choices are based on things like that. We look at other local examples and incorporate in the maintenance requirements from either the city or the county or potentially even the state for whoever's maintaining that roadway. So a lot of our design choices are led by that direction. Something that's a gateway project, we would probably add a little bit more attention to some of those details. So for example, North Monroe Gateway, we would look really focusing in on the type of trees that we would put in that corridor. Same with Airport Gateway.
Thank you. When we approve a budget and I guess a scope of a project, the process is staff goes back to work with the consultants basically to make the design that aligns within our budget. Is that accurate? So basically, when we approve a budget, right, what is the process from staff going back to taking that budget and putting it on paper?
I'll interject real quick. A lot of that depends on the type of project. For roadway projects specifically, there are a lot more requirements and regulations that drive the design of the project. And that's what gets baked into those cost estimates. So everything from the signs you see on there, that's dictated by the manual uniform traffic control devices. There's the Florida, used to be plans preparation manual, Florida design manual that dictates like geometric turns and even like the curvature of the road and the crown. And there's a lot of things. There's very specific regulations about the smoothness of the pavement. And so some projects you can say, yes, here's a budget, design something within this budget. Roadway projects are a lot different because it's like if these are the corridors you want to do, first you have to meet all of those requirements. And then there might be a little bit of flexibility. So do we do a 6-foot sidewalk versus a 5-foot sidewalk? That'll have some impact on the cost, not as much as meeting the requirements of what the road has to meet in terms of the state and federal regulations, some local design requirements, things like trees. Also, we have to take into account the debit and credit process through permitting. And so if we have to cut down a tree, we have to plant certain other trees or pay a certain amount of funding. So, it's one thing if we're saying like, hey, here's a park and here's your budget and choose the playground equipment that fits within the budget. Roadway projects are a little bit different because we have to meet those very, very strict requirements.
Okay, thank you. My last question, Madam Chair, for staff. Could you help me also, I'm trying to understand, so help me get there. Part of the project overview, it says that the airport gateway is part of its overview is to protect neighborhoods by redirecting traffic away from residential areas. Segments A, B, and D are surrounded by properties that are zoned residential. And we're using that to be a primary route for the airport. So can you help me understand, like, how is that directing traffic away from residential neighborhoods?
I'll start off and then Autumn can chime in. Like one example of that is by constructing segment D and C, as well as A and B, we would be moving 80% of the traffic off of Levy and putting it up on Stuckey. Levy is a residential neighborhood street. Stuckey has much higher zoning. So if you look at the zoning along Stuckey, it's for like central urban, higher density, higher intensity. So we would be taking it out of what we consider residential preservation, low density residential neighborhood kind of thing, and putting the traffic on the street with the higher density zoning.
So I understand that, but segments A and B are much, much longer than the Stuckey and Levy Ave portion, and those are all zoned residential 1 and residential preservation, very low density neighborhoods. So I'm just trying to, this is an important part of this project, so I'm having a hard time understanding how this is going to direct traffic away. I mean, we're trying to say this is a primary road to the airport, and folks are talking about Innovation Park. It's okay, I'm going to move on, but I appreciate that. Commissioners, I have issues with really two things here. I think we kind of talked about a little bit the system behind it and earlier in our agenda, but first I want to say I completely respect Commissioner Minor, Commissioner Richardson. I have nothing but respect for your comments, but I do just disagree, and I want to make that known. You know, I want to be clear, I support an airport gateway. I believe growth around our airport is a vital asset to this community. I sat last summer with Secretary Gaynor from FDOT and advocated for the funding, the $90 million funding we got on Capitol Circle Southwest from Crawfordville Highway to Spring Hill Road. I know how important an airport gateway project is, not only to our community, but I think what we're leaving out is my constituents live in these neighborhoods that we're about to build a road through that we're saying is going to direct traffic away from their neighborhoods. And I have a problem with that because I don't think that's true. I don't support building a new road through Innovation Park when we have 5 to 6 different routes already going to the airport. I think we should be looking at enhancing all our roadways before we build a new road. I also want to direct and preface something here. We already have a road through Innovation Park. It's called Paul Dirac Drive. You know, I served on a short amount of time on the LCRDA, and I can tell you right now, what was not said on the dais by one of our speakers is there's tens of thousands of square foot available in Innovation Park that is being marketed for rent that people don't want to lease, okay? The budget for Innovation Park is in the red. It's losing roughly $40,000 a month. The kind of businesses that we're looking to attract at Innovation Park are destination businesses. Okay, we're not, manufacturing companies, tech companies, those are destination businesses, meaning that their employees are gonna go there regardless. We're not looking to put a college town or a midtown there with restaurants and bars and all these places where you're gonna walk around. That's not what we're looking at. It's certainly not in our future land use, and the zoning doesn't even allow for that. I also don't support stating that this road is gonna protect neighborhoods and direct traffic away from them when our current scope literally goes through neighborhoods that are zone residential. If this is our real goal of this project, then we would focus all our resources and attention on Spring Hill Road. Spring Hill Road is primarily zoned commercial with a small sliver of high-density residential. And that's also, I want to say, what taxpayers voted on in 2016. And early in this meeting, we had people vote no on different items and state that they were going to support what taxpayers voted on? Well, what taxpayers voted on was Spring Hill Road as a corridor for the airport gateway. That is what they voted on. And that was changed in a substantial amendment process in 2018. So for people to earlier in this meeting say that they don't support a substantial amendment process, that happened in 2018, and that's how we got here. If I sound disappointed and a little frustrated, I told you I'm passionate about this, but it's also because I am. We also directed staff to keep this project at $82 million. And we came back today with an informational item, okay? But also, another commissioner earlier in this meeting had an issue with an informational item that we took action on. And staff recommendation, and this is right here, is to increase the budget that we voted on already 6 months ago. There still is no material with any bid from any contractor. I understand that we have engineering estimates. Listen, engineering estimates are not contractor bids. They're very different. We're not through the design phase. I'm going to say this now on the record. If we move forward with this project, okay, we just juiced out all our bonding capacity earlier today. This project is going to be a $175 million project the way it's designed right now. It will be. It started at $57 million, came at $82 million, now it's at $117 million. Let's talk about what this is going to be like in 2028 when we're supposed to finish segment G. Where is that money going to come from? Are we expecting for sales tax revenue to continue to go up? We don't know what can happen. So I have real big issues with the approach that we're taking here. The last thing I want to say about this is I just disagree highly that we should be able to, as a board, make a $40 million increase to our budget with a simple majority. In my opinion, that is a substantial change. And based on the IA agreement, there's no definition of substantial change. It's subjective. And this is my opinion, that this is a substantial change that we're talking about right now. I think it's going to have big implications in our community in the future. With that being said, I'm going to offer a substitute motion. I motion to begin the substantial amendment process to remove segments A, B, and C into 4-lane Spring Hill Road and to construct the improvements within the Providence neighborhood and Stuckey Avenue.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Caban, second by Commissioner O'Keefe. Okay, discussion, Commissioner O'Keefe, I think I saw your nameplate. No, it's been up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. I hope you actually believe me. I will be. Just that I echo a lot of the sentiments of Commissioner Caban said, and for the sake of, we've had this discussion quite a few times, and I'm just really glad we're here at this part, because what's easy to forget is when we change a project, there's two processes. There's approving or denying budgets, and then if we're changing something, we have to go through the project change process, and we're finally here. I think, I know Innovation Park, having worked in that park for years, as part of FSU's research offices, it does incredible stuff, and will continue to do incredible stuff without these new roads. These are not bad ideas, but when we see a $40 million increase, or $40 million cost increase, and that's one $40 million number, just these segments that we're talking about removing add up to, all the added segments add up to $41 million. And so it's not that it's not worth it, it's that we know all of our projects' costs are going up. And we talk about projecting that it's going to be 170 or something like that. You may not have to wait that long. We know in May we're going to get a budget update and we've been warned costs are going up. And so it's just, this is one where we don't need to do it on every project, but this is a big dollar sign. This is something where it's an added item from when it was originally done. And I like that we sharpen our pencils and say, is this extra $40 million as or more important than overall projects elsewhere that we need to fund in our blueprint? And I think what I love about it too is that by keeping the Providence section, we shave the extra cost of A, B, and C, and we don't have to make them renegotiate and re-go through a process for what are necessary and wanted improvements. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Keefe. Commissioner Proctor.
Madam Chair, thank you, Commissioners. I do not want to be racial tonight, but I understand why Blueprint wants to go down in history as destroying another black neighborhood. I can't, I mean, if you tell me that the airport gateway helps protect neighborhoods in the area, that right there is not accurate. If you're talking about, Ms. Davis still here? Okay, good to see Ms. Davis. Protecting trees. This here gonna tear up more trees, Ms. Davis, than anything you spoke of earlier this evening. How come black neighborhoods have to take the direct hit for the advancement of transportation? And that occurs all over Florida, Miami, Tampa, St. Pete, West Coast, and here we go in Tallahassee. And I think that enough blood has been given with respect to FAMU Way. We remove people, tow down trees. Folk protested about saving several of those trees. And we put water down there where people once upon a time, before they became homeless, to urban renewal. They lived down in that area. It was a neighborhood. It's not now. We're going to tap an additional neighborhood, Providence. And those areas have been pretty dense and congealed for a period of time. I support the motion because I think the history is laid out by Commissioner Caban that where's Florida State tonight? They brought this item forward and they have abandoned it. And I can say, is anybody here from Florida State tonight in the room? Florida State FSU representing? See, when Florida State wants something, they're present. When Florida State is behind something, they are present. And this room ran over all the bigs, all the super bigs. They came, they were interested, they asserted their voices. But the absence that not one person can stand up here is evidence, proof positive that they're no longer standing. But our staff is pushing this ghost, and our staff is pushing for something that was desired in 2018, but the same entity that stepped up here and caused us to write a plan to destroy additional black neighborhoods, they have abandoned and gone ghost. So when the games are over on whenever the games are played, Gain Street has become impossible to drive through, totally hopeless. Bruh, it's late, okay. So most people, really the exit out of that stadium area on the south side of the stadium, you gotta go down Spring Hill Road and all like that. So Ms. Autumn said to us that there's no need for a new road right now, or, you know, at least there's no need for us to do anything to Spring Hill Road. Well, if there ain't no need to do nothing to Spring Hill Road, why is there a need to build a brand new road? I mean, that right there is just, don't jive. If we don't need a new road on the existing, we don't need to expand it, we surely don't need to spend how much is it? That much to build a brand new road. The one we got ain't traveled. That does not make sense. So wholeheartedly, the need to expand the existing road, save money, is $13 million, only $13 million relative to the high numbers of what's projected here. And I would suggest that if this item does not carry, that we put $13 million. I recall, Curtis, Commissioner Richardson, you may remember the times in which when our commissions refused to purchase right-of-way in 1950, late 50s for Capitol Circle. And the failure to have done so in those late 1950s, which nobody foresaw. And when Sister Autumn was giving us her spiel, she said it's just not within our foreseeable future. Well, it may not be in ours, but it's in somebody's if that international airport is to be all that it can become. So it's not in her future or our staff's future, but it's certainly within what I can see in the future. And this $13 million is cheaper to do right now than anything down the road would cost. So I will support this good motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Proctor. And I'm going to go to you, Commissioner Williams-Cox, but I'm going to ask Autumn if she will address perhaps maybe impact on the neighborhoods.
Oh, yeah. A couple of just clarifying.
The Providence neighborhood has been raised. If you can just tell us about the alignment, if it's actually going through there or is it going to relieve traffic?
Right, absolutely. So a couple of points about the neighborhoods. One thing that hasn't been mentioned yet is that the new road creates a new southern entrance into Innovation Park. So right now, people use Potsdamer to get into Innovation Park, which is a neighborhood road in the Callan neighborhood. And this would take the traffic off of Potsdamer onto a new road. So the Callan neighborhood would no longer receive that level of traffic going into Innovation Park.
Madam Chair.
On the Stuckey point, Stuckey, and Artie mentioned this, but Stuckey is zoned it has one of the highest, most intense and dense zoning districts in our entire zoning code. And that is, I think, what's called Central Urban 45. So the zoning that's on Levy Avenue, which is the route that most people take into Innovation Park now, if you're coming from that northern or that eastern entrance, has low residential type of zoning. So 80% of the traffic that currently uses Levy Avenue would then go up to use Stuckey, which would be an improved road. I also want to mention that we have our entire team of experts on Airport Gateway is here. So if anybody has any or wants to get the traffic engineers up to talk a little bit more about some of that modeling, we're happy to bring them up to talk about any of that information. We have the experts here for you today. They're all sitting in those seats over there. Thank you guys for coming. We have a great team of people with Abe Prado as a project manager from Blueprint leading that up. And then two other things I want to mention. The estimate that was developed for the fiscal year 24 budget, $118 million, it does not include that additional $13 million that Commissioner Proctor just recently mentioned about the Spring Hill Road for the extra 2 lanes that could be constructed there. So if that's something that the IA board wants us to do, then we would want very explicit direction on including that. And lastly, Commissioner Cabana, I apologize. I didn't quite hear your motion. Did your motion include to initiate your substitute motion to include initiate the substantial amendment to remove segments A, B, C, and D? Or was it just removal of those?
I just want to say that the comment about the southern entrance was incorrect. Paul Dirac Drive is on Orange Ave. That is the primary entrance into Innovation Park, not Potsdamer. I just want to state that for the record. But my motion said, my motion is to begin the substantial amendment process to remove segments A, B, and C to 4-lane Spring Hill Road and to still construct the improvements with the Providence neighborhood and Stuckey Avenue.
Thank you for clarifying. Appreciate
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Autumn. I appreciate those clarification, additional information. Commissioner Williams-Cox. Well, you were here first. You yield to Commissioner Matthews.
Madam Chair, quickly, I just want to recuse myself for the appearance of in abundance of caution, for the appearance of a conflict. Family Promise of the Big Bend owns Homefront, which is on Stuckey. I've talked to staff. Staff said they do not know whether or not they will be taking that property, but just in case they have, I recused myself last time in this item, and I'll do it again.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner Matthews. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Thank you. And I know the hours are far spent, and I'm 60 years old. I hope I remember all that I was planning to say at this hour. It's almost time for Lawrence O'Donnell. Couple of things. One, according to our project description, this was approved by unanimous vote of the IA board.
Yes.
And that unanimous vote included our beloved Commissioner Jimbo Jackson. Now, I just got to believe that Commissioner Jimbo Jackson wouldn't do anything to harm.
That is extremely inappropriate. That's extremely inappropriate.
Commissioner
No, that's so
Caban,
inappropriate.
please. Commissioner Caban, you're out of order.
No, my aide is right there. That's inappropriate.
Let's respect each other. Please, let's respect each other.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Williams Cox has
Madam
the
Chair,
floor,
wait a
please,
minute,
and then
hold
I'll
on.
call on you, Commissioner.
No, I think with respect to his daughter sitting right over there, that's what he's trying to say. Please be sensitive. if you're
I
gonna
am
make comments.
sensitive to that. I have spoken to her earlier this evening about something very similar. I too have lost my dad, so I understand that pain. But what I'm trying to say here is that as a matter of record, that unanimous vote included Commissioner Jimbo Jackson. And I've worked with him, I know he would do nothing to cause harm to his constituents in the neighborhood. We've heard from the Providence neighborhood.
Yes.
They're in favor of. We know that in order for that airport to have ridership and additional airlines, we've got to give them a reason to be coming here. And so that would be the reason that we would want to have this happen. The airport gateway was a substantial amendment already. We take 2 steps forward and 3 steps backwards, and we're dancing in a circle. You put your left foot in, take your left foot out. We need to move this, and we need to do it for the good of the community that is anticipating, like the president said. They've been waiting for these improvements, and they're going to get these improvements. And so I'm just stating for the record that we didn't just learn about this. It says here, approved by unanimous vote of the IA board. I was not a part of the IA board at that time, but it was approved unanimously in full support that everyone who was here at that time. And so I apologize if Allie feels a certain kind of way, but I spoke to her just tonight about how I miss her dad. And I've lost my dad, so I understand that. It means no disrespect, but this is business. And we've got to stand on the business of what Blueprint has said and it is doing. I'm simply stating the fact that it was unanimously agreed upon in its current state back in March 2018, and we need to move forward with this.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams-Cox. Commissioner Proctor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The approval in 2018 was largely based on the narrative sold and told by Florida State University. Florida State University is not here tonight. They have abandoned interest in this. They've not shown up. They ain't called nobody. So if
Not
Florida
true.
State is marching in this board, this city commission, to my awareness, has never voted against Florida State's ask. The county commission, to my remembrance, has never voted against Florida State, including Doak Campbell's ask. And when they came and knocked and said, whoa, 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 we want this right here, we did everything, jumped through the hoops and substantial this and that. So tonight, what's different is that the folk who led the tomahawk chop is not here. And other matters which have been shared by. Now, I didn't say in the last narrative, Sister Autumn has told us that we need a 2-lane road, needs to stay this way. Yet, at the last meeting, we were asked to pay for a 4-lane bridge. I'm just confused by a 4-lane bridge about 50, 60 feet, and we're gonna keep a 2-lane road. Why? This is just inconsistent to, it's inconsistent to me. I won't say to logical thinking. I don't know what that is. But we were asked to approve a 4-lane bridge, and we did. Then, it sounds like we're on our way to a 4-lane road. But this is incongruent to my thoughts of what makes sense. And I'll pull up land right there.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. I think since then, correct me if I'm wrong, Autumn, that DOT agreed to that road. since that meeting.
Yeah, this is an incredible leveraging opportunity through DOT. And they have, I think they've committed $4.3 million to the bridge replacement project.
Well, four-lane bridge, right?
The bridge.
Well, they're funding the 2-lane replacement, and the Blueprint project is paying for the other 2 lanes.
We'll need 4 shoes for 2 feet.
Yeah, that's through the MOU with the county.
Anything
What was
further,
the
Commissioner
final
Proctor?
comment? I didn't hear.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's through a memorandum of understanding with the county, with Leon County, because Leon County was the agency that is working with DOT for the project. So Blueprint is funding it.
And Madam Chair, I think it's also important for Autumn to note about taking the bridge out of the floodplain.
Oh, yeah, the current bridge is actually below the flood elevation level.
But why
so
they
this
putting a
project
4-lane bridge on a 2-lane road?
will increase it up above the flood.
Why are we creating a traffic and safety hazard?
Oh, no, this road will be designed meeting all your traffic and safety requirements and regulations. Absolutely.
Madam Chair, I can also add, as was noted a couple minutes ago about not acquiring the right-of-way for Capitol Circle back when there was an opportunity to, this project, the current scope of it, does acquire the right-of-way for a 4-lane road. That is looking forward, so we don't end up with the same situation that was noted a couple minutes ago, where we didn't acquire it on Capitol Circle, and we should have to save future cost. We're acquiring the right-of-way for a 4-lane road. Between the right-of-way and that bridge, it makes the future building of a 4-lane road much easier than it would be if in the future you had to acquire the right-of-way and reconstruct the bridge. That's why.
Still put more emphasis on the bridge.
Any follow-up, Commissioner Proctor?
No, Madam Chair. I defer to others.
Thank you. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just for clarification, Commissioner Richardson's motion was to raise the budget back $40 million or so, and the substitute motion is to keep the budget at the same, but add in the 13 for the 4-lane and make sure the Providence neighborhood improvements remain. Does that sound?
Could you repeat that?
I think the answer to the question was we were going to have a budget workshop. They weren't definite at this point, but after the budget workshop and working up some numbers, it will be brought back to us perhaps at the budget workshop.
Okay, sure. So I've heard a lot of debate tonight, but I've heard very little justification for what we're really doing here. I think a central tenet of the ballot initiative we put to the voters was traffic congestion. And what was said tonight, Spring Hill Road is not at capacity for traveling to the airport.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Did you say traffic congestion on the ballot? Reduce traffic congestion on the referendum?
Right. Is Spring Hill Road at capacity currently?
No,
okay.
no, it's not.
Are the other roadways at capacity for traveling to the airport?
No, they're not.
Okay. So we don't have one, we have 2 roads that we're investing in to get to the airport. Neither of them are at capacity, but in our community and even on Blueprint projects, we currently have roads that are already at capacity. We look at the Orange Avenue segments, we look at Tharp Street, we look at Mahan and Capitol Circle, we look at Thomasville Road, like very real urgent needs to address traffic congestion. But this project is more beautification, which I think is worthy of investment. But is it a $140 million investment to really get the best bang for your buck of where this money is going? If we're not addressing traffic concerns, the other issue is we're creating a new road to Innovation Park. There's current access to Innovation Park. Dan Foss, Turbo Corps, invested in Innovation Park. They've been able to expand with the current infrastructure we have into place. And Commissioner Minor made some points, but I don't believe this roadway is going to change what companies are able to invest there and why. The selling point for a district like that is not a road, and it's not a pretty road. So we can say, this would be a great thing and it would give them a front entrance, but that's not going to make a company more likely want to go there. It just doesn't logically make sense. Commissioner Caban said it's a destination project. If the land makes sense, if the market makes sense, if the right employees are here, those are the types of decisions that would drive people to an area. So we have 2 roadways. We have no traffic congestion that we're solving. We have a brand new roadway that already has access that's not at congestion. So it's just very hard to really justify at all why we need any of it. But I am willing to say I do believe from a blight perspective, there's need for investment on Spring Hill Road. There's need for investment on Lake Bradford. But when we start talking about this much money and the opportunity cost of what we could do differently with it to really enhance our neighborhoods that have already spoken up today, to really address traffic congestion, this project isn't it. I'm going to support the substitute motion because I think it's the most rational. It addresses beautification and the most used route to the airport, and it costs us less money than the alternative. That's a win-win-win-win-win for us as an agency. But I will just go back to, why aren't we doing the other projects first? Why are we not addressing traffic congestion in our community as an agency? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. I'm going to go to Autumn a minute, but let me just ask a couple of clarification questions. Segments A, B, and C, are those proposed 4-lane roads or 2-lane?
Segments A, B, C, and D are 2-lane based on the traffic modeling.
And then Spring Hill Road, you've done the acquisition, but you're also just proposing 2-lane road for Spring Hill. Am I correct?
That's correct.
So none of these roadways are 4-lane?
That's actually the one thing I wanted to clarify.
Okay, go ahead.
The existing segments E and F are already 4 lanes, and the northern segment of Lake Bradford Road is actually at capacity today. So you had asked me earlier if any of the roads are failing. Actually, North Lake Bradford is. But this project does not include widening North Lake Bradford Road.
Okay. Lake Bradford is already 4-lane. You know that now, but exactly. the segment, and that's E, already 4-lane. We're just doing some beautification and what have you there.
Multimodal improvements as well, and stormwater improvements. Many of these roads were constructed before stormwater standards that we have today. So, of course, this Airport Gateway project would bring us up to our current standards and provide stormwater treatment for the urban runoff.
But no portion of segment G is 4-lane at all, other than the bridge.
That's correct. As you get closer to Capitol Circle, where the 6-laning is going on, we're going to be making some modifications near that intersection that'll take us up to a 4-lane there to have that permanent improvement.
Thank you. Commissioner Minor, then Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just clarification on the substitute motion. I can't support the substitute motion on the table, on the floor, but I did have a question. So I think the substitute motion talked about basically reducing scope by taking out A, B, and C, but segment B is going to be done and funded by FDOT, regardless of whether or not we do that route anyway. So, I mean, is segment B in the substitute motion?
It is, but actually I had a question about that as well.
Okay. It's up to the commissioner that has a substitute motion, but and we may want to take that out of the substitute motion just because it's going to be funded by FDOT regardless.
It's funded by FDOT.
That's
right.
Correct. That's correct.
Okay.
But it's so
Commissioner Caban, I think it was your motion.
I'll happy to amend it.
And it was seconded by, I believe, Commissioner Proctor. Okay, you don't have a problem with B. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Minor. Anything further? Okay, Commissioner Richardson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And Commissioner Proctor, I'm really sorry that you made this a racial issue, because it's not. You know, I indicated earlier, 30 years ago, when my wife and I could have lived anywhere in this community we wanted to live, we chose to live on the south side of town for the very reason that I'm here today to advocate for the neglect that was occurring in that part of our community. And by me moving into that neighborhood, we were able to save that neighborhood. There was a developer that was wanting to come in and build student housing. And because we organized our neighborhood and raised all kind of, you know what, we were able to save the Tuskegee neighborhood. Well, we have a white neighbor now. I was going to say a totally African-American neighborhood, but we have a white neighbor now. And so my point is, that's the whole reason why I am where I am today. We heard from the president. He wasn't the president at the time, but even the president then, Walter, and others. I would attend Providence Neighborhood Association meetings.
Me too.
And I never heard once anyone say that they had a concern about where this route was going. They had some issues that they wanted addressed, which were addressed and will be addressed, but it wasn't a racial issue for them. If I thought, and for me, it wasn't an FSU issue. It wasn't that for me. I can't speak for the other people that were on the IA at the time. I can speak for Curtis Richardson. It wasn't an FSU issue. The issue for me was our community and that the vision that we had at the time for what was happening or would be happening at the airport. All of that is going to generate additional traffic into this community. It may not be there now, but that's the vision. And that's what we're supposed to be doing here now, is planning based on what we think is going to happen 10, 20, 30 years from now. That's how we got Capitol Circle and not the truck route, because people had that vision and they planned for it. And look at where Capitol Circle is now. I mean, parts of Capitol Circle are so damn congested, you don't even want to be there certain times a day. And so that's what got us to where we are with this project. And if I had any idea that, or any thought that it was going to destroy an African-American neighborhood, Commissioner Proctor, I wouldn't be supporting it. But the neighborhood itself, Callan, I've never heard one word from anybody in Callan that they had concerns about this roadway and the negative impact that it might have on them. But I can tell you, Commissioner Caban, you said that people use Paul Dirac Drive to get into innovation. I've never used Paul Dirac Drive. I always use Potsdamer. My daughters were in Girls at the Mag Lab, and when I would take them there, I used Potsdamer. There are people that you can talk to now, and they'll tell you they can hardly get in and out of their driveways on Potsdamer at certain times of day. It's better now than it used to be. So I say that to say that, you know, we can't say that, I mean, based on what I have heard from the residents who live in that area and what my experience is, this is for the betterment of our neighborhoods and that quadrant of our community. And so that's why I support the original motion.
Thank you, Commissioner
Madam Chair,
Richardson.
may I ask one final question on this particular matter?
Commissioner Caban and then Commissioner Proctor.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Briefly.
I'll be brief. I want to say this. I don't remember who it was earlier, but someone mentioned that this wasn't an FSU project. And I have notes going back from 2017 when this was called the FSU Gateway. And I think what's happening here, it's the same thing that's happened every time this conversation comes up, okay? This project is an airport gateway project. This is not an innovation park gateway. If we want an innovation park gateway, why don't we go through the substantial amendment process and get a supermajority vote to have one? But what's happened here, okay, if in 2018, this was lobbied, mind you, this was lobbied by people who wouldn't even give us a loan for this project with the information we have now, and we want to vote for $117 million on it. And FSU told the county administrator that they don't have a say in this right now. They could go either way. Their plans have clearly changed. Why are we pushing this Innovation Park Gateway when they have different plans for the project? What taxpayers voted on in 2016 was an airport gateway project that was Spring Hill Road. Earlier tonight, we had people say that they don't want to vote on this or that because of the substantial amendment process. Well, guess what? In 2016, taxpayers voted on this. So the hypocrisy and the going back and forth, this is the dysfunction behind this board that we talk about every single meeting. So, Commissioner Minor, I respect where you are in this position. I just want to let you know, regardless, I intend on supporting North Monroe because it's a project that I believe in and it's best for the community. And I trust that you know what's best for your district. And I'm telling you right now, I know the feedback I've had from my district, and they don't want this. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Have we had any paperwork from Florida State lately? I've been, any addendums, anything they've said on a sheet of paper? We've had so much paper and testimony before. What writing do we have from Florida State about the gateway that they initiated?
I mean, we still have an active letter of intent from FSU. That has not changed.
I'd like to get a copy of it in the morning, please. Commissioner Welch, you said something earlier, very early in the meeting, about switching projects, and you like for things to remain the same. Spring Hill Road is clearly a bait and switch. We baited people who use the road, the Southside. It was added up as a part of the total of what the amount of blueprint promised to Southside, quote, projects. But then it was switched or stolen or hijacked. And the word airport gateway had already been approved by voters, but the actual building and construction went another direction, used the same name, but it was a whole new project. So getting back to the originality of what voters thought they had voted for, we're way off course. And unfortunately, Commissioner Richardson, I'm sorry that you don't see this as race, but I can certainly tell you that we've not lost a white neighborhood, or white people have not been displaced by our projects going through the South Side. And I really don't see people driving up Stuckey and coming around across through Providence to get to the airport. The time delay, the time deferral of going that way, it can't be related because it does nothing but delay. That would be the route to go to the airport. It would make no sense if that's what it is. But this project has been hijacked. What the voters wanted, this board changed the game, and Florida State was able to take these words and preempt them and redirect them, and this board was snookered, and we went along. Okay, so that unanimous you saw, Commissioner Williams-Cox, we were told all these grandiose results that this modification in co-opting of the gateway, the original gateway to FSU gateway. So I've seen a lot at this little table around here in this room. And Commissioner Welch, I just want you to know that you can switch projects. It happens to the South Side often. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, just one thing I wanted to add.
I want to just make a couple of comments.
Okay.
And thank staff for the charts and summary, all those segments. I'm concerned that we've already secured the right of way for Spring Hill Road. Beautification, airport gateway, corridors, but we're only doing 2 lanes, not 4 lanes. 4 lanes, 13 million, I think, based on the analysis. I'm also concerned that proposal to build extra segments, A, excluding B, C, and D, does not include 4-lane. These are, there will be some beautification, but as I said earlier.
Need you talking to the mic.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I apologize. My mic wasn't on. But as I mentioned earlier, the projection of individuals moving in to Tallahassee, and if we look at Innovation Park and everything that's been mentioned, the projection and everything positive that's going on, it just concerns me that all of our major corridors leading from the airport to the tune of over $100 million is not 4-lane. It's just 2-lane. And then I look at what we've spent so far, and I just have a specific question about that. I looked at the various segments, and what we have spent has primarily been toward design and planning of those particular segments. And I recognize that if we move forward, hopefully this will generate some economic development for our local developers and enhance our local economy just from the mere fact of building these particular corridors. But I looked at what has been expended so far for planning and design, and I see that it's just one company, Half and Associates, has done all the planning and design for all the segments. And I looked up, did some research on Half and Associates, and it's a Texas corporation. It's not a local company. So my question is, were those services competitively bid, or were they excluded from being competitively bid, or was it sole source? Can somebody address that?
Yeah.
I think Autumn can add a little bit more, but it was competitively bid, and Half does have a local office.
They do have, okay, because when I looked on the, I didn't see anything local.
Yeah, I mean, all the people that are here today from Half live here in Tallahassee.
here.
And they're all sitting in the crowd there.
Was there any requirement for MBE participation?
Yes, ma'am.
Did we have that on this planning and design?
I can ask them to come up and speak to that, as a matter of fact. I know that these consultant teams that require expertise across the board have many sub-consultants that are made up of other companies, including companies that are based here in Tallahassee. If you'd like, Gary Phillips is the project manager for Half on this project.
We've averaged about 26% MBEDP percentage over the 4 LOAs that we've had, or 3 LOAs we've had. 8 or 9 different companies.
And all of those were local here?
They're all local, yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, can you identify himself?
Gary Phillips with Half and Associates here in Tallahassee.
Gary Phillips, what? I'm sorry.
With Half and Associates. So it is a Texas firm. Genesis was bought by them about 2 years ago, which is a local firm here. So we feel like we're a local entity.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. My other concern is, I guess, the expenditure for the new segments, and whether or not we have done, well, no, we haven't done any acquisition because I didn't see it specifically indicated. But do we have any idea about the number of properties that we will have to take pursuant to eminent domain? Have we looked at that? Will it adversely affect a number of homeowners on that segment C?
Madam Chair, Autumn can speak to it, but I think it's important to note the previous IA board action that directed us to look at specific segments and move forward with design. So if you could address some of that.
Yeah, segment C is, I believe it's wholly on land that is owned by the state of Florida. Yeah, okay, getting the nodding. So that is land that's owned by the state of Florida, and that would, the TIFT land, the state lands program. So there are no residential homes on segment C.
Okay, thank you. And I think I read somewhere in the analysis that Florida State owns some of the property, and therefore it wouldn't be, and they're willing to donate some of the property if this project is approved. And also to donate, what, 2 acres for a park for the subdivisions in there. Is that still part of the whole project?
Right. The letter of intent that was mentioned recently in the conversation outlines the funding and donations from and commitment to right-of-way from Florida State University. It also outlines the intergovernmental agency's commitment for construction of the Airport Gateway project, as you see on the screen, including segment C. So in that letter of intent, FSU has agreed to donate up to 2 acres of land for a community park in the Providence neighborhood. In addition, $3 million towards the construction cost of segment C, the commitment for the right-of-way, and in addition to that, there was the commitment for the maintenance of the segment C, with the exception of the asphalt. The City of Tallahassee would maintain the asphalt, but everything outside of the asphalt would be maintained by Florida State University.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair, to the point, which segments have had the most funds expended already? That's because of IA board direction in 2019, June 27th, 2019, the IA board directed us to move forward with planning the entire project, but designed specifically for Spring Hill Road, the new road segment C, and Stuckey. So that's why you see those funds spent on those.
The planning and design on all the roads. And I added it up, and it might be some variation to like 4.5 million that we've spent on each one of the segments totally, just for the planning and design. Okay. So that's what we have in each segment totally so far. Okay, I think
I think I was in the queue.
Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you. Just very quickly, someone mentioned earlier Orange Avenue, and one thing I wanted to point out is that the segment of Orange Avenue from South Adams to Capitol Circle Southwest, they've done the PD&E study. It's in the design phase and is the top 3 priority for funding when the funding becomes available. And we've been working through the CRTPA board to make that happen. One of the problems that we have is there's a lot of traffic congestion along that segment of Orange Avenue, and it's exacerbated during FSU football games because they route traffic to Orange Avenue since it's the only east-west corridor on that part of town. And so we have been working through the CRTPA to get that segment widened, and it is in the design phase as we.
Thank you, Commissioner Richardson. And then Orange Avenue, that's being constructed by FDOT once it gets there, correct? And it will be, what, 4 lanes? Am I correct? Absolutely. Good.
On point.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Caban.
On point.
And then we're gonna move on.
Yes, ma'am. I was going to say to Commissioner Richardson's point, I know that with FSU home games, Spring Hill Road is also a corridor that is used. So by 4-laning Spring Hill Road will also help congestion moving to Capitol Circle Southwest. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Caban. And I think we have the motion on the floor by Commissioner Caban. So I'm going to call for a vote on it now. Does it need to be restated for anybody? Okay. May we have a roll call, Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Matlow? Commissioner Porter?
Aye.
Commissioner Richardson?
No.
Commissioner Williams-Cox?
No.
Commissioner Caban?
Aye.
Commissioner Cummings?
No.
Commissioner Minor?
No.
Commissioner O'Keefe?
Aye.
Commissioner Proctor,
Yep.
and Commissioner Welch.
The motion fails.
The motion failed.
What's the count?
Can you give us the count?
Yes, Madam, I'm sorry, yes, Madam Chair. So with Commissioner Maddox recused or abstaining from voting and the mayor out of chambers, the necessary vote needed is 30, weighted. So on the city side, we have 2 yay votes for a total of 14. On the county side, we have 3 yay votes for a total of 15. 14 and 15 is 29, so it fails by like 1 weighted vote. They needed 30. It was at 29.
Thank you, Madam.
Excuse me, Madam. Point of
Madam
information.
Parliamentary.
What was the
Commissioner
county's vote?
Proctor.
What was the county's actual tally?
You had Commissioner Caban voting yay, Commissioner O'Keefe voting yes, and you, Commissioner Proctor, voting yes for a total of 15. Each county commissioner is 5 points. Weighted vote of 5 each.
So
On the city side, it's a weighted vote of 70.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. Okay, so that will take us back to Commissioner Richardson's original vote, which was, I believe, option 1, to fully fund the proposal, fully fund the project. And I believe it was nothing in addition to that, was it, no. Commissioner Richardson? Okay, all those in favor, what we're going to do is have a roll call again.
Commissioner Matlow,
Nay.
Commissioner Porter,
Nay.
Commissioner Richardson,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams-Cox,
Yes.
Commissioner Caban,
no.
Commissioner Cummings,
Yes.
Commissioner Minor,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Keefe,
No.
Commissioner Proctor,
Nope.
Commissioner Welch.
Yeah. We're going to be here all night, guys.
Tied both ways.
Yep.
5-5.
Your bingo card? It's not like this fails and this fails.
Yeah.
So the motion failed, commissioners. So we need to really see how we can reach a compromise on this, so that we can move it, so that staff can continue to do their work. So if we can, Commissioner Caban, if we can look at some compromise where we can meet. My biggest concern was expending a whole lot of money and not having at least 4-lane highways. But Commissioner Welch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We really need our entire board to be here in order to make an adequate vote. We're missing the mayor. Commissioner Maddox, is there any consideration of unrecusing yourself?
Absolutely not.
Well, then,
Hold on. Let me recognize you first. Finish, Commissioner
Thank you,
Welch.
Madam Chair. I was going to suggest maybe we table this item until our next meeting. I don't know.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Is that a motion and a second?
Yes.
Okay. Discussion,
Yeah,
unless we want to spend the night here, it's 10:30.
I'll be quick. I'm just going to say
Not on table.
Why not?
No
On a
discussion on
table.
table.
Oh, it's no discussion on the vote?
Because it's.
Oh, to table it. Oh, I apologize. Okay. I apologize, Commissioner Matlow.
He's correct.
Okay, let's have a roll call. All those in favor of tabling this item? We're going to have a roll call.
Commissioner Matlow,
Nay.
Commissioner Porter,
Nay.
Commissioner Richardson,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams-Cox,
Yes.
Commissioner Caban. Nope. Commissioner Cummings,
Yes.
Commissioner Maddox. Did you vote on the motion to table?
No.
No.
Table?
He's recused himself.
Yeah, for
From the
Conflict.
motion to table? Okay, I apologize. Commissioner Minor,
Yes.
Commissioner O'Keefe,
No.
Commissioner Proctor,
Nope.
Commissioner Welch.
Yes.
Just to clarify, was that Commissioner Cummings, you voted in favor?
Yes.
And Commissioner Minor, you voted in favor?
Yes.
Commissioner O'Keefe in favor?
No.
No.
You were in the no vote?
It's the same thing.
Yeah, we're-
5-5.
Still the same?
Okay, commissioners, seriously. Staff has done a lot of work. We've done a lot of talking. We still have another item we have to address. So we really need to try to see if we can come to some medium, Commissioner Caban.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, I'm going to sit here all night and advocate until I see four lanes on Spring Hill Road and segment C thrown out. So that's what I care about. This is usually when I go to work, so I'm wide awake. Let's do it.
Thank you, Commissioner Caban. Yes, Commissioner O'Keefe.
Thank you. I move that we vote to start the substantial amendment process to 4-lane Spring Hill and to remove segment C.
You got to have Providence neighborhood.
I'm sorry, did you second it? I'm sorry, you didn't second it.
I apologize. I spoke out of turn.
Okay, there's a motion.
I'll second for
Begin a
discussion.
substantial amendment to accept the project in 4-lane Spring Hill Road. Am I correct?
And remove segment C.
Remove segment C.
C.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it for discussion.
Okay. Discussion,
May I-
brief
Chair.
discussion. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Keefe, would you be willing to also amend the motion to include the improvements to the Promise to the Providence neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay. I think this is a great compromise. I mean, I think this is what the neighborhoods were looking for to make sure we maintain that they're whole. I think we have to have further discussion on the Stuckey Avenue portion to make sure we're not going to remove any affordable housing during its construction. But it accomplishes the goal to get to the airport and have a gateway within a reasonable budget. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes. Commissioner Maddox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the thing we have to think about here, and I understand that we can go back and forth with motions all day. We can be here all night, as Commissioner Caban has proposed. But if there's not anybody willing to change a vote, we literally will be here all night unless we do not have a quorum. As a matter of fact.
Well, let me ask.
Do we have a quorum now?
We do. We need 3 on the city side, 3 on the county.
Right.
Okay, Commissioner Cox just left.
We still have 3.
We still have 3.
3, okay.
My only,
City side.
I think, commissioners, members, be thoughtful, be straight up, be honest about what you can and cannot go with. Be willing to come to the middle and compromise if we're going to go down this road, because else we will be here all night. And I understand it. Everybody's got to fight for something, but at the same time, we still got to make progress here. So, and again, I'm recused. I can't vote. And honestly, if I could, I would. But and honestly, I could sit here all night too. My daughter has already told me good night. But I think it would say a lot about us as a board in the way we handle this if we could have a conversation where we can get to a place of the middle ground, What's the middle ground here? There's got to be a middle ground. And I'm asking you, Commissioner Caban, and everybody else in here to find that middle ground so at some point we can get to the next item. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Maddox, and that's my whole point. Board members, we need to compromise. We don't want to be here all night. This is a great project. I told you my one concern about the 4-laning. And I know there's concern about the increase in price, but that's just inflation. You know, if we wait and don't move forward, guess what? There's going to be several million more next year and the next year. Staff has already told us that when we come back for our workshop and other meetings, maybe we'll have a more precise amount. So I'm concerned about the increase in costs as well, but we can't do anything about that. So let's please try to see if we can work together, come to some happy medium, and pass it. Commissioner Caban.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are you okay if we, what I want to do is, like, if we want to get to a compromise, right?
Right.
I feel like we need to be able to conversate a little bit. So what I want to look at is to my county commissioner colleagues on the here, you know, where is a common ground where we feel comfortable, right?
We can have that. Without a motion.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Who knows that?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Minor. Now, Madam Attorney, do we need a motion to go on and deal with 8 before he
You can't
leaves?
do anything. I mean, other than if you want to see a presentation, that's about it.
But no, he says he
cannot
would
vote.
ask them to come back. If he comes back, do we need a motion to accelerate item 8?
Yes, if he comes back, we would have a quorum. Right now, we do not.
Okay. Yes. So we need to vote on that. Okay, we want to submit the application, absolutely. Okay, absolutely. So you think you can, he's not gone yet?
On point.
No, just to ask him to come back, really.
On point?
No. Yes, sir.
Tonight, for that item, we'll be voting on a substantial amendment, correct? On the process, correct?
You mean on the Airport Gateway?
No, on the North Monroe. Okay, so, I mean, you can't, I mean, it's a publicly noticed meeting. You can go have a conversation with him about it. And you can put it on
No, he's
record.
not having, I thought he was going to just ask him to come back to the meeting, not have a conversation.
It's highly
don't
irregular
have
for
a
3
quorum.
commissioners to leave mid-meeting. I just want to point that out.
I'm sorry.
It's just highly irregular for 3 commissioners to leave before business is done, to deny a quorum,
It's not.
to do the business
At the
of the
last
city.
meeting, when you guys passed the item that spoke specifically to the structure item, I think 3 commissioners had left. It just wasn't on the same side or body. Listen, I mean, I feel for Commissioner Minor and his issue and what he's trying to get done, but if we don't have a commissioner here, we can't conduct business. That's what I was trying to say earlier. If we could have came to a compromise, maybe we could be in a different place, but we're not there now. So unless somebody can participate by phone or I'm not, I mean, again, I'm just not in a place where we can sit here all night. We can sit here all night, but if nobody's going to participate, then Madam Chair, I made the.
Yeah, thank you. And I know we're getting slim here. So you do not have to take an action tonight on Airport Gateway or the North Monroe Gateway. We can bring back through the budget workshop stuff on Airport Gateway. For North Monroe, what'll happen is the CRTPA can apply for the grant and we can retroactively bring something back. And then that can be taken up at the next IA meeting.
Okay, is that your understanding, Commissioner
Madam Chair,
Minor?
my understanding is that the CRTPA has to submit the Safe Streets for All application on May 16th. which is the same day as when we next meet. The CRTV has to have money designated, committed by the local government in order to have the match. If we don't have that local government commitment for the match, they can't file the application. Application is due the same day we have our meeting. It's kind of pretty close. So, I mean, I hate to have because of us taking so long and having people leave on all these issues, what should be a rather straightforward agenda item, we might lose out on $17 million in federal funds.
We certainly don't want to
No, we do
lose
not.
out. We don't want to
Madam
lose
Chair.
out. But I don't believe we have a choice if we don't have
We don't have a quorum.
a quorum.
Could the chair call another
Yeah,
meeting?
Now, can
Madam-
we,
I have a,
Commissioner Caban?
I have a solution. I was, as the chair, you can schedule a special meeting before the deadline so that Commissioner Minor can get to his funding, which I would be more than happy to do before his deadline. I think it's inappropriate what just happened. I think it's disrespectful to the people here. But I want to be able to support Commissioner Minor's initiative, so I'd be willing to do it.
So you're asking if I can schedule a special meeting to deal specifically with item number 8?
That's your discretion, Matt. I'm just throwing an idea out there.
You would? Okay, absolutely. Perhaps Commissioner Minor might have someone online.
Trying to reach Curtis.
You weren't able to? Okay, all right. Madam Attorney, is it possible for us to have a scheduled meeting to deal with item number 8? I don't like deadlines either. I don't want us to miss out on $70 million.
17.
17.
And it's not a guarantee. It's just,
We need
fill
to
out the
get the app
application, we're
in.
not sure we're going to get it,
Absolutely.
but we lose out if we don't file it.
Okay, Commissioner Wells.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to suggest, it's at your discretion. We could have a special meeting as soon as next week and take up item 8 and the airport gateway item, because it is 10:38 and we're all bleary-eyed and it's not looking good. So I would suggest you use your discretion to do that. I'm happy to do that because I know this is
Before you
important.
do,
Thank you, Commissioner Welch.
You may not need to. I mean, we can apply for the funds for the grant, and then to commit the funds would require the IA board's action, which can be taken up at a later meeting. I think that should give you some comfort in order for us to be able to move forward, given the circumstances that we have tonight, without having to schedule a special meeting.
Madam Chair, with all due respect to Autumn, I don't want to take that chance. I'm not sure about that. I know that our CRTPA executive director is here, but I think let's go ahead and schedule the emergency meeting for next week. And if it does turn out that, Autumn, are you willing to bet your first child on this? I'm just saying.
Thank you, Commissioner Minor.
What I'd recommend, let's go ahead and
Look, commissioners, how about this? If we reach out and we're able to get a commissioner on the line, is there any is there a way that we could come back at another time to the this gateway item to specifically deal with this item? Because
here's what I recommend.
We don't have a quorum anyway. If we can get, okay, listen.
Madam Chair,
If we can get a commissioner online to vote on agenda item number 8, and that way we won't be fooling with
Madam Chair,
deadlines.
I've got a resolution for you. I've got a resolution for you.
Let me finish, please.
Madam Chair.
And then we can deal with the item with the airport gateway, because we don't have a quorum now. Okay, Commissioner Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would recommend we work on scheduling the meeting next week. And I think, what Autumn is saying could very well be true. I don't want to bet $17 million on it, but it could very well be true. Let's schedule the meeting. We may also be able to get a letter of commitment from the county, which might be sufficient for applying for the application, for applying for the grant funds. If that's the case, we can then either cancel the emergency meeting or devote the emergency meeting to the airport gateway project. But what I'd recommend that we do tonight is try to schedule that meeting, or at least make the commitment to schedule that meeting, knowing that we can maybe cancel that meeting if we don't need to have it for the actual vote on the matching funds, because we can either get a letter from the county or we can just have a basically stating intent.
Thank you, Commissioner Minor. I've asked my chief of staff if he could get Commissioner Williams-Cox online. If we can get her online, just to deal with agenda item number 8.
Madam Chair.
Does anybody
Madam
have any
Chair,
opposition? No,
I'm
we can't
sorry.
do that.
You cannot do that.
Oh, we
You
can't.
have to have a physical quorum in the room. Once you have a
Well, that was
physical
my
quorum
question.
in
I
the
was
room,
asking. I was asking.
then you can have folks appear by WebEx or phone or whatever, but you have to have a physical quorum in the room first.
Okay. And that was my question.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. Okay, we are at a standstill. We don't have a quorum.
Madam Chair, could I ask?
Do we need to have staff reschedule our meeting? Do we need to agree on the date today, or they'll send us an email?
We can work that out for you.
And you will notify us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I might, I'd like to
Commissioner
ask
Proctor.
that you designate this not as an emergency meeting, but as maybe a special meeting.
Right.
And then secondly, that the director's discussion items be allowed to continue at that meeting, because there were matters I had wished to bring up tonight and have waited all night, and I'm hopeful that we can do that at that meeting as well.
Absolutely. So the director's discussion, as well as agenda item 8 and agenda item 6 for the special meeting. And I don't think we need a vote on that, do we, madam?
You can't.
There's no quorum to vote.
We don't have a quorum anyway, that's right.
Do it. We'll just
Thank you guys so much for coming. I appreciate it. Thank you, commissioners. We did what we could.
We got the best chair. We got the best
I don't
chair.
know about that.